Good afternoon, softball fans, and welcome into Dow Diamond in Midland, Michigan. It's the Border Battle, the 7th edition, coming your way here in Midland in our first game of the day. Pits 22 below, a local team out of the middle of Michigan against another local team, Wallace Landscaping. My name is Matt Carney. My broadcast partner, Don Cooper, is also alongside today. Don, thanks very much for joining us today, and welcome into the game here.
Beautiful park, outstanding facility. My first trip in was this morning, and it was very pleasantly surprised. One of the nicest facilities I've seen.
It'll be the Wallace Landscaping team that will be first at the bat here, and
Philip Washington leading off for him. And the Wallace team is a local team, but they've sprinkled in 5 or 6 national players.
Washington hits one right back up the middle. It's fielded there by the middle infielder, Jeff Filkins, who makes the put out for the first out.
Brings up Brad Reckert from Cincinnati, Ohio.
Reckert, the right-handed batter, sees the first pitch fall a bit low. Swings at the second one, line drive, and a base hit into right field. So Reckert is on with the first hit of the day for either side, a single.
Batting for Team Wallace, the third baseman, number 10, Brian Lippy.
Lippy here is one of their additions. He's actually out of the Simi Valley area of California.
Takes a big swing at the first one and lines it this time into left field. Base hit, and there are 2 on here in the first. An early threat
Batting for Team Wallace,
for Wallace.
number 5, Vince Bisbee.
Vince is a local boy. He's actually from Flint, Michigan, runs a car import-export business down there. Vince played on the circuit for a long time, and he was I spoke with him before the game. He was excited to get back out and play a little bit. He's been semi-retired this year.
There's a long drive down the left field line, and this one is fair and gone. Into the picnic tables down the left field line, and it's a 3-run home run.
Batting for Team Wallace,
Clears the bases, and Wallace takes the early 3-0 lead.
Looks like retirement's been good for Vince. We are playing with a home run rule today, so it's 10 home runs, and after that it will be an out. So probably a little something different than the folks that are used to watching baseball here in this wonderful park, that all you can eat it. And if you hit 10 home runs, you're always going to win. Here, often 10 home runs means you still may lose.
Got to be very economic with the use of the home runs. As swinging at this one, a line drive and a nice
play.
Diving catch out there in left field. That's Austin Pacino.
batting for Team Wallace,
Pichettino, excuse me.
28,
The left fielder with a nice little sliding play there. And there are 2 away for Wallace.
Outstanding play. Another local boy out of the Detroit area, Jamie Gordon, is the extra hitter this weekend.
Gordon swings at this one, hits a sharp ground ball and overthrow to first. And Gordon's going to be safe. Throwing error there on the left side of the 22 below infield. And by rule, since the ball went out of play, he's going to get awarded second base.
Yep. Umpires.
batting for Team Wallace, the shortstop, number 1, Jeff McGavin.
Brings us Jeff Shooter McGavin, who's another kind of I guess, pseudo-local boy. He's an educator out of the Detroit area. He's a longtime teacher down there.
Ground ball right back to the pitcher. Pitching today is Stevie Moore for 22 below, and he makes the play over to first, and that ends the inning. 3-0 Wallace through a half-inning play here from Dow Diamond. We'll be back after this for inning number 2.
Boomba.
welcome back to Dow Diamond. It's 3-0 Wallace through a half inning of play, and now team 22 below will take their first hacks. It'll be Cole Kennedy, Jeff Filkins, and Jeremy Bloor, the three scheduled to start the half inning for Wallace.
You got to figure this is a pretty exciting time for the 22 below team. A lot of young players that are probably hoping that the coaching staffs for the USA Futures and the USA Senior team are looking at them. It's a great exposure for these guys to get a shot like this and to get to play, multiple games here. They played this last weekend in a big tournament up in Detroit and hung out and did this. So I would imagine that people will call them a filler team, but if you ask these guys down here, they're hoping to win a couple games this weekend, but more or less they're also trying to showcase themselves to see if they can become part of the selection pool.
Every at-bat starts with a 1-1 count. First pitch is a ball.
Jeff Grouse pitching for the Wallace team. I think he was a little bit of a late addition. Jeff's a Detroit police officer. Been playing for a long time, circuit ball, outstanding guy.
Swinging at the 3-2 pitch is Kennedy, sky high pop up into left field.
And one thing we should probably add to your new listeners is there is no courtesy foul ball. So if that was a case there where if he would have fouled that ball off, he'd still be out. So another little transition from your folks that are here in the stands watching that are used to showing up here for baseball, that if you take a strike and you foul the next one off, you are out.
Very, very interesting. So one out, Jeff Filkins in the batter's box.
And we saw that with the umpire put his arm out there. Basically, he's identifying to the team hitter that's an illegal pitch. So it was over 10 feet high. So he's calling it illegal before it even lands. And if you hear the bench yelling illegal, because obviously the batter can't see the umpire's arms out, but normally at ASA you'll have someone designated over there to yell it out as soon as you see it.
The payoff pitch. Another high fly ball into center. This is going to be an easy play for Philip Washington out there. And he makes the catch, 2 away.
Batting for 22 below, the catcher number 35, Jeremy Bloor.
So Jeremy Bloor, a late addition to this 22 below team.
He's been playing around for quite some time. His outstanding power.
Takes a strike, swinging at the second pitch and lines it into left field. Bloor, the slow trot down to first. First hit of the day for 22 below.
Batting for 22 below, the left fielder number 23, Austin Pinchino.
A single for Jeremy Bloor. So now Austin Pichettino, who we saw make that nice sliding catch out in left field in the opening half inning, now gets a chance in the batter's box.
And he's one of the young men I know that a lot of teams are watching and looking at right now. He came off a real good weekend. And
there's a sharp line drive into left field and another one that leaves the yard. A line drive home run for Austin Pichettino.
That's not going to hurt his cause a lick. Make a great play in left field and come in and blow one out of the park. That'll definitely get some people's attention.
So 22 below gets 2 of those 3 runs back, and it's a 3-2 ball game. Both teams now with 1 home run aside. Again, you talk about the 10 home run limit, and everybody has to be aware of the number that they're using here early on in the game.
Yeah, and in a park this big, and obviously right now we got a pretty good breeze blowing to left field, but a park this big, normally you'll take 2s all day long. You got to figure if you can get to 20, you're going to be competitive here. Well, when you're playing these on smaller parks, more of a conventional softball field, you're looking for as many 3-run home runs as you can get. Grand slams are obviously a little bit harder to come by just because typically, unless you're walked into a bases loaded situation, most of the time, your runners are going to score from second here. But, definitely 2s and 3s in this park, you'll take them all day long.
Sharp ground ball hit to third, throw to second to force out Dave Andrews, who had the single on the previous batter, and that's how the inning ends. But a 2-run home run from Austin
Fans,
Pichitino.
keep up with ASA USA Softball
Gets
all year long at
22 below on the board.
ASAUSAsoftball.com.
3-2. For Wallace and make it 5-2.
And those are the play that's the play that 22 below is going to have to make. Here's they should be out of this inning right now, and if they're gonna win some games this weekend, those are the plays they've got to make. That's got to be turned to double play. The play earlier you got to get one out of there, and if they don't, with the offensive firepower that they're up against with every team they play here, they're going to be in for some long games.
There's a swing and a line drive into the left center field gap, rolling up against the Chemical Bank sign out there. And that's a triple for number 27, Philip Washington. Again, you talked about him, one of the best up-and-coming players here stateside, and
yeah,
he's proving it here early on.
Yeah, he's one of the best young two-way players that have come along in quite some time. He's play any position in the outfield, and power, runs well. He's that cloned five-tool cliche-ish player, but he has them all. And on top of it, you got to meet him earlier today, and just such a good person, really, really good person. Ooh, outstanding. Standing play by the first baseman.
Yeah, what a catch there on the line shot. zero reaction time, staring down the gun barrel, like they say.
Yeah. Record's walking back to the dugout going, that's supposed to be a double in the corner.
But that's sometimes just the breaks of the game. You hit it on the screws and you make it out, and then other days you hit it right off the end of the bat and it drops in for a hit. As this one is not hit off the end of the bat, it's hit right on the barrel and it's out of the yard. A 2-run homer, the second of the day for Wallace, and that's Vince Brisby.
No, that was Lippy. That was Brian Lippman. Brings us to Bisbee.
Batting for Team Wallace, the catcher, number 16, Vince Bisbee.
My apologies.
We got our lineup. We should tell everybody we got our lineup cards about 34 seconds ago, so we've been doing this off of scratch paper and notes. First game of a long week, so sometimes we get a little late start to things. So
Flexing and flowing and going with the flow, that's the name of the game, as this is a sky-high pop-up into center, and the catch is made to end the inning, but a 6-run inning for Wallace Landscaping, and they now lead it 9-2. Come back with us for more softball here from Dow Diamond after this. Welcome back to Dow Diamond. Matt Carney and Don Cooper with you here for the Border Battle softball event here in Midland, Michigan. And Team 22 below with some work to do, trailing 8-2 through an inning and a half. Looks like Chris Douglas is the man set to stand in to lead off this inning for 22 below. Takes the first one. Swings at the second one. Chopper to short. Nice diving play there, and a good throw to first to get the out.
that's why Jeff McGavin was the shortstop of the national team for a few years right there. He's been around for a real long time based on his glove. He's a good offensive player, but I think even Shooter would tell you he's been around for 12, 13 years now at this level because of that right there.
So Derek Ward.
He was a Central Michigan baseball player. I know he was drafted by the Tigers.
You would be correct.
It's a pretty good memory. Of course, we've been teammates for 10 years. I shouldn't have had to second guess that, but
Swings and hits a line shot into the glove
nicely done.
of the man out in left field there, and that looked like it had gap written all over it, but a nice running catch to take a base hit away from Derek Ward.
And that's one of those fine lines. You got to cheat the lefties in these big parks. If you don't, it's just too easy for them. And that was a nice running play to make up for it. And
Ground ball to short. This is number 8, Colton Beaudry. And the play made 1-2-3 inning for Wallace Landscaping, and they continue to lead it by 6 through 2 frames here from Dow Diamond. 8-2 Wallace. We head to the third inning here between Wallace Landscaping and Team 22 below here at Dow Diamond. And Wallace now back to the offensive attack. They lead it 8-2 and looking to add on here. Jeff Payton is the batter. Swings at the first one, and this one has a chance to go, and it will over the left field wall. And that probably a home run that they would not care for so much because it's just a solo shot.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting to see because obviously a lot of times in stadiums you'll say, hey, we're just going to free swing because we don't know we're always going to get 10. It's interesting. If that wind stays the way it is right now, I think in a closer, tighter game they may really kind of look out for management. So we'll have to see how it plays here. But he missed that and it went. So it appears that this park's playing probably a little smaller because I think that's got a chance to go too.
Jamie Gordon's fly ball, yes, does go. So it's back-to-back solo home runs. And that's 4 home runs now for the Wallace side.
Yeah, if you look at you're trying to average 2.5 to 3 runs. So my Pac-10 math still tells us they're not doing that right now. So.
Now Jeff McGavin slaps a base hit through the left side, and
that's the beauty of Shooter too. Is as we've seen with his glove, it's so steady, it's so good. But he also doesn't need the home run to play the game. He throws it around the yard. He'll hit 15, 20 home runs on the year, and they always seem to be big and clutch. But his job is to throw it around the yard, line to line, and.
Now with the Shooter nickname, you guys have to use a lot of Happy Gilmore quotes around him.
It does, and it came, and I believe it goes back that he actually had that long before that. I think that's a Central Michigan tag that we'd have to ask him about, but I believe he had carried the nickname Shooter before the movie came out, and then obviously after that came out, and then he was dubbed with it for life. You were never getting away from it.
Very, very interesting. Maybe the original
that could be
the Shooter nickname.
He should be searching for a trademark on that, regretting he didn't.
Who knows? And then we might be talking about a different charismatic golfer.
That's right.
Happy Gilmore, one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's a great movie.
Whenever it's on ABC Family or whatever channel, I'm always watching it. As there's another base hit through the left side. Nick Sansoni gets that one, and there's 2 on with 1 out here for Wallace. Trying to score a couple runs here on the ground now after hitting the home run.
It'll be interesting because both of that lineup I think is set right now to let Dale Rowe free swing. Dale's been a great power hitter for many years now. Obviously, right now this park is not playing real friendly to lefties, as we can see that breeze blowing out there with all 3 flags. So it'll be interesting to see what Dale does if he tries to go backside here or tries it to get up out of here in this wind.
Takes a big swing and hits a line drive into right. Headed around and scoring for Wallace.
And Biscuit, as we call Jeff Grouse, your favorite local Detroit police officer here, he will not try to get up out of here. We call him Biscuit because he likes to sling it around. He throws biscuits and likes to throw it to right field, and he's not known for his power.
So it's 11-2 Wallace, and they certainly have a chance to add on to that here with 2 on and 1 out. Slow chopper to the right side, and the tag applied to Dale Rowe in the base path for the 2nd out of the inning. Does move the runner up to 3rd now, and it's 1st and 3rd with 2 outs.
Yeah, that's a case there too. Though you got to turn a double play on that. I mean, I understand what's going on there, especially with Flip Washington looming, and you're getting in kind of a danger spot for this is a guy that can get out in those trees right now or kill you into the right center gap. He can do just about anything. But it's a couple of defensive plays here I think the 22 team would like to have back in the first 3 innings, and we'll see how bad this one hurts.
Yeah, you certainly took the words right out of my mouth there with the tag double play, one of the easier double plays to turn because you don't have to have 3 guys involved in it. It's a simple tag and then a throw
to
first.
And even if you're afraid you don't have to rush yourself. Once he stops running, you can throw to first, and you're going to have him in a spot. So I mean, that you definitely. And now you're in a case where you're to record, and this could get real ugly real quick.
Yeah, bases loaded. Certainly a time where you're telling Brad Record to go up and swing for the fences here. With
Yeah, and Brad's
loaded
Brad's a
situation.
smart guy, and he has a tremendous amount of power, but he's just a pure hitter as well. So this is where it can get, they can get right back on their home run count. He hits a double or something here into the gap, and all of a sudden those solos don't seem so bad because you've picked up 3 or 4 runs without the use of the home run.
And now 22 below, in danger of walking in a run.
Yeah. And I think he just did.
And there it is.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
He just cleared the plate. From where we're sitting, that looked like it caught the corner of the plate, but that's why he wears the blue uniform, I guess.
But that one did miss inside, and
Brad's going to tell you the ball never lies. He thought the one before was a ball, and he was convinced that one's a ball. So, yeah, now you really got yourself in a spot because you're now helping them back on their home run count. You've kind of erased one of those solos with that walk there, and now you're right back to Brian Littman, who's already hit one out of here.
Nick Sansoni crosses the plate there on the RBI walk. And now this one is cranked out to left center field, and that's a grand slam. A grand slam home run for Team Wallace, and there you go, right back on schedule. That's exactly what you want to do right there.
Yeah, those solos are all forgotten about right now.
Batting for Team Wallace, the catcher number 16, Vince Bisbee.
So that brings in Vince Bisbee, the catcher. Base is now clear, and it's a 15-2 ball game. And Bisbee swings and hits one high and deep out to left, but this one's going to go foul. Looked like that one probably would have stayed into the park anyway.
Yeah. And we do play a run rule here too, as well. Obviously, we're this week we'll be playing 20 runs after 4 and 15 after 5. So that's one of the things that'll start lurking here on these guys as well. And they need to get this third out and come in and hang a couple runs up themselves, or all of a sudden that run rule is going to be hanging over their head real quick.
Yeah, absolutely. With a 13-run deficit here, yes, Wallace just a couple big swings away from really breaking this one open. As Bisbee lines a single into left, and the rally continues.
This looks like the Seattle Mariners-Boston Red Sox game from Saturday.
A lot of runs scored in that one, absolutely. And they're doing all of this with 2 outs as well, which is even more impressive.
Well, that's where we go back and look where that double play should have happened. We have 5 runs have come in since that double play that should have been turned. And if you ask them, they'll tell you they should have turned it. So those are the little mistakes right now when you're playing this caliber of teams that.
As a ground ball to second base is going to get 22 below finally out of the inning. But it's 15-2 Wallace Landscaping with a sizable lead through 2.5 innings, excuse me. Check that. Come back and see if 22 below can get back into this one and score some runs to avoid the mercy rule. Welcome back to Dow Diamond, 22 below. Now taking to the bats to see if they can cut into a very large deficit. First batter is number 26. That is Steve Moore. Hits a ground ball up the middle. Nice defensive play there, and 1 out. Not the way you want to start if you're team 22 below.
No. No, that's what I said. They got to come back right now, and just they're not in a panic mode yet, but just get 3 or 4 here. Just they're the home team still. They still have the hammer. So, but get 3 or 4 here where that run rule is not hanging right over your head, and see what can happen. But
so now you got Jermaine Brock, a left-hander, into the batter's box. Swings at the second offering, pops it up into shallow center field, and Washington there to make the play for the second out of the inning. Brock, where's that 0-0? You got to have some. You got to be gregarious to have that number on your back.
Yeah.
Always interesting to hear guys' stories about why they pick certain numbers, and 0-0 certainly very unique. Not very many of them even in professional sports.
No, very rare
right now. But obviously on these local teams, when the numbers get up there and you get enough guys.
Yep. And sometimes you see a lot of these guys will carry it over from their high school or college, teams of what they. You see a lot of guys that are tied to that's the number they've had forever, and the nice thing about softball is we've had a lot of second, third, fourth generation guys. So you've had a family number where that's been the number for the whole family. And
absolutely, yes. So that was the leadoff hitter Cole Kennedy there, who gets the 2-out walk. He's down on first base with 2 outs. Jeff Filkins swings and hits a fly ball out to left field. This one's way back and just short of the flagpoles onto the grass in deep left. And that's a 2-run homer for Filkins, and there you go. There's a couple runs.
And there's the couple they had to have.
Home run. That's now home run number 3, I believe. Or is it just 2? Either way, they are
I know we
well
have 2.
within their.
Our first inning where we didn't quite have all of our ducks rolled right up, but I think Pacino hit one as well. So I believe you're correct. I believe that was number 3. I think in fact now we've had all of their runs have come via the home run.
There we go. Now we've pieced it together.
We have solved the problem.
Jeremy Bloor, the base hit up the middle, continues the inning for the aforementioned Austin Piccittino, who swings, and it's a high fly ball, light tower fly ball into deep center field. Philip Washington with plenty of range out there.
That's bad course management. That's you can't go 400 foot there without when you got the wind blowing out to left field. It's a lot easier to go 332 than 430.
The wind does play some tricks here. It sometimes is out to right, sometimes is out to left. It can flutter a little bit. There's not really, how you have some ballparks where if the wind blows out, it's always out in one direction.
Yeah, I
Seems
noticed.
like here it's kind of
The guys that told me from the USA team, I missed last year was a previous engagement, and so they had told me last year it was dead to right field. So that when they were talking about it this week, all the lefties were talking about it was a great hitter's park, and then we got here today and we showed up and it was dead out to left field. So I said, well, that's nice. Like we've always said, the wind should blow out to left field. The righties the left-handed hitters already have the cleanest batter's box. They have all the advantages. They're closer to first base. They've got enough advantages. We should at least get the wind.
Exactly. You think about in all levels of baseball, the sheer small number of left-handed hitters, and you get into the third and fourth inning of some games, and those guys are still trying to rub out the chalk on the back line because there's only a couple guys that use it, whereas in the right-handed batter's box, the chalk's rubbed out
you're hitting out of
by the end of the first inning.
Yeah, you're hitting out of a hole that some guy had to dig because he thinks that's where his foot has to be. And
as we resume play here, Wallace Landscaping, 15-4 lead over Team 22 below. Jamie Gordon, the batter here, and he works a walk. Another walk given up by Steve Moore, the pitcher for 22 below. leadoff base runner for Team Wallace. So now back to good old Shooter McGavin.
Doing what
Jeff.
we talked about right there. You know, last time it was in the 5-6 hole, so they slid him that way, so he throws it in the 3-4 hole.
See a lot of do teams shift
Yeah,
fairly often?
Yeah, when
in
you're
this form of softball?
yeah when you're on traditional when you're on a normal events that are going on, the circuit events that are going on. Yeah, you see teams, especially the top 15, 16 teams. You know each other so well. You'll try to take something away. A lot of guys, it's a slow pitch, it's underhanded. Can I say, well, go hit off one of the top pitchers. Really go down and look at that knuckleball. Really go look, and you'll realize that it's not trying to say it's like hitting off of Roger Clemens, but it's still, there's a skill set to it, and the top pitchers are the top pitchers for a reason.
There's a great play made on the right side of the infield there for Team 22 below. Nice leaping snag on a line drive,
and you can even see that there where they stacked that side against Michael Ortiz, the lefty, and pulled it. And now here's Nick Sanson, who has a little bit more of a backside swing. And if you see the middle infielder, how he's cheating more towards the middle than what you just saw on Michael Ortiz.
Sansoni trying to go to right field there, took that big.
Yeah, that's not his normal swing. I mean, Nick has some power, but like what we saw earlier, his last at bat where he went right by the third baseman. He's a very prototypical base hitter, an outstanding defensive outfielder, and a very, very good high on base guy that throws it around the yard. And they're when you play limited home runs, that's one of the evolutions of this game from 20 years ago or 25 years ago, where everything was open home runs and you walked in and it looked like an NFL team that was out there playing. When we went to playing in bigger stadiums and we went to home run limits, you had the type of athlete that got recruited. It changed. You saw many more baseball players coming in. That might just bloop right out there in no man's land.
A little bleeder that's going to drop in, and this is going to score a run for Team Wallace. RBI base knock, and again,
it goes back to what was unfair. Michael Ortiz
exactly
hits a monster line drive, it snapped for an out, and Nick swings and darn near misses, and it falls for a base hit.
As a result of the defensive alignment for Team 22 below, they realize the power that these guys have. So you see the outfielders playing well back. So there's a lot of green grass out in front.
So it looks like what we're going to do, this is a case where it looks like Leaf Nemo is going to come in and pinch hit. And I think this is a case where, the Wind is making kind of this decision for their coaching staff, where you have, Dale Rowe, who's a long-time power hitter, but a left-handed power hitter. And the way this park's playing, I think right now they're going for a big inning right now. And Leaf's going to take one swing and one swing only. It looks like he got it.
And yes, it just creeps over. If it would have been about a foot to the left where that indent of the wall pops up a little bit, it might have just not been enough, but it's over the yellow line, and it's a 3-run home run for the pinch hitter Leaf Nemo. And just like that, it's 18-4, and that run rule is borderline.
Yeah, it's right. We're right back in there, and so
coming into play.
That's a great coaching decision right now. Let's go out and play the wind. It's course management and play it right there. It's probably a move they wouldn't make if it was a neutral wind situation, because Dale's just such a polished hitter. But I'm sure Dale even agreed with that decision there. Let's run the big right-handed batter up there and let him play the wind.
So Jeff Grouse comes up with the bases clear. Swings at the first pitch, another line drive, and it's into the glove of the shortstop for the second out.
The center fielder, number 27, Philip Washington.
So 2 outs, and back to the top of the Team Wallace order for Philip Washington. 19-4 Wallace, so as Washington lines a base hit into left center field, he's hustling out of the batter's box, and he's going to make it all the way into second base. You could see it right away that he was thinking 2 right out of the box.
Yeah, and that's why you can see why everybody in the whole country is so high on him. That that's an example right there. And he's really had a coming out party this year. He had a great year last year. He played with the Team Classic Glass out of the West Coast. He got picked up by Team Combat this year, moved to the major level, and has proven why he belongs there. And I think he's going to be there for a long time. I think Flip's 30 years old. I'd be shocked if he's not either on the Futures team next year or on the USA national team. He's just that caliber of player. And as you got to meet him today, like we talked earlier, like it's nice to see a nice young man on top of it, not just an outstanding ball player, but a guy you want to be around. And the guys on his team that I've spoke with this whole season have said just what a pleasure he is to have on their roster and have in their dugout.
Absolutely. I to talk about that meeting earlier today, I walked up to some of the Wallace players to try and snag some pronunciations for some of these guys that we're seeing for the first time today. You're obviously a seasoned veteran when it comes to this Wallace team. I, on the other hand, am far from that, as a base hit through the left side for Brad Record is going to score another run. And it's 20-4. The Wallace team has hit the 20 spot. But back to Philip Washington for a moment. He pointed to his first name and he asked me to pronounce it. And I, not realizing that there was that extra I at the beginning, said Flip. And, of course, that's what a lot of people know him as. That's a nickname that he's been given.
Yeah. Well, it's common. In fact, I didn't know that when I first saw him play with the Classic team. I just thought everybody called him Flip, and you see, how it was the first time I've ever seen someone spell Philip with an F. And he finally told me, he goes, my real name's Philip, and I looked at it, and go, I guess there is a double I in there, isn't there?
Exactly. You look at some of these names, and you sit there and you say, well, this is what you initially see, and seeing it for the first time, and I immediately recanted and apologized, and he said, no, don't worry, it's my nickname. That's what everybody calls me anyway. So I felt less of a blunder, because obviously as a broadcaster, you feel terrible anytime you mispronounce a name, even if the pronunciation is not given to you, you feel terrible if you're not pronouncing it right, and you try your best to correct the error immediately.
And these are tough. Like I said, I've had the privilege of doing a lot of these broadcasts now. It's tough when you roll in for you guys who are much more seasoned, play-by-play guys that are used to doing, here's the lineup, here's the media guide. You've obviously got, and then we roll in and say, oh, by the way, there's going to be, 8 different teams here. They're going to play every hour and a half. You're going to get the lineup 5 minutes before. Go. It's definitely a little different process.
Absolutely it is, but it's certainly a very nice change of pace for all of us here with the Loons who are used to watching traditional conventional baseball for 9 months out of the year.
Yeah, it's we do a lot of stuff, and the big lefty's going to try it.
And this one is just going to go foul.
Yeah.
And did not have home run distance.
No, and he has great pop. Been around a long time, and I think he just wanted to go find out right there with the wind, and just found out how hard that wind is blowing across right now. It's interesting. Later this week we'll have the Long Haul Bombers, finishing up their tour here. The finals will be here, so those guys get to go hit, and I've had the privilege of being with them for a long time, in all the major league stadiums, and it's amazing, even at that level where the guys will come out and the major league shooter going for. That's why Shooter McGavin.
That's a very nice play there by McGavin there. Over the shoulder, back against the infield. They say the toughest play for either an infielder or an outfielder to make is a ball that's hit directly over or to one side of their head. And that was a very nice play there from the shortstop position.
41-year-old Shooter McGavin, but yeah. Wow. You've seen these. We go into the major league stadiums and do the power tour, which we'll have the finals here this week. And it's amazing how many of the major league players will come out and they know they're there, or they've happened to see the event. It was at their home park, and they happen to be they're the visiting team when it comes to the next part, that they come out and watch that and enjoy it, and they're amazed by how far these softballs will go in those situations. It's a really neat thing, and we had some great times. I'm a Seattle guy, and they love it up in the Safeco Field. And Vladimir Guerrero, when he was with the Angels, happened to be there a couple times over the years when we hit there, and the Long Haul Bombers hit there, and he would come out and just love every single minute of it.
There's a ground ball that eats up the second baseman, Jeff Payton, and goes into right field. Going first to third there on the error. And now a threat brewing for Team 22 below here with one out. Yes, the home run show tomorrow night is certainly something I'm very much looking forward to.
Yeah,
I have never gotten to witness one of them before, and
yeah, it's impressive, and like I say, especially when you're in, this is a beautiful ballpark. But when you get that triple deck, you're getting those three deck. They always say the 3-deck stadiums show up, and you're
Yes.
seeing balls, leaving the state, completely leaving the stadiums, or going into the river, or at a few years ago, Johnny McCraw hit one. They had the All-Star game in San Francisco, and they had the big Coke bottle on the bronze glove out there. They had you hit it, it was $1 million, and nobody did. And his first pitch, he flew the whole thing, and just you saw those guys there. It's an amazing show that they put on. It really is. It'll be neat for the folks here in this park to see. It's a great backdrop. You've got some real good backdrop here to really realize how far some of these are going to go. So it'll be a neat thing, I think, for the fans here, and for you, obviously, it sounds like to see it too. So I'm looking forward to it as well.
I've watched the Major League Home Run Derby on television. I love watching the Major League Home Run Derby because at that point there's not really much else on in the sporting calendar because when you talk about the middle of baseball season and things shutting down because baseball is the only thing that is really going on, and those are fun to watch and fun shows for all, as a line drive is caught out in left field.
Well, that used to be a great trivia question. Now it's 3. It used to be what was the only day of the year, the only 2 days of the year that there was not a professional sport scheduled in the U.S. And everybody used to kind of, they would throw out a holiday or something. It used to always be the day before the All-Star game and the day after was the only 2, because the NBA is dark, the NHL is dark, NFL is dark. Now it's 3 days because they've given them the extra travel day. But yeah, and they've turned it in obviously into a 3-day. It's a very nice swing backside there.
A line drive into right, and this is going to score another run for Team 22 below, and it's now 20-6. Wallace come back, maybe not all the way back, but at least again the
run
rule.
Yeah, the run rule's off right now. So I mean, obviously they're going to force Wallace to score to put him back, and that's all they can do. That's the nice thing about that is you keep chipping away here, right? That's all you can do is just chip and see what happens.
And they will be able to play spoiler in the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah.
They will have one last chance should Team Wallace score multiple runs in their top half.
We've seen many times where you're up 15 going into an inning and you're down 10 in this game too. Obviously it's an offensive game, and stuff like that. That's a
seeing eye ground ball right there.
That's a play that's got to be made, and that's one of the things. They put Leaf in to take a big swing, and Leaf is a good defensive player. But Dale Rose started over there, and Dale was a Gold Glove caliber third baseman for many years. That's converted over to a first baseman later in his career, and that's probably a play Dale would make, and that's a play Leaf normally makes. But obviously, Leaf came in and contributed a 3-run home run. So right now the trade-off's still looking pretty good. But he's hoping for another ball to be hit at him right now and get him out of this inning.
Cole Kennedy, now the batter, the leadoff man for Team 22 below as we go through the order once again. 20-7 now the score in favor of Team Wallace. And Kennedy swings, hits a high fly ball, left center field. Has a chance, but it's going to be caught on the warning track, and that's the end of the inning. So a 3-run rally for Team 22 below. They're down 13. Headed to the 5th inning. We'll see if the mercy rule comes into play. But to go back to the home run derby show slated for tomorrow night, from what I heard from multiple Loons employees before this game is that the street that runs parallel to the left field wall down here, Buttle Street, the street that you come in on to get to the ballpark, that is apparently going to be shut down.
Yeah, it'll definitely
in advance of the home run derby.
Yeah, and we've already saw the ball Brian Littman had earlier in a game condition. Got out of here onto that, and that's probably the right decision to be made. Obviously we don't want to cause an accident with 20 balls rolling around out there in traffic, and we've seen that before. I don't know. We'd played a few years back up in South Bend, Indiana, at Comiskey Park, which they built that wonderful ballpark there, and it was the year it was opening, and we showed up there and had a home run derby on the Friday night before a world tournament there, and we were there for a nice dinner, and they believe it was the Diamondbacks. It was going to be their minor league affiliate at the time. I don't know if they still are, but it was. So they talked about it, and the gentleman that was running the park was Gorgeous Park. They actually was going to be the first year that they'd reopened it. And I said, interesting. How far is that road out there? And he goes, well, I've only seen one baseball get there. And so we had a lunch in there, and we drove out and we left. And I said, they're crazy. This is literally, we're going to pummel this street. And across the street in left field, as we pulled around just to kind of look, there was a car dealership there.
Oh, boy.
And so we actually went to him before the home run contest and said, I would move that front row of, there's white vans, I'll never forget it. There was a Chevy dealership. I said, I would move those, and I'm a little concerned about traffic out there in right field. Oh, we've had a bunch of stuff here. We've seen a couple balls come close. And after about the sixth straight ball hit the front windshield of a van over there, then the first lefty came out, and you could hear people breaking and screeching. You could just see people scurrying in the park going, what have we gotten ourselves into? And then on the left-hand corner, there's this beautiful church that's there. And,
oh, boy.
And all of a sudden, they come out screaming at us, and it's a historical church that has some affiliation to Notre Dame there, and they were scared to death what was going to happen with all the stained glass and stuff on it. So there was all kinds of contingency plans put into place.
Looks like we have a pinch hitter up there, Bobby McGee, I believe, number 7, the left-hander who hits one back to the pitcher, and a nice play made by Steve Moore. Yes, that minor league franchise in South Bend that you mentioned, the South Bend Cubs, who are part of the Midwest League, the same league that the Loons are a part of.
Are they still with the Diamondbacks, or are they with the Cubs now?
The Cubs are they are now a Cubs affiliate.
Okay.
They were a Diamondbacks affiliate for the first 5 years of their existence, and then the last couple they have been a Cubs affiliate because the Cubs actually bought that franchise and they actually own the Midwest League affiliate down in South Bend.
It was a beautiful park. It was actually the first year they were, so it would have been the first of their 5-year run.
Very, very nice facility.
Yeah. That was the first and only time we played major softball there. They did not enjoy it as much as they thought they were going to enjoy it.
As Brian Larson hits one into the left center field gap, a sliding stop made in center field, but it's not going to prevent the run from scoring. As trotting home for Team Wallace,
Mr. Payton.
Yes. So it's 22-7. The lead is now 15.
Yeah, so they forced their hands. No matter what happens here, 22 below is going to have to score at least one run, and so obviously shooters hoping to make it, they need to score more than one here. And I got a feeling he's looking at that right center gap right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of green out there.
Yeah, he was looking at it. He just got a little bit quick. You saw he shuffled his feet. And
you can definitely tell when someone's trying to hit it the other way, especially with these swings, because you can take those. You can take a couple of running steps towards the baseball.
And Jeff will walk in the box. You'll see a lot of the real polished singles. Doubles hitters will definitely take a walk in the park, especially with ASA, which obviously we're playing here, which is a little higher arc than some of the other associations, and so you'll definitely see a little more walking in the box here than you will in some other cases.
Line drive under the glove of the shortstop and into left, scoring another run. Trotting home, and now it's 23-7.
That's another young Michael Ortiz there who hit that single. That's another young man who broke on. He's playing with the Smash It team on the circuit, all year long. I think he's another young man that'll probably end up either on the futures team or somewhere in the real near future. Multi-tool guy, can play a lot of different positions.
And there's another line drive base hit. This time it's Nick Sansoni hitting it. And that's going to bring home another run. The merry-go-round continues. 24-7 Wallace.
Takes Sansone to a nice round 4-for-4 day so far.
Not a bad day at the office at all.
Worth the trip from Vegas if you can keep that going. Brings us Leaf Nemo, who his one plate appearance was a pinch hit 3-run home run. He's looking to see if he can have his second 3-run home run of the day.
I was going to say that would be a very, very good result here.
Yeah, if it gets up, he's going to have it.
And there it is. What a day for Leaf Nemo. He did make the gaff on the right side of the infield.
They have forgiven him.
As we talked about, the trade-off was still okay, even with the 1 3-run homer. Now the trade-off is more than okay.
Yeah, in fact, they'll tell him, hey, you give me 2 3-run home runs for every 1 ball. We'll keep you in the lineup all weekend.
So that's 26-7 now. It opens this game up a little bit. Another fly ball into left center field. This one's going to stay in the yard and be caught out there in left center for the second out of the inning.
And that's why Biscuit's a pitcher. We allow pitchers to do that because you'll stand out there 50 feet away and have these balls hit back at you. And he's been a great pitcher for a long time, but he argues with me that he's a good hitter all the time, and then I show him the stats, and he tells me stats lie.
And then you look back at him and say numbers never lie.
Never lie.
Right?
Yeah.
It's Philip Washington back up to the plate. 6 home runs now for Team Wallace. And this is going to be number 7. As Washington nearly hits the flagpole. This one goes over the fence, the back fence, and out of Dow Diamond completely for a solo shot.
Yeah, that's okay. That's a solo there. It's okay. Obviously, they're adding on right now. They're plus 20. They're just looking to put them away. Or every run they score here,
exactly.
They'll take them all. I got a feeling that Rec may even try to get one right up out of here too. Yes, he tried.
And he may have succeeded. We'll see if this one has
Just a
enough.
little
It
short.
does not. Even with the wind blowing out, not enough. So a 20-run lead for Team Wallace. So now that means 6 runs need to be scored here for Team 22 below to keep it going.
Yeah, and that's why we saw Flip there go for that run. Every run right now, and the same thing why we saw Brad Record go out there. It's a strategy comes out at that point in time. They've done their job. They've averaged it. They're going to go out here and play for 3 outs and move on. But it's no matter what, you can see the 22 team definitely is going to be here to compete all week. And hey, I've seen stranger things than this happen. I've gone into this spot right here up 20 and laughing and giggling. The next thing you know, you're chasing 3 or 4 and you're wondering what happened. So it's not over in this game. It's not. That's one of the big difference between baseball here. 27-7, you would expect no matter what happens, you hold it, right? But it definitely can change. But the one thing I've seen from this young team right now is there's probably 8 to 10 runs they've given them, with a couple of defensive plays, and that's the things that are going to bite you playing this caliber of ball right now.
You talk about the level of competition ratcheting up a notch this weekend with the teams that are here, and the experience factor that these guys get.
Yep.
Yes, the fact that even if they do fall short here and fall short the rest of the weekend, they know they know that extra step that they have to take in order to take that game up to the next level and compete.
Right.
With guys of this caliber.
Yeah, and like I said, that this Wallace team, everybody talking about, hey, they're here, they're kind of they're here to bracket fill, but this is a long ways away. This is a outstanding team with a lot of national championships on it, and some young guys that are looking to go to the next level. And you've got guys like Brad Record and Shooter McGavin, national team members, former guys that are anchors, and this is a team that wouldn't surprise me to see them scare either one of the 2 national teams, the Canadian national team or the USA team, or either one of the futures team. If you told me, is there a chance for them to win, 1 or 2 of those games? I think they are. They've obviously proven that by putting 28 runs up in 5 at bats and the power they have. And you've got a guy like Leaf Nemo who starts on the bench and comes off and gives you 2 3-run home runs. It tells you, there's a little depth over there as well.
Jeremy Bloor standing in with a runner at first and nobody out. See if Team 22 below can mount a rally to keep this game going. 28-7. And there's a fly ball into left field. This one's going to go.
There's 2 back.
And there's a nice catch made by one of the fans out there to save that ball from going all the way out of Dow Diamond.
Now, how many balls do you see in a season here? Obviously, you're the play-by-play for the Looms. How many do you see go all the way out of here?
There's been a couple so far throughout the home stretch of games. There's certainly not nearly the number we've seen here just in the first few innings of this weekend. We have a couple power-hitting left-handers that can that can give it a ride, and a couple we've seen a couple balls that have gone over the fence, especially down the right field line with some of our lefty power hitters. But other than that, I mean, obviously in BP you see some
Sure.
guys who really swing out of their shoes in BP and hit it. But in a game situation, no, I there's one or two that I can absolutely confirm have gone out of here. A nice play made at first base for the second out of the inning, and now
There's Leaf Nemo coming back saying, okay, now I'm giving you 2 3-run home runs, and now I'm playing first base for you. So
and a slick defensive
Good
play
play.
over there at first. Yeah, very nice job to field his position there, and now team 22 below down to their final out. 28-9. They need at least 4 more runs, 5 more runs to get back into this ball game, but that will not be the case as the fly ball out there, and that is the end of game number 1 here on Monday afternoon. 28-9, Team Wallace Landscaping. A landslide victory here to start the week, and when you look at these two teams on paper before the game, that is pretty much what you thought would happen.
yeah, I think so. I mean, like I said, the 22 team, I think there's some good young talent there. Like I said, we saw that their left fielder, I think, has got a real big future, and there's some veterans. But the Wallace team most definitely is carrying some talent there. Too much experience, I think, right now. And I think they're going to be the most interesting team to watch through this tournament to see
And welcome back to Dow Diamond in the heart of the state of Michigan for more softball action here from Border Battle, the 7th edition. Matt Carney joined by a new member to our broadcast booth here for the second game. He goes by the nickname of DW in the softball world. Why don't you introduce yourself?
All right, DWSoftballCenter.com. Live here at the Border Battle. Wallace Landscaping in the green and Canada Selects in the white and red.
Our first look at Team Canada, and Philip Washington greets them with a solo home run to start the ball game for Team Washington. We talked about Washington in the first broadcast. We saw him hit a couple of long shots as well as make some great defensive plays in the field. He's one of the guys on this Wallace team to watch out for.
Definitely a 5-tool player. He's got the arm in center field. Probably a future Team USA player, Philip Washington. Plays with Team Combat on the circuit.
So now we get ready here for the second batter to step in, and it's Brad Reckert, middle infielder for Team Wallace.
Reckert plays with Team Albacoco during the regular season.
And he hits a line drive through the hole on the right side, and that's a base hit, and the first two hitters have reached for Wallace, picking up right where they left off after the first game. They defeated Team 22 below in Game 1 here at the Border Battle, now playing their second game in a row. First pitch swinging is Lipman. That's number 10, Brian Lipman there, who pops up. Nice play made by the catcher, number 59. That's Dave Goulet making that play for Team Canada. First out recorded by the Canadian team, and we have a local team here in Team Wallace, and then the Canadian Select team. Team Wallace getting their first taste of national competition here. There's a line drive base hit for
Vince Bisbee.
Bisbee, yes, number 16. Catching today, and Bisbee had another good day in the first game, and picking up right where he left off here in the second game. Second and third now for Team Wallace. First pitch swinging line drive is bobbled and then caught at third base by Oliver Moreau for Team Canada. And that was Jeff Payton who made that line drive out, and now Leaf Nemo, who had 2 3-run home runs in the first game.
Nemo pinch hit there in that first game, had the big 3-run homer, and then he added 3 more later on. So he's on it. The right-handers have that wind blowing out straight out to left field.
We mentioned that in the first broadcast as well. Yeah, the wind here at Dow Diamond sometimes is out to left, sometimes out to right. It just depends on the day. So there's a ground ball deep in the hole at shortstop. Nice play made by Ryan Yakura to get the out over at first. Team Wallace puts a run on the board on the solo home run by Philip Washington, and they lead 1-0 through a half inning of play here at Dow Diamond. And welcome back here to Dow Diamond. Bottom of the first inning between Team Canada and the team from Wallace Landscaping here in Midland, Michigan. Kevin Bruder is the first hitter for the Canadian Select team here from the right side. First pitch to him, he takes a running start at it and lines it into left. Leadoff hit for Team Canada.
Just did get that in front of Ortiz out there and left. Looked like Ortiz wanted to dive for it, but then he pulled up at the last second. You think with the leadoff batter, knowing the home run situation, the ball is flying today, you might take a chance and dive for that one, try to get an out. If you miss, you're probably just giving up one base.
Yeah, the classic trade-off, and obviously in a game like this, yes, giving up a double is not the end of the world. As this little bleeder out into right field, and there's a diving catch made by Samsoni out there in right.
Nick Sanzone out of Las Vegas, Nevada. And he went for it instead of letting it fall in, and they get a big out.
Brett Folsey, the man who made the out for Team Canada there. So now Oliver Moreau is the batter here with one out and a runner at first. First pitch swinging. Hard hit ball back up the middle. And Bruder's going to go first to third and make it easily into third base with one out.
They're not taking any pitches. First pitch swinging, first three batters.
Yeah, the Canadian team obviously had the chance to watch this Wallace pitcher,
Jeff Grouse,
in the first game, so they were able to kind of take some mental notes and observe, and that might be the reasoning behind this early strategy. Is now we see the cleanup hitter Robert Godin finally take a pitch and then fly ball out to right field, and that's going to score the tying run for Team Canada as Bruder crosses. It's a sacrifice fly for Robert Godin.
You'll notice some of the Canadian players have a high leg kick compared to the American players, just the way they learned how to hit.
Dave Goulet, the batter. It's bobbled at shortstop there on the ground ball, but it's enough time to flip to second base for the out. And that's the inning. But Team Canada gets on the board. They tie it up 1-1 here from Dow Diamond. 1-1 between Team Wallace and the Canadian Selects here in Border Battle softball action. Come back with us for inning number 2 here on YouTube Live. So we welcome you back here for the top of the second inning. Softball action between Team Wallace Landscaping and the Canadian Select team. And leading off the second inning for Team Wallace is none other than Jeff Shooter McGavin.
Shooter had a good first game, made a nice play defensively with a sliding stop of a grounder. Probably one of the highlights. He hits it deep.
That one has a chance, but it's foul.
McGavin not known for his power. He hit that one pretty good.
Just turned on it a bit too much down that left field line.
332 down the line, 375 to the gap, 400 to center field. Minor
Lazy
league,
fly ball into right, and there's one out.
minor league baseball stadium. Home of the Loons.
The Great Lakes Loons, yes.
How'd they do this year?
They are in the playoffs as of now. Loons still with about a month and change left to go on their regular season schedule. Low A affiliate of the Los Angeles Dodgers. They do play a full 140-game season, as this one is skied into left.
It's Mike Ortiz flying out the left.
And that's the second out of the inning, but the Loons were able to win the wild card in the first half, so by virtue of finishing second in the Midwest League East, they are in the playoffs and will await that fate here at the end of September once the regular season schedule finishes up. But yes, low single A affiliate, and we are certainly very proud of the single A facility we have here in Midland, as this one is skied into left field.
It's 3 quick outs, 3 fly ball outs.
On 3
10 inning.
pitches, I believe.
I believe, yep.
So another quick inning, and Team Canada puts a 0 up on the scoreboard here in the top of the second. So they now have a chance to put themselves in the driver's seat and take an early lead if they're able to scratch across a run here in the bottom of the inning. And this is a very, very packed weekend, a lot of fun upcoming. If you haven't made it out to Dow Diamond, we certainly encourage you to come out and check out some of the action here, and just a great blend of local talent here from the middle of the state of Michigan, as well as the national allure of Team USA and Team Canada combining into this border battle here this weekend.
Yeah, the big game's coming up tonight. Team USA, the Long Haul Bombers Home Run Derby Finals, or well, I guess one of their tour stops on Tuesday night. And then, of course, Wednesday night, the big game, is the actual border battle between Team Canada and Team USA. There's a couple, about 150 fans I counted down there, and it's growing. You know, people are working today, so I'm sure it'll build up as the day goes.
Yeah, people hopefully getting off work here in the next hour and change. As there's a long fly ball into left. This is way back and off the base of the wall down the left field line. It's a double for Sean Tilburg.
Tilburg showing the first real power there by Canada.
So the Canadians in a good position here to try and take the lead. The left fielder Tilburg at the plate. He hits a line drive just out of the reach of a diving Ortiz, and it goes to the wall in left field. This will easily score the run, and ending up on third is Tilburg.
So I think Tilburg doubled Bellefontaine.
You are correct, yes.
I'm pronouncing that right. People in Canada will probably be upset at our pronunciations. What do you think?
I did go down and talk to a couple of the coaches, so they were schooling me on the pronunciations. I had the conversation with Don Cooper in the previous game about my mispronunciation of Philip Washington's first name.
Right, Philip spelled a little differently.
I originally said Flip.
Flip, well, that's what they call him. That's what they call him.
Exactly, and he and I had a very nice exchange, because I went down to their dugout to ask for pronunciations, and then he corrected me after I initially got it wrong, and he told me that it was his nickname. And just a very nice young man, and a very very easy guy to talk to was Washington, who just made that catch in right center field.
He went a long way for that catch. It's going to be a sacrifice fly by Towns. Bring up Logan Clote. Logan Clote.
Pitching today for Team Canada. Swings at the 1-2 offering and bounces it right to third. Making the play there is Lipman over to first for the second out of the inning.
He swung at an inside pitch there, and I think their pitch selection hasn't been real impressive here in the early going.
So that brings in Ryan Yakura with 2 outs. Team Canada leads it 3-1. Takes inside. Everybody starts with a 1-1 count here. Swings and laces it to second base. Nice sliding stop, but the throw is not going to be in time.
It's Jeff Payton over there made a nice stop. The bases, I did find out, are 70 feet. That's normal softball distance, but normally when we play on a baseball-sized field, they'll move them back another 5 feet. But they didn't here today, so when you make a diving play, you don't have much time to get up and throw the player out.
Yeah, that's part of this sport, part of this game is the quick reaction time that you have to have playing on the infield at all levels of softball. You see it in the women's college game all the time with how short the base paths are.
Right.
And how quick a lot of these hitters are out of the batter's box. There's a line drive, fly ball, into deep right field, sending
Sanzone back to right.
And he cannot make the sliding catch up against the wall. This is going to score a run for Team Canada.
That was a great effort by Sanzone and right. He went a long way, slid right into the wall. Just couldn't quite come up with it at about the 330 mark down there.
We have not seen a ball go out of here to right field yet with the wind blowing out to left today. That one was probably the closest we've seen to doing it. We go back to the top of the Canadian order. Kevin Bruder, the batter. Takes the first one outside for ball 1.
Canada selects with a 4-1 lead. Does the score appear on our broadcast?
That's a very, very good question.
If not, we can give it more often. We'll have to find out.
We will certainly be updating regardless, as this one is skied out to shallow right, and that time Nick Sansone able to camp underneath it and make the catch. But a 3-run inning for Team Canada, and the Canadian Select team leads through 2 innings 4-1 over Team Wallace here from Dow Diamond. Back here at Dow Diamond, top of the 3rd inning between Team Wallace and the Canadian Selects team. Canada with a 4-1 lead.
Dale Rowe, the batter.
Rowe, the 10th hitter in the lineup for Team Canada. For Team Wallace, It'll be Rowe, the pitcher, Jeff Grouse. And then we'll go back to the top of the order, as this was a sharp ground ball through the left side and into the bullpen down the left field line, as Rowe is on with a leadoff double.
Rowe, the lefty, with a nice piece of hitting right there. Probably saw that the third baseman was off the line and decided to take a shot at it. Jeff Grouse, the pitcher, up.
It's very interesting to watch these guys kind of decide midway as the pitch is coming in whether they're going to go the opposite way or deliberately change their swing, because obviously in slow pitch, with the pitch coming in a lot slower than a traditional baseball pitch or anything like that, you have a lot more time to react.
Right. They can actually, some of them will actually move their feet on certain pitches. Try to hit it the opposite field. 10-foot arc maximum here in ASA. And Grouse hit that one good in the gap.
It's a line drive. It's only going to advance Rowe one base to third. So
Rowe not known for his speed. He's the catcher, and he had to wait to see if they're going to catch it there. And with no outs and the top of the lineup coming, he figured he'd just stop at third. Washington's going to get a free swing here. We call it free swing and then softball because he should be going for a home run with the runner on third, since they have 9 home runs left. And he is a power hitter. Oh, he's going to hit off the pitcher's leg. And he threw it away.
yeah, great hustle from Philip Washington there. He put some pressure on the pitcher, Clote, to fire that to first quickly. And because the ball went out of play, they're going to award both runners home plate. So that's 2 runs for Team Wallace. And just like that, it's a 4-3 ball game. And Wallace Landscaping right back in the thick of it here.
It's a big play there by the pitcher, Clote. He took it off the kneecaps, which they do wear shin guards, so he should be all right. But he didn't react well after the play and threw it away.
Yeah, it didn't seem to phase him when the ball went off of his shin there. So now Brad Reckerts.
You can see the catcher's shin guards that he has, or leg guards, kind of poking through his uniform. Reckard takes a walk.
So he's down to first. Washington at second. Still nobody out. Wallace Landscaping trails 4-3 here at the top of the third, but a chance to cut into that deficit right here. As Lipman swings at the first one, hits a deep fly ball to left field, and that is going to give Wallace the lead. A home run, 3-run shot for Brian Lipman, and it's 6-4 Wallace. The second home run of the game for Team Wallace here.
Lipman's known for his power. We saw that in the first game. He probably hit the furthest one of the game out there to left center by the light pole. And he got all that one there. 3-run shot.
Digby swings at the first pitch. Little bleeder out of the left center field, and wow, what a diving catch near the line by Tilburg there. What a play.
Tilburg with a full-out dive. Bisbee looked like he swung at a bad pitch, missed it, and he almost looked like he was going to get away with a hit. And Tilburg tracked it down, made a full-out dive for the first out.
You can put stars on that one if you're scoring at home. Here's a line drive the opposite way that's going to drop for a hit for Jeff Payton. Keeps the rally alive here with 1 out.
Payton 1 for 2 in the game. Brings up Leaf Nemo, who grounded out first time up.
First at bat for him all day that he has not hit a home run.
Nemo's been working on his game. He's out of Texas. He's sponsored a few teams over the years. Now he's becoming a real good hitter. He can actually swing from both sides of the plate equally well. That one's down the middle.
And he knew exactly what to do with it. This one is deep and over the wall. 2-run shot. Leaf Nemo. 3 of his 4 at-bats so far today have been home runs.
Nemo showing the power. I have to say that pitch there was right in the wheelhouse for a softball player.
6 runs in the inning for Team Wallace, and they've opened up a 7-4 advantage. And Jeff McGavin lines one back up the middle, and just like that, the rally continues.
Gavin 1 for 2 in the game. You can feel a little bit of a momentum shift here in the third inning for Wallace Landscaping. Momentum's a big part of softball. That's why you see managers call time and they go and talk to the defense just to kill the momentum. Probably see that here in a minute. Here's Ortiz.
Swings at it, lines it down the left field line, and just foul. Umpire down the left field line, had a perfect view of that ball.
Yep, we got the 5 umpires out there, so we got the outfield umpires just like you'd see at the World Series of baseball. Came in handy there.
Yeah, definitely a very uncommon occurrence here. Normally in the Midwest League, they work in 2 umpire crews. So you have a home plate umpire and a base umpire, and that's it.
Right, softball's the same until usually at the major level of softball on Sunday we have 4 umpires on the field, but during the regular bracket games on Saturdays we usually have 2. It's a base hit by Sanzone or Ortiz. Oh, that's Ortiz who fouled it off the first time.
Exactly.
Base
yes.
hit.
So now Sansone to the plate. 2 on, 1 out, 7-4. Wallace Landscaping with the lead here.
7 hits, an error, and a walk in the inning.
A big inning that only will continue to get bigger, or at least the trend right now, is there's a ground ball to shortstop. There's 1 out. They can't get the return throw to first for the double play. So there's 2 out in the inning. Runners at first and third. And Ortiz retired at second base there.
Yep. Dale Rowe, the batter. Left-hand power hitter. Rowe doubled the first time up down there into the left side bullpen to start the inning.
There's another deep fly ball to right. Is this one going to go? No, it is not. It hangs up and is caught by Brett Folsey on the warning track. Again, we have not seen a home run ball go out to right field. Dale Rowe gave that one a ride and had a shot at it, but just could not have, just didn't have enough.
If the next teams that are playing or watching this game, you can see that that ball's going to hang up to right field. So, you know, those guys need to adjust their game and go for the base hit.
All about strategy here at Dow Diamond, and nonetheless, it's a 6-run inning for Team Wallace, and we talked about that momentum. We talked about the shift that could potentially be occurring here, and Team Wallace with a big inning to take the lead, 7-4. And now we'll see how the Canadian Select team responds after being in the field for so long and giving up those 6 runs.
Right, home field advantage in softball is big.
Having that last at bat, absolutely.
Yeah, and usually at the major level of softball, we consider it's almost a 3-run advantage for the home team. Most teams are that confident in their offense. The other thing is home run management, which hasn't come into play today. Wallace has 3 home runs. Canada Select with no home runs.
Yeah, they have not hit one yet.
Select can definitely be free swinging.
And obviously in the first game of the day, which resulted in a mercy rule victory, Team Wallace didn't really have to worry at all about the home run limit because of the fact that it ended early. This one appears to not be going in that direction. Much more evenly matched between these 2 teams here in the second game, and that's a base hit to start the inning for Brett Folsey. So Folsey on with a leadoff hit, and that brings up Oliver Moreau, and you have to believe that If Moreau can get on here, then you're looking at cleanup hitter Robert Godin being able to free swing and hit one out.
Moreau went for it.
Or Moreau will free swing, and this one is not out of the yard. It's up against the base of the wall. It's going to be a double for Moreau, and Folsey is up on third.
The left fielder Ortiz there went back on it. He had his hand up as if he couldn't see the ball in the sun possibly. And he just did not get back, and now the center fielder Washington has given him his sunglasses to put on.
Little assist there in the outfield between the two. Yes, the sun certainly coming into play today. It's a bright, sunny day. No rain in the forecast to really speak of, and not too many clouds either. So
Godin with the big leg kick pops it up.
was definitely looking for that home run there initially. He's not going to get it, but it's a sacrifice fly for Godin. And it gets...
Sounds like we have some Canadian fans in the stands cheering them on. But I don't think sacrifice flies are going to do it. I think they need to be scoring on home runs.
Need to be looking to get a couple back with one swing here. Yes, it's the sacrifice fly makes it 7-5. Team Wallace leads the Canadian Selects.
Goulet moving his feet in the box there to hit it to the right side. Grounds out.
And again, the runner advances to third, but not really something that Team Canada is going to be all that excited about because they're not scoring any runs with that play, and they're giving up an out. And in this kind of game, you're always looking to score a run with every single hit.
Yeah, you're looking for the outs are too precious. You can't give them away. Sten Tilburg, the batter.
And Tilburg hits a fly ball into center field. Washington shielding the sun with his glove.
Because he doesn't have any sunglasses.
Exactly. So a good job that time by Philip Washington to shield the sun and not be blinded by it. And who knows? Obviously, it's tough for us to speculate on where the sun is in the ballpark right now. From our vantage point, we can't see it. But maybe it's on an angle enough to where the left fielders are going to be more affected by it than the men playing in center field right now, depending on the way the sun is hitting the ballpark.
Definitely, and we do have a big, what would you call these, loges or built up here at the stadium, so I think the sun will eventually go down behind there. Shouldn't affect the later games, I would think.
So 7-5, Team Wallace with the lead. A 6-run inning in the third allowed them to open up an advantage, and then they hold Team Canada to just one. The Canadian Selects get just one run in the bottom of the inning, so it's 7-5.
It's going to be the pitcher, Jeff Grouse, and then it's the top of the order again. If they get it to Lippman. So their goal here would be to get it to the 3-man Lippman with one or no outs. So he can free swing because he's been hitting them a long way.
See what Grouse does right here.
Grouse is looking for a hole in the infield here. Slow pitch, even though it's coming in slow, you still have to hit a strike. If you don't, your batting average will go down.
Fly ball left field line, just barely foul up over the railing. Left fielder Tilburg gave chase, but could not bring it in. Ball ricochets up into the Northern Lights Pavilion. Down the left field line, a place where party groups are held. Large parties during Loons games. Dormant today.
That pitch was actually called too high by the umpire. If it goes over 10 feet, it's illegal. It's a ball.
Ground ball, a little shovel toss by the second baseman, Lee Belafontaine, to get the out.
Washington with a homer, and last time up he hit it off the pitcher's leg and then beat him to the base when the pitcher threw it away.
Top of the order, and see if the strategy is correct here as the Wallace team looking to get it to that 3-hole with 1 or no outs. Will need back-to-back hits in order to do that.
Yep, Washington and Record.
Two guys certainly capable of making that happen.
Definitely now Washington's making them throw a strike here. That one's down the middle.
And there's a fly ball left center field, and it carries over the wall, and that's home run number 4, and the second time that Washington has hit just a solo shot, and
Yep.
that one he's probably not super pleased with.
Man, that was a 380-foot line drive. So you know he was going for the gap, and it just carried out. So the ball is definitely carrying to left center and left field.
Which for this right-handed dominant Wallace team
Yeah.
is going to be something they're going to have to contend with potentially if this home run limit comes into play.
Right, we're mid-game though, 4th inning. They're right on pace, I think. 4 home runs.
Correct.
Yeah. It's a pretty good pace. Record's going to walk.
So Brad Record over at first base, and now Brian Lipman into the batter's box.
Lipman 1 for 2 with a homer and 3 runs batted in. Selects pitcher setting the defense. Inside.
So Lipman has worked himself into a favorable spot here. Thought he had ball 4, but in reality it's a strike, so the count is now loaded up. Swings at that one. He definitely didn't get all of it. And a nice play by Cam Stewart in center field.
Stewart ran a long way, but that's out number 2. Now Vince Bisbee will try to get him on the board here. They lead 8-5, Wallace Landscaping. Vince Bisbee's played for about 20 years at a very high level.
Very impressive.
Bisbee 1 for 2 in the game with a base hit.
Takes a ball a little off the plate outside. Swings at that one, hits a towering fly ball to the left field side, and this one again will make its way into the Northern Lights Pavilion and foul.
Canada Selects hanging tough.
This would be a big out if they could get it to keep this at a 3-run ball game. But Bisbee has other ideas as he lines it into the left center field gap. And moving up to third is Lipman.
Bring up Jeff Payton with runners on the corners. Payton not known for his power. He's probably known for a base hit here.
Chance to add to the 8-5 cushion here for Team Wallace. Line drive right at the left fielder Tilburg, who makes the catch. And that ends the inning 8-5. Team Wallace leads the Canadian Select team. But the Selects with a chance now to get back into it. That was a big out that they recorded there to keep this just a 3-run deficit. Other than the 6-run inning, they have held it together to where they are still very much in the thick of this ball game. And as you mentioned earlier, DW, about the home field advantage, the home team advantage accounting for 3 runs or so, It's essentially a tie ball
It's
game
essentially a tie game right now, mentally, in the game of softball. But I have to say, Selects hasn't hit a home run, so that's got to be weighing on them a little bit because this is a big park. They're probably not used to playing in a field this big, and to not have a home run, they may not be feeling as comfortable about that being the home team.
Well, and how nice is it for Team Wallace, who has already played a game on this field, going into it with you're facing a team that has not played a game on this field, and you already have one game under your belt. It was a landslide victory. It was an easy 5-inning mercy rule victory.
Right. Wallace Landscaping definitely came out in the first game and put up some big numbers, and they learned quickly that it's their home run hitters that are, get on base for the home run hitters, let them do their job, and they've done so. Washington, Nemo, and Lippman with the home runs. So we haven't seen anyone that's really, in normal softball with the 300-foot fence, anyone can hit a home run. Here on the baseball field, it's mainly the home run hitters that are hitting them.
Lee Bellefontaine hits a tailing line drive into left center field, and wow, Philip Washington.
Washington showing the range right there.
Unbelievable.
Philip Washington plays left field for Team Combat during the regular season, but this is the first time I've ever seen him in center, and he can go get it there too.
I was going to say he might now have a home in center with the way that he's played center field in these first this first game and change.
Right, his teammate Brian Zirkle plays center during the regular season for his Team Combat, and you'll see him later tonight with the Futures team. It's a pop out by Chris Towns.
Yeah, Towns swinging that pink aluminum bat, and it didn't help him there as he caught it right off the end of it and barely advanced it to the pitcher's mound. So the pitcher, Logan Clote.
Clote the batter. These guys are all using composite bats rather than aluminum. That aluminum was back in the day. These are all made of composite materials that make the ball go a little bit better. Pitcher Clote.
Does not look like that one has a chance to go, and nearly misjudged out there in left field by Ortiz, but he's able to recover.
Ortiz is having his troubles, and it's overcast now at the moment.
And he's got sunglasses on. He actually has the sunglasses on, but unfortunately was not able to pull it in. So a quick inning for Team Wallace. They shut down the Canadian Selects, and they hold on to that 4-run advantage. It's still 9-5. Wallace through 4 complete innings. We'll be back with more softball after this from Dow Diamond. Welcome back here, top of the 5th inning from Dow Diamond in beautiful Midland, Michigan. 9-5, Team Wallace Landscaping leads the Canadian Select squad.
Canada Select, I'm looking at their bench. They do have Jason Legault, a big right-hand power hitter, to come off the bench. Maybe later for some of those guys at the bottom of the order that haven't been getting it done. Nemo, the batter. McGavin on deck. Ortiz in the hole.
The power-hitting additional hitter, Leaf Nemo. Already belted 3 home runs today.
Select's playing him to pull the ball, which he does.
Does exactly that, as you said. Long throw at third. And it's not going to be in time as Nemo reaches. Tough play there for Olivier Moreau.
Moreau couldn't find the handle after he knocked it down. And with these 70-foot bases, Nemo was just too fast, kind of forcing Moreau to throw it a little harder than he wanted to, and he threw it in the dirt. McGavin 1 for 2 in the game with a base hit.
Goes the other way with it, but it hangs up in right field for Brett Foisey, who makes the catch. First out of the inning, and Team Wallace will now turn to Michael Ortiz.
Ortiz also 1 for 2 with a base hit. Plays with Smash It Sports, based out of New York during the regular season. He's actually from Texas, although he's originally from Michigan.
Line drive left field, holds up, and the catch is made by Sten Tilburg.
It's 2 outs. Team Canada with a couple of errors in the game. See if they can close the door. Put up a 0 here against Wallace Landscaping. I believe we have a pinch hitter, Jamie Gordon.
Gordon out of Royal Oak.
Pinch hitting for Sanzone, who was 0 for 2.
Gordon skies a fly ball out of the deep left. And again, it hangs up for Tilburg, who makes the play.
Sort of feeling like neither team wants this game. 8-5, going to the bottom of the 5th. Wallace Landscaping leading.
Yeah, it's a very interesting dynamic here, as now Wallace Landscaping, who appeared to have the upper hand offensively early on, they've now been shut down in an inning, and the Canadian Select team has put up a 0 here, and just like the last inning, they are one big inning away from getting right back into this ball game, if not taking the lead.
Right, they're going to start here with the bottom of the order. It's like we have Yakura. Is that Yakura?
Yes.
Stewart, and then the top of the order if we don't see a pinch hitter in between there.
Well, and much like the strategy we discussed earlier about Team Wallace wanting to set the table for their big home run hitters near the top of the lineup, it looks like Team Canada Select has a chance to do the exact same thing here in this half inning with the 2 bottom of the order guys, and then you set the table for your power hitters coming up in the middle of the order,
right,
to get that first elusive home run.
Try to get it to Moreau and Gowden in the 3-4 spots.
So Ryan Yakura hits a line drive to left, and the play is made. Michael Ortiz has been tested all day out there. Both left fielders have been tested all day with the right-handed hitting heavy lineups here and the wind blowing out to left. Left field, certainly a position you have to be on your toes today.
Right. Yeah, whichever direction the wind goes, that's where they're going to be hitting it towards. So left field's getting a lot of action. Ortiz with a nice jump on the ball there. And that's a bad swing right there by Stewart.
Stewart, you saw him shift his feet there to try and go the other way to left.
Yeah, you still have to hit the right pitch to go opposite field and hit for a high average. Be the top of the order here. Bruder 1 for 2 with a base hit. Needs to get something started.
And there's a fly ball into deep left field. Does this have enough? No, it does not. Warning track power for Kevin Bruder. And Ortiz makes the play. Canada Select still without a home run. And they are shut down yet again. That's 2 consecutive zeros put up by Wallace Landscaping.
2 zeros against a team like Wallace Landscaping is not going to get it done. And the lack of power is not looking good for them for the rest of the week, to be honest. But they're still in the game. It's 8-5, going to the top of the 6th.
6 outs left to play with for both of these teams, and you have to believe that the pressure is on the Canadians here, the Canadian Select squad. They have to put up a 0 here and match Wallace. You can't let this one get any further out of hand with the way that you're swinging the bats right now.
Yeah, Wallace looking to really jump on them right here. They're due for a big inning.
And with a big inning, yeah, they could really put this game on ice.
Yep.
9-5 in the top of the 6th. Dale Rowe, the 10th hitter in the Wallace order.
Rowe doubled down the left field line, first time up, and later in that same inning in the 3rd flew out. 1 for 2 in the game.
Part of that 6-run inning. And he has his 2nd hit of the ball game. This one, a seeing eye single through the left side.
It's between the short and the middle man, so that's the 5-10 hole. Here in softball, I may not be used to that in baseball.
Definitely, it was very interesting when Don and I were bantering back and forth about that before the first game, about the middle infielder position, and it's so crucial when you consider that you can have a 3rd infielder on one side of the diamond, and that middle guy kind of acts as a rover and moves to the left side or the right side based on the tendencies of the hitter at the plate, and something you're not used to seeing in the game of baseball, where you can, if obviously in the baseball world you would have to overshift in order for that to be the case. As this one is a deep fly ball to left, hangs up on the warning track, and the play made by Tilburg there right at the start of the warning track for the 2nd out of the inning. Tagging up and getting to 2nd is Dale Rowe, so runner at 2nd now with 1 out for Team Wallace.
Washington top of the order, 2 for 3 in the game with 2 solo homers. And of course he reached safely on that ball, hit off the pitcher leg. In softball, that's considered 3 for 3. I don't really count errors officially. High fly ball in the sun. Belafontaine with the catch. And left.
And that one really hung up yet again. No home run there for Washington, as he wasn't able to put enough on it down that left field line to get it out. 2nd out of the inning.
Bright sunshine now. About 88 degrees today?
Just about. That's what the predicted high was. It's up to 90.
90. Wind's blowing out at about, what would you call that? About 14 miles an hour?
Just about. Just about.
And a walk by Record. So now Records has a single and 3 straight walks. Been on base all 4 times. Lipman, the batter, 1 for 3 with a homer. He wanted that one. It was inside. He's looking for something inside.
I was going to say, this is a free swinging type situation here, and this one is on a line and
Great
a nice
catch.
leaping catch. Again, can't say enough about the left fielders in this game. So much of the action in left field
And
so far.
not only did he track that ball a long ways and made a leaping catch at the end, but it was knuckling. You could see it moving as it went out there because of the wind and the way he hit it. Nice play by Belafontaine.
So there is the aforementioned 0 put up by the Canadian Select squad. Now they just need to hit the softball here. They need a couple of hits to string together, and they need some rallies.
Selects is in it in spite of their shaky defense at times. They just need to roll through the middle of the order here. Foisey, Moreau, Gaudin. Two, three, four in the order. So if they don't do it now, the 7th inning probably isn't going to get any better unless they bring some pinch hitters in. I don't think we ever really set the defense for Wallace Landscaping. Looks like Dale Rowe at first base, Jeff Payton at second, middleman is Brad Reckart, shortstops Jeff McGavin, third base Brian Lipman, Jeff Krause on the mound, Leaf Nemo the catcher, and left to right in the outfield Ortiz, Washington, and Sanzone. Foisey 1 for 2 with a base hit in the game.
Takes the first one for a ball.
If they have any big name players on this team, it's Foisey and Moreau, these next 2 hitters.
And the second one also misses. 3 balls and a strike.
And even though he's a lefty, they're playing him to hit the opposite field. Three infielders on the left side of the defense.
Yes, of course, conventionally, with the wind blowing that way, a lot of guys trying to take the ball to left. Foisey stays back up the middle into center and finds the grass for a base hit. You saw him move his feet there a little bit, and that ball tailing to the opposite field, but it was a good job staying behind the ball all there and keeping it back up the middle.
Yeah, a good piece of hitting by Foisey. Almost hung a little bit. Washington, with that range out there, was coming in hard on it. Here's Moreau. 2 for 2 in the game, single and a double.
Swings at the first one, line drive, and it's in and out of the glove. The throw to second is not in time as Foisey is there.
Some good heads-up base running by Foisey. As that ball goes completely into the shortstop McGavin's glove, you're thinking get back to first base, but it popped out. Foisey with a heads-up base running gets in there to second. I think we're going to have a pinch hitter. Dustin McLaughlin.
Maple Ridge, British Columbia. McLaughlin wearing number 14. Manager Jeff Long out there to make the switch.
Interesting pinch hitting for your 4-hitter, who did have 2 sacrifice flies in the game. So no outs. McLaughlin stands in, down 4 runs.
And there's a line drive base hit into left field. They're going to hold Foisey there, and the bases are loaded now.
And here comes another pinch hitter.
And if there was ever a time to get that first home run, it's right now.
Yep, that's going to be the big guy, Jason Legault. This is the big right-hand bat they had waiting on the bench. Legault's played a few tournaments on the U.S. circuit this year. He does have good power. You can see him digging in. And they're going to call time. Wallace Landscaping catcher Nemo coming out to discuss the defense. Bases loaded, no outs, and the tying run at the plate.
Well, and like you mentioned, these timeouts more than anything are to stall momentum, and that was a good strategic spot to do it when you've got the bases loaded and a pinch hitter coming up. Make him think a little bit more about the situation before he gets to step in and actually swing the bat.
Yep, you got Legault, who Has great power, but he has been sitting on the bench, so now you're making him think about it a little bit, sort of like a field goal kicker that you're trying to freeze a little bit. Of course, there's no outs, so he can pretty much swing as hard as he can and let it happen what's going to happen here. But he's definitely looking for a pitch on the inside of the plate. And he's looking to hit this ball into the green. Or over the fence. Nice. Almost like a slider there by Grouse. Ball moved pretty good.
Almost the same movement there on that one, too. There's just a little bit of...
Yep. Veteran pitcher. Ooh, there's the ball Wallace Landscaping wanted. Peyton.
And that's a double play ball. That's huge for Wallace Landscaping. Great turn, as you said, by Peyton there at second base. That's a big-time double play. A run does score to make it 9-6, but it could have been a whole lot worse there for Team Wallace. They get 2 outs, trade 2 outs for a run. That's something they'll take all day.
Yeah, big play by Peyton, who stepped on the bag and threw to first. Legault almost fisting the ball off to the right side there. Definitely not what he wanted to do. Tilburg
the batter.
One
Runner
for
just at third.
1 for 2 at the double.
And a chopper to third. And that ends the inning. And wow, Wallace Landscaping gets out of a bases loaded, nobody out jam. Only giving up 1. And it's 9-6 as we head to the final inning here from Dow Diamond. And again, the pressure is right back on the Canadian Selects now to hold Wallace to no runs.
Play some defense, give your team a shot in the bottom of the 7th. But that was the big shot right there.
Well, yes, as you mentioned,
The
order is not really favorable now because they have the 7th spot due up, and you have to get through 5 hitters before you get back to the top of the order where your power hitters are now.
Right, the last 5 batters in the Canada Select order are 1 for 8. 2 for 10. 2 for 10. And they've used up most of their pinch hitters. But anything can happen in softball. Even the lowest players out here are going to bat 500 over the course of this tournament, at least.
So we'll see if Team Wallace can add to their 9-6 cushion here.
Middle of the order, the 4-man, Vince Bisbee, followed by Jeff Peyton, and then Leaf Nemo. Bisbee 2 for 3 with 2 singles in the game.
Stands in for the right side. And here we go. First pitch swinging, ground ball just foul to the left of the third base bag. No courtesy strike on the foul balls here with 2 strikes as well, so Bisbee has to keep this one fair.
Start with that 1-1 count, and then the first strike. After the first strike, you have to keep it fair after that. A little bit different than baseball, just sort of a speed up rule, but it's a rule that was accepted and liked by pretty much everybody in the game. That looked high. Yep, and illegal. So when he holds out his hand like that, that means a legal pitch. It was too high. Oop.
Fly ball left field line. This one has a chance, and it is gone. Same spot we've seen quite a lot of home runs hit today, right down in that left field corner just to the right of the foul pole, and that's the 5th home run for Wallace Landscape. At this point, even though it's a solo shot, Wallace will take it.
Yeah, there's no holding back on the home runs at this point. That's 5 for Wallace Landscaping.
Jeff Payton digs in, lines it to left, right at Tilburg out there, and he makes the play.
Bring up Nemo, who's 1 for 3. Got on by error last time. 1 out, top of the 7th. And a 4-run lead for Wallace.
First pitch to Leaf Nemo. Swings at the second one, a towering fly ball to left. Gonna stay in the yard and be caught. Another great play by Tilburg, this time right up against the retaining wall in foul territory down the line. That was a great catch. And if not for him, this score could have been a lot more out of hand than it is.
Right, some big defense here by the left fielder. Canada Selects giving themselves a shot. Down 4.
So Jeff McGavin with 2 outs.
Gavin 1 for 3 in the game.
Pop up into left, giving chase Tilburg.
Looked like he lost it there at the last second and went foul.
Would have been a tough play anyway as the ball hit up on the concrete that juts out just short of the fence line down near the Northern Lights Pavilion. Team USA taking some hacks down there. Looks like the U.S. Futures team, which we'll see in the next game coming up at 5 o'clock.
Futures teams get those heavy balls out there that you can't, you know, full of sand or whatever they are. You can hit them as hard as you can. They'll only go a few feet. Jeff McGavin gets a second chance here after the foul.
Hard ground ball through the hole and into left. McGavin turns around first, but holds up there, so it's a single for him, and the inning continues.
Ortiz 1 for 3 in the game. Stands in.
Ortiz, a left-hander. Not many left-handers in the lineup for either side in this ball game, as we've touched on. First pitch to him. Swing and a hard ground ball to short. Bobbled there for a second. The shovel toss to second base is not in time, as McGavin got in ahead of the throw. Some heads-up base running there to keep the inning alive for Team Wallace.
Just checking to see if the official scorer was going to call that an error. I would. He bobbled it, tried to make a play on it, but E6 is what we'll go with.
So first and second. 2 outs. Michael Ortiz. Towering fly ball to left. Tilburg coming in, makes the catch just short of the bullpen mound in foul ground. And that ends the inning. A 10-6 lead. Wallace able to tack on one more run. And they lead it 10-6. The Canadian Select squad with 3 outs left to play with to try and tie this score or win it here in the last of the 7th, and now put up or shut up time for the Canadian Selects.
Selects still with a chance, down 4. 11 hits in the game. Wallace Landscaping with 15 hits in the game, but Wallace, the big home run advantage.
They've certainly made more economic use of those 15 than the Canadian Select squad has made use of their 11.
2 of Select's runs were scored on sacrifice flies. 1 was scored on a double play. It's a tough way to score in softball.
You never like to see half your runs coming on those plays.
On 4 outs. 3 runs on 4 outs. But they got a shot. Scheduled hitters are Bellafontaine, Towns, and Clote. Although I see the head coach talking it over with the umpire, so we may have some pinch hitters.
And that's essentially the story of the ball game so far, is a Wallace Landscaping team that has used the long ball to get out in front, and
Wallace Landscaping re-entered Sansone in right field for the pinch hitter Jamie Gordon defensively. And now Bellafontaine's going to lead things off with Chris Towns on deck. Bellafontaine with a triple and a flyout.
fly ball left center field, hangs up, and is caught by Ortiz for the first out.
Chris Towns, another lefty. He's 0 for 1 with a sacrifice fly and an RBI. They play him to the left side. He's way up in the front of the box.
Gets under this ball to center, long run for Washington, and he cannot make the catch. It just fell in front of his glove.
Washington was on his horse coming straight in and made a full out dive and just did kind of trap it in the grass out there. Base hit for Towns. Trying to see if we do have a pinch hitter, Justin Carey, number 77.
Yes, that is in fact Justin Carey in the batter's box. Big swing, line drive, down into the left center field gap. On his horse's Towns, he will stop at third. It's a double for the pinch hitter Carey. And now second and third with one out.
It's going to be another pinch hitter.
And it is Chuck Roberts, number 11. The right-hander takes the spot of Ryan Yakura in the 10 hole. Roberts, the right-hander, certainly a time to swing for the fences here.
Pretty big guy, so you got to assume he's got some power.
Swing and a line drive, fair ball down the left field line. This is going to score one, and it's going to score the second run as well. Towns and Carey both cross, and just like that, it's 10-8 Wallace. Team Canada creeping 2 runs closer. They've cut the deficit in half.
Some big pinch hits right there. Yakura is going to get re-entered. You can re-enter your starters one time. Yakura is going to run at first base. Cam Stewart, who's tripled and flown out 1 for 2 in the game, and then the top of the order. Wallace Landscaping could be in trouble with 1 out. Ooh.
And now that just might have gotten them out of trouble right there, as the pop-up into left is secured by Ortiz. And now the Canadian Selects are down to their final out. Kevin Bruder. A home run ties it. A base hit extends the rally. And out, and the game is over.
Bruder's a leadoff man, 1 for 3 with a base hit. That came back in the first inning. He went for it.
Fly ball down the left field line and foul into the Northern Lights pavilion.
Bruder did what we call walking the box. He walked into that one, almost as if maybe he gets more power by doing that. So he definitely was trying to beat the left fielder, if not hit a home run there. And he's back in the box again. So he'll probably walk the box again. 2 outs and runner on first.
Hard hit ground ball to second, and that ends the ball game. Wallace Landscaping holds on for a 10-8 victory, and they are 2-0 here in exhibition play at the Border Battle at Dow Diamond. 10-8 the final. The local team from Michigan, the Wallace Landscaping crew, that a lot of people realize has quite a bit of talent and can certainly hang with these national squads, and
Yeah,
they come out in a big way and get the victory.
Wallace loaded with talent that's played the circuit for years, veteran players, and it's probably one of the better teams that's ever been put together as part of the Border Battle that wasn't from, a Team USA or a Team Canada.
Sit tight, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a break, and when we come back, we'll have the third game of the day coming up for you here from Dow Diamond. The U.S. Future Squad will play its first game of the tournament against a familiar foe that we saw earlier today, the team from 22 below. That's coming up next here on YouTube Live here from Dow Diamond in Midland, Michigan. Welcome back to Border Battle softball action here at Dow Diamond in Midland, Michigan. Matt Carney here with Don Cooper rejoining me here for game number 3 of the day between the USA Futures squad and the local team from 22 below here in the middle of Michigan. And the USA Futures squad is the home squad, so they will pitch first, and the team from 22 below will be in the batter's box. Cole Kennedy, first hitter for 22 below, takes one a little off the plate outside. And we're underway. Swings at the second one, and a sliding catch made out there in right field. And the USA Futures off to a good start.
Yeah, well, we saw earlier that these future teams can't take anything light with your previous game where you had the Wallace Marine upstart the Canadian Futures team, or they call theirs the Select, but the same thing, the younger kids. So obviously they would think that would have kind of brought the USA kids up to a little higher level here real quick.
There's a swing and a line drive base hit by Austin Rishodo, playing in left field today, and he is on an 0, and it looks like they're going to say that that was a trap out there in right because...
Yeah, they left him on. I didn't notice that either.
Behold, Cole Kennedy is out there at second base. And there's another line drive, left field line, off the fence line, down there in the Northern Lights Pavilion by Jeremy Bloor, the catcher for this 22 below team. We talked about the 22 below team. We saw them earlier. The Wallace Landscaping team was much better than they were in the first game that they played. We'll see if they can improve upon that first experience here in their second go-around.
Yeah, I'm sure they've settled in a little bit.
As Bloor hits one deep to left field, and this one is gone and over the back fence and out of Dow Diamond. 3-run homer for Jeremy Bloor, the first of the day for Team 22 below, and right away they're off on a much better
start. Yeah, and Bloor played well in the first game. He gave him a home run. I think what was interesting was the bottom end of their lineup struggled a little bit in that first game. You know, obviously against what supposedly should be a little better quality here with the USA team, they're going to have to step it up. But as we talked about that the Wallace team, as we saw it come right back and beat the Canadian Futures. Canadian Selects, they're an outstanding team with a lot of depth and some really young players. And I have a feeling that Wallace team is going to give everybody this week everything they want.
As Jeff Filkins flies out to right field to make the second out of the first inning. There are 2 away. Brad Van Kampen swings and grounds it up the middle for a base hit. So the rally continues for 22 below as they look to build on the home run by Jeremy Bloor. They have a 3-0 lead here. There's a ground ball right back to the pitcher. There's one, and didn't really need to get the second one as there were 2 outs in the inning, but nonetheless, a very nice double play there turned by the USA Futures to get out of the inning.
Yeah, and we saw that earlier. You know, that's the defense that the USA team is going to bring, and what we're going to have to see is if the 22 below team can bring their defense up. Because really, what bit them in that first game today is there was probably 8 to 10 unearned runs, and they got run ruled. But you take those runs off the board, and what happens. So I think what they're going to have to settle down right now and play a little bit of defense.
So we'll see what the U.S. Futures squad does as they come to bat for the first time. We'll have that for you coming up here in just a moment from Dow Diamond.
Yeah.
Do it on the fly. Welcome back here to Dow Diamond. Matt Carney, Don Cooper with you here for the third game, of the border battle, and the 22 below squad out to a 3-0 lead, and now the USA Futures getting their first at bat of the ball game, and it's Brian Zirkle, the center fielder, leading it off, hits a chopper right back to the mound where Steve Moore is waiting to glove it, and there's the first out.
Yeah, that's what they need. Zirk causes all kinds of havoc because he's probably the fastest guy in the park. So that's the start they need right there to see if they can just keep it close and get settled in here and try to pull an upset.
So Mike Umscheid is the batter now for the U.S. Futures squad.
Mike's kind of known as that super utility player. I mean, he's a center fielder, third baseman, shortstop. He literally can play anywhere on the field.
And he lines a base hit into left right here. And that's the first hit of the day for the U.S. Futures squad. A one-out single. So now that brings in Buddy Wolf. Two lefties in the first three here for the U.S. Futures.
Yeah, and Buddy's got an amazing amount of power and has really come on the last couple of years. He's a above average outfielder for the size of a man he is, but he's just really turned himself into a great hitter.
Fly ball right field, carrying but not out of the ballpark. Catch made in right by Jermaine Brock. Tagging and moving to second is Umscheid. And there's two outs.
For the big man.
Ryan Harvey, the cleanup hitter, catching today. You mentioned the power bat of Buddy Wolf. We have not seen a left-hander hit one out of the ballpark yet today, but he might be the first.
Yeah, and Ryan Harvey may be the first one that goes across that street that you talked about, the former first-round draft pick. I think he was the 14th or 15th overall pick as an outfielder pitcher, and he literally has never-ending power. It's for him to be on the Futures team really in about his third full year of playing softball out of it. He has a crazy amount of power.
Big swing, but the line drive is right at the center fielder, Kennedy. And so the U.S. Futures, they get a base runner, but cannot score in the first frame. So the 22 below team with a 3-0 lead at the end of one here from Dow Diamond. Welcome back to Dow Diamond, the 22 below team from Holland, Michigan. The upstart squad coming in here. They have a 3-0 lead on the U.S. Futures. Chris Douglas, the catcher today for the 22 below team, is the first batter of the top of the second inning here from Dow Diamond.
Looking for his first hit. He's a 0-for-2 start on his first game, so I'm sure he'd like to get off the snide here, and there it is.
That one will do. It's in the left center field gap. Douglas will hustle around first and stand up into second with a double. So another rally started for the 22 below team. Leadoff double for Chris Douglas.
Now batting number 6.
So now the lefty Derek Ward is the hitter. First pitch swinging, ground ball to shortstop. Nice throw across the diamond, holds the runner at second base, and there's one out.
Orlando Castilla at shortstop there.
Very nice sure-handed play there.
Yeah, outstanding in player. And we see Mike Umscheid at third. Like we were talking about, super utility player. You never know where Mike's going to be till the game starts. He could be literally any position on the field. I've never seen him pitch, but I've literally seen him play every other position and played at a very high level.
Catcher Harvey motioning the outfielders more over to the left here for the right-hander Colton Beaudry. Fly ball left field, and that was a very good move by Harvey there as the fly ball stayed up and was caught right on the warning track near the line. Of course, we were talking about in the second game the amount of shifting that can be done in this sport because of the fact that you have a middle infielder that can rove from side to side and give your infield that third presence on one side of the field.
Right. And a lot of times what you'll see is you'll set the infield one way, the outfield the other way. You're just really trying to limit the amount of gaps. And you can see Jeff Flood, I believe, is playing middle infield right now. And he's in, back, right, left. And it's a little bit tougher on these teams as you don't know everybody. When you see them, when you see them, kind of face up against the other USA team or the Canadian teams, and even the Wallace team with so many kind of known players that they'll really set their defense. Right now, you're kind of guessing on a stance if it's and trying to go with it.
Stevie Moore, the pitcher, helping his own cause there as he singles back up the middle, and that scores another run for Team 22 below. It's 4-0. 2 away here in the inning. Jermaine Brock, the number 11 hitter in the lineup. That one misses inside there, and Brock will look to get on here. Hits a fly ball right center field. Long run, but a good catch out there in right.
Mr. Buddy Wolf.
And Wolf puts away Team 22 below, but not before they score again, and they lead 4-0 here early on. We'll see if the U.S. Futures can get back to the bats here and get a rally going against this team and put up a couple of runs to get back into it.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a blank there from the 22 below team. You're hoping you get that little 3-run lead. You'd like to put some pressure on. Didn't have to go big there. If they could have gone 3 or 4 there, and at least made the Futures team think about it a little bit. And it's tough. Some of these kids, it's their first appearance. Wearing the USA logo on the front of your chest, and you've got your family here, and they're definitely feeling the pressure, more than anybody else. And it's their first game. The 22 below team, got a little bit of the bugs out and out there and played. But for many of these young men, that this is their first time on one of these teams, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of nerves. A lot more than I think folks realize until you put that jersey on. The first time I ever put it on, it's an amazing feeling when you pull that jersey over and realize you're wearing it.
Well, absolutely. You talk about, the pressure of playing slow pitch softball is intense enough, but then when you add in those 3 letters on the front of the jersey, the USA, and you think about wearing the stars and stripes, and you think about all that carries.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's
USA Futures, number 2, Ryan Parfit.
left fielder Ryan Parfit. And that's a perfect example. Ryan's a center fielder too, but you've got both Zirkle and Parfit, 2 of the best center fielders in the game, here on this Future team. Someone's got to give, and so he's moved out of his traditional center field position and given away to Z, and it's a nice luxury to have 2 center fielders roaming this big park.
Yeah, a lot of green grass out there in the outfield at Dow Diamond as a walk to lead off the inning for Parfit, and maybe that's the spark that the U.S. Futures need to get going here as Corey Large steps in. Large, the lefty, you see the infield shift over to the right side here, and all of a sudden Steve Moore has not been able to find the strike zone here. He does there. Sharp ground ball to third, and they're not going to get the out at second base as the throw was dropped by the middle infielder, Jeff Filkins, there covering the bag.
That's the same stuff we saw him do a little bit earlier today. That's a case with, Corey Large coming out of the left-handed box. Know your situation. You're not doubling him up there's no chance you're doubling him up on that ball. Just make sure you get one out.
Yeah,
you're just not going to do it. And now you've got Kyle Pearson, who, quite frankly, it's amazing is on this future team. They may have the two guys with the most raw power in Kyle Pearson and Ryan Harvey. I mean, they're just two absolute pure power hitters.
And Pearson is going to make him pay right away for the error, as this one is down and rolling all the way to the wall. Both runners will score, and Pearson ends up on third. It's a triple for Kyle Pearson. Brings home Parfit and large, and the U.S. futures are on the board at 6-2.
Now batting number 23, Jeff Flood.
So now the middle infielder, Jeff Flood. Runner at third and nobody out. Takes ball one. Swings at this one.
Ooh,
Line drive,
outstanding
and it's
defensive
caught.
play.
Yeah, what a play over there at first base. That's Derek Ward flashing the leather over there and
Outstanding play.
making a nice stop. Took a run off the board there for the moment. Fly ball into center field. This should get that run back for the futures, as this is Orlando Castillo hitting the fly ball into deep center. That's going to be deep enough to bring home Pearson from third after the triple.
There's the perfect example of just making sure you get the front end of that play, though. The inning's over right now, with that fly ball, and as a run less, you're still. So it's definitely one of those situations where.
Adam Tennyson, the batter.
This is a young man I don't know a lot about. I believe he's from the all-military team, which I think is great that he's been added to the roster. I've not had the privilege to see him play a lot.
So a treat for everybody in attendance
Yeah.
this weekend, getting a chance to see a new face. Hits a sharp ground ball to short. Nice, strong throw from Colton Beaudry over to first, and that ends the inning. But the futures are on the board. It's 6-2 through 2 innings of play here. 6-3, correction there. I forgot the final run that scored on the sac fly there, but my apologies there for sure. But there we go as we head to the third inning here at Dow Diamond. We'll be back shortly. And we're back here at Dow Diamond. 22 below, the 4-3 lead over the U.S. futures as we start the top half of the third. There's a ground ball hit sharply to shortstop, and a nice play made by Orlando Castillo for the first out of the inning. Top of the lineup here for 22 below.
Now batting number 23, Austin Picatino.
As Austin Picatino and Jeremy Bloor, the scheduled hitters. Picatino hits a sharp ground ball to the middle infielder, Jeff Flood, there making the play. And He fires it over to first. Quick 2 pitches, 2 outs here for the U.S.
Now
Futures.
batting number 35, Jeremy Floyd.
And this is what they can't afford. But the top of their order carried them, you know, for what damage they've done right now, and they can't go quiet here. And maybe the big man can reach out and at least get them one here.
Jeremy Bloor will look to change that here, yes. The Futures have 1 home run. Bloor trying to make it 2, but not going to do it with that swing. Hanging up in deep left field, and there's the catch made. And there's the final out of the top of the 3rd. So scoreless inning for the 22 below squad. It remains a 4-3 score as we head to the bottom of the 3rd here, and we'll see if the U.S. Futures can build on that big inning they had in the last inning to come back and take the lead. You have the bottom of the lineup due up and a chance to kind of set the table for your power hitters, Wolf and Harvey, there in the 3-4 spot.
Yeah, and the thing about this is when you put these futures teams together, or the national teams, most of these guys are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hitters, and it's no different than having an all-star team. And so the young man rolling the lineup over here, hitting 8, 9, 10, or 11 is definitely a quality player. There's no gaps in either one of these lineups. Both the USA teams and the Canadian teams definitely strong top to bottom.
So you have the 9-hitter Pharaoh Miller, who is pitching today for the Futures, who will be the first hitter, and then we'll go back to the top of the U.S. lineup, and Miller trying to help his own cause here.
And Farron kind of a little bit like when we watched the pitcher from Wallace, Jeff Grouse. Farron's a pitcher, first hitter, second, and he's kind of your prototypical guy here. But he'll throw it around the yard. Has a little bit of pop, but likes to throw it out to right field if they'll give it to him.
Takes one a bit low there. 2 balls, 1 strike. Hot shot to third base, and a nice play made over there by Derek Ward to make the putout.
And that's what they got to do. Those are the plays they've got to make, and just keep making every one of those. And
Number 5, Brian Zirkle.
Zirkle's just outstanding, crazy. We call him a wind-up toy. He runs and runs and runs in those outfields, and he does everything. And if this gets down, you're about to see his speed right here.
And there it is down the left field line. Zirkle easily cruising into second with a double.
And he's just a wind-up toy. He's one of those guys you look at him, he never seems to be tired and wants to play another game, and just a great teammate.
Now batting number 21, Mike Umshot.
So the third baseman, Mike Umscheid, with a runner at second and 1 out. First offering is a bit high, 2 balls, 1 strike. Again, everybody starts with a 1-1 count, and Umscheid hits a fly ball into deep left field here. Is this going to go? No, it will not. It hangs up on the warning track. Zirkle easily tagging up and makes it to third base with 2 away. So the tying run 90 feet away now 70 feet away.
Now batting
I'm
number
thinking in
94.
general baseball terms.
That's your other job. So yeah, 50-foot rubber. So they're pitching from that. So we've shortened that up a little bit for you, and then 70-foot base.
Certainly a change of pace, seeing the real baseball diamond turned into a softball field here, as this one sneaks through the hole and under the glove of Ward at third. Trotting home to score is Zirkle, and there we go. We're tied 4-4 as the Futures even the score.
Now batting the catcher, number
Pretty good
35.
piece of hitting there from Buddy Wolf.
Yeah, I think that's a case too where Buddy's a pure power hitter, but I understand the conditions right now. They're not favoring, like we've talked about, in right field at all. So he took what was given to him, got the run in, and leave it for the big man here.
Wolf swings and lines it, and it stays up in left field. for Austin Pichettino to put it away, and that ends the inning. The Futures scratch across a run and tie it up 4-4. We'll be back with more softball action. The fourth inning coming up from Dow Diamond. Back with you here from Dow Diamond. 4-4 between the 22 below local team here from the middle of Michigan and the U.S. Futures squad. There's a swing and a fly ball into left center field. It hangs up and is caught out in center by Brian Zirkel. That was Jeff Filkins hitting that one. The 4-hitter for 22 below, who starts the inning off.
Now batting number 19, Dave Andrews.
So now Dave Andrews into the batter's box. Little bleeder into shallow left, and wow, not even having to move.
Yeah. Parfit, it was like somebody threw that to Parfit out there.
Ryan Parfit in left field, and the left fielders, they're getting a workout today because of the way that the wind is blowing. These guys out in left field are certainly earning their keep today.
The lefties are pushing it, and every righty's trying to get right up out of here.
There's a ground ball to the left side. Stopped there on a knee at shortstop.
Nicely
and a
done.
Great throw. Beautiful play by Orlando Castillo deep in the hole at short.
Nice dig by Kyle Pearson at first base to finish it off.
Absolutely. Great play all around. And 22 below goes 1, 2, 3. And now the U.S. Futures with a chance to try and take the lead.
Yeah, I think they'll settle in and start whacking around a little bit. I think, you've got a lot of, like we were talking about, a lot of first-time players over there right now. They've gotten there at bat, and they're getting around to their second, and I think they'll probably turn and go here a little bit. But it'll be interesting. They'll look like a completely different team, I think, their second game as well. Kind of get this under your belt. And the other thing we have to remember is the way the schedule works these days. It used to be when we did this, we came in and we had a 3 or 4 day workout period before we start. And how this year's schedule started, most of these guys arrived late last night or this morning. A lot of them were at an event for their normal teams this last weekend. They had a workout this morning, and here you go. So even though they know each other, most of these guys aren't regular teammates. So there's a feeling out process, going on here between the coaching staffs and the lineups and the rosters. And, of course, everybody wants to play. And especially in these early pool plays, as a coach, you're down there trying to, especially with the youngsters, fit them in.
Well, and we talked about it in the last game with Wallace Landscaping having the game under their belt. And now this 22 below team, at the same respect, certainly has a little bit of a competitive advantage, having played on this field and gotten the jitters out of their system.
Yeah, and they're big pop up here. Yeah, and then let's be honest, there's no pressure on them, right? They're supposed to be here to to fill the bracket out. Like we talked about, some of these young kids, the left fielder especially, where we've got some of the the USA selection committee here looking at all of these players, and you've got sponsors and coaches from other teams that are looking. So there's some individual guys out here looking, hey, this is my chance, but they're kind of on house money. They're here, they're having fun. It's a great adventure for them. The USA Futures has the world sitting on their shoulders right now. Your mom and dad and wife and girlfriend are sitting over here in the stands, and this is your first experience at it, and you're hoping it's not your last.
Corey Large, the batter, hits a fly ball into right, and it's caught out there for out number 2.
And this is Corey's third go around with it, so he's one of their veterans with it, with the program. And we should talk about there's a 32-year age cap on the futures, which sounds a little bit old, but considering in slow pitch, unlike baseball, most of the guys will say their prime comes in that 30 to 40 is kind of their peak. So the futures here, really their age cap is 32. They have to their birthday has to occur in this fiscal year. They can turn it, and then so some of these guys, this is their last year as well if they don't get.
As that throw goes high and out of play, Kyle Pearson's going to end up on second base.
And this is what we saw again. We talked about, bit these guys a little bit earlier. There's a chance to be a 1-2-3 inning right there. Keep the pressure on and go hit and see what you can do. Now you roll it over. You give Jeff Flood here a chance to swing.
Now batting number 23.
And again, you mentioned the fact that neither of these U.S. and Canada sides on any of the squads have gaps in their orders.
No.
You give a talented order a chance, and they're most likely going to cash in, but it looks like this is not going to be the case here. Is a nice play by Moore on the pitching rubber to retire Jeff Flood and end the threat just like that.
Well, we talked about earlier, one of the things that you noticed and like compared to your normal day job is how fast these go. We got to give you right now, we're going to get 3 games in here at the pace we're going that you'd normally get one of your minor league games in right now, because this is obviously moving along at a healthy little clip here.
Yeah, when you think about the fact that we started play just after 2 o'clock, it's now just short of 5:45 here. Yeah, that's 3.5 hours or so, and that's right around.
Yeah.
It's right around your average baseball game, and yeah, we're more than halfway through the third game here, and that's definitely the pace is a welcome change.
Yeah, and it's one of the things we've seen as we've broadcasted, more of these games over the last couple of years on different platforms and different networks. One of the comments that we've gotten back was that not that anyone wants to change baseball, because anytime someone starts talking about adding speed up rules and stuff like that, I want to run out into heavy traffic or go grab the commissioner and shake him for throwing out, because it is what it is and it's beautiful in its own aspect. But this is something that's nice to watch, where you can tuck it away in an hour and 20, an hour and 30 minutes. It does keep everybody kind of entertained and sitting there. So there's a lot of people that say, I don't know if this is a spectator sport, and then when you see it kind of televised or turned into it, because of the speed of the game, I think it has a potential to become more of a spectator sport.
And maybe a sport that the younger generation kind of latches onto because of how slow the traditional baseball game is.
Yeah, and that's one of the things we've got to get back to. We're the Major League Baseball just last about 6-8 weeks ago committed $30 million to multiple associations to talk about participation in baseball, and they're working with the NPF, the National Pro Fast Pitch League, and of course they work with USA Baseball and USA Softball. Because one of the things we want to get the kids back out playing, be it fast pitch, slow pitch, baseball. Hey, if it's a bat and a ball on a diamond, we want them out playing.
Nearly another great play made at shortstop by Orlando Castillo, but that time the throw just a little bit too low. Couldn't be dug out by Pearson over at first, and the runner's going to reach there, Derek Ward over there on first base, and now you have Colton Beaudry in the batter's box.
He got it well. Nice play.
Wow. Very, very nice up against the
wall. Might double him off here, and he does.
Great heads-up defense by the U.S. Futures, and just like that, they're out of the inning. That's 3 straight zeros here.
That's the advantage of having a true center fielder roaming left field for you right there.
Like we talked about earlier, yeah, the two center fielders paying off for the Futures, and it's a battle of attrition here, low scoring here in game number 3. We'll see if the Futures can break through next. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Dow Diamond. 4-4 your score with the U.S. Futures batting here in the bottom of the 5th against the 22 below team. And that is going to be a walk for Orlando Castillo, the shortstop, the 9-hitter. Bottom of the lineup due up for the Futures team here, the 9, 10, 11 spots.
Well, the old Dodger Rick Fairley, since we're in a Dodger center, used to say leadoff walks always come around to score unless they don't.
And there's a line drive that is down into the gap right up near the 375 sign, and that almost scored the leadoff walk, but it'll set up the U.S. Futures in a great spot here, second and third, as Adam Tennyson collecting the double there to the wall nearly in left center field. So Farron Miller, the pitcher, will have a chance to really help his own cause here if he can collect a hit and bring home a couple of runs.
And this has that feel like we talked about earlier in the first game today, where all of a sudden a game can be like this and get away. This could be real quick this inning if they're not careful. Now that they've rolled it to the top of the order, where it's a 4-4 game, and then before 22 below goes to hit, it's 13-4 if they're not careful here. This is going to determine some things right here, and they really need to get Zirkle, who, he's a great leadoff hitter and no pressure. But if they get to the middle of this order, it's not often you see Harvey make multiple outs in a game. So you've got a middle of an order right now due to do some damage, and they need to really face those guys with nobody on.
And Zirkle hits a fly ball into center field and a sliding catch. Nicely done by Cole Kennedy. It's a sacrifice fly, though, as it's enough to get Tennyson home from third base. And then Castillo scored on the RBI ground out from Farron Miller there one batter ago. So it's a 6-4 lead now for the U.S. Future. And now Mike Umscheid will look to keep the rally going here with nobody on.
That's a big out, though. I think this was one of those ones, if Z reaches there, this might have got real hairy for them. And
there's a fly ball left field. This one is back and gone. Way out of here over the left field wall. A solo shot for Mike Umscheid, the first home run of the ball game for the U.S. Future.
And this is where we've talked about, they try to count their home runs. Right now, they're in a spot they can free swing. You're already this deep into the game. There's no one scored. They can free swing right now. Nobody's counting home runs. If they can hit all 10 of them as solos, it's going to be enough, to get them home. So this is where these kind of games can get real ugly real quick.
And now here comes that middle of the order as Buddy Wolf and Ryan Harvey, the next two do. Wolf will try to keep the rally going, and he does. Just under the glove of the shortstop, Colton Beaudry. He's hustling into second and makes it there standing. A double for Buddy Wolf, and that brings up the big cleanup hitter, Ryan Harvey.
And he's due for one. When you were talking about tomorrow night, the Long Haul Bomber show, this guy right here who's not in it but should be, he hits balls that even the guys that have been around this game for 25 years, we stand there and look at each other and we're in awe of what he just did. And
Harvey steps out of the way of that one and takes ball one.
Like that one right there.
There's one in his wheelhouse, and yes, this is very gone. Over the fence and out of Dow Diamond. Ryan Harvey clears him again. 2-run shot. And it's now a 9-4 lead for the U.S. Futures.
You can see why the road's closed out there. That's
definitely flirting with it right there. Absolutely.
Yeah. That's a number right there.
Swinging a ground ball right there by Ryan Parfit. Playmate at shortstop, and just like that, the 22 below squad is out of the inning. But like you mentioned, that one certainly very close to getting way out of the end, but the Futures...
Yeah, they held on. I mean, that's a case there where that ball that Z hits falls and rolls to the fence and the energy gets going. They got out of there actually with the 5. It's a good move for the Futures, but that's a number that could have gotten away. As you can see how easily that inning could have gotten away from there. So, what they've got to do, come back right now in the same spot. The pressure's still on the futures. They just got to come in here and chip two or three. Just stay where the pressure's on them. They can't throw another blank. If they throw their third blank in a row and four of six up there, they're in a spot where the futures will come in here and probably pick up the 5 runs, and all of a sudden it was a 4-4 game and you're run ruled the next inning. So this is a case where they got to focus right now, and they don't got to get them all back, but get 3 or 4 right here.
So the U.S. futures see if they can shut the door or whether Team 22 below has another rally left in them. Steve Moore, the pitcher, will lead off the inning here for Team 22 below. It's the 10, 11, and 1 spots due up for 22 below here in the 6th. As Moore bats from the right side with that white, looks like a DeMarini that he's swinging down there. Everybody in this game, of course, has their bat of choice.
Yeah.
First pitch swinging, line drive, stays up, and is caught by Parfit out there in left for the first out of the frame. So Jermaine Brock steps in now, and Brock will look to find a gap. It looks like there's a fairly sizable one in right center field, the way that they're playing.
Yeah, and this is one of those things, obviously they probably don't know him well, and so they saw his swings, and they may have had one of their coaches who probably was out here watching the earlier game, so they're playing him because he pushed in the earlier games, and so they're setting that way. And
he does so again right there.
Yeah.
Center fielder Zirkle was almost perfectly positioned
played, yeah.
Took about 2 steps and was right there. So 2 outs. Top of the order up now, Cole Kennedy.
Just really got to go for a couple. They got to get the big kid up at the 3-hitter, who's already chipped him up some home runs tonight. If they can get 2 on there and get to him, they can get right in this.
Kennedy bats for the right side. Here's the second offering. Liner down the right field line is foul. Rolls up underneath the vacant bullpen bleacher. Normally that's where the Loons bullpen pitchers hang out during the course of the Midwest League season here at Dow Diamond.
So this is one of those modern developed stadiums where the home team's in the first base dugout as well?
Yes. The Loons dugout is on the first base side, contrary to popular demand.
It's interesting. A lot of the parks, Seattle, I'm a Seattle guy, and Safeco, they built it that way because they were able to build the dugout bigger. And it's interesting how many of the newer parks have been built that way. That tradition's kind of gone now.
Exactly, yeah. You're right, because, the tradition is third base. The tradition is that's where the home team is. Obviously, in this game,
yeah, the home team's in the third base dugout.
The home team is in the third base dugout. But, yes, when the Loons play here, yes, the home bullpen and the home dugout is on the first base side. And one of the many interesting quirks here at beautiful Dow Diamond that we are very proud of.
Well, some of these kids, as they get called up, they may find that their AA park and AAA park aren't as nice as this park. I mean, this is one of the nicest parks. I've been to a lot of minor league parks in the country doing this, and this is hands down one of the nicest parks I've ever been in.
Well, and I'll say this much. We have certain guys come down here for rehab appearances, and guys come down here from AAA, AA to make rehab appearances and step back down when they have to. And yes, the resounding answer is that yes, the facility here is top notch, even in comparison to all of minor league baseball, not just in the Midwest League alone. And it's fun to hear that from guys, and obviously we don't get that perspective every day because most of the guys that leave us here don't
come back. Yeah, one way or the other. Most of them want to leave, and they're hoping it's not a one-way somewhere.
We get back to the action here. 9-4 lead for the U.S. Futures. And in the batter's box is number 11, Corey Large. And he is safe over on first base. The additional hitter, Corey Large, is in at first base, just beating that throw.
Yeah, that's a case where that you would think they would have known Corey. You've got to shallow up on him here. That's almost too free. It was hit Chris. It was a clean play, clean throw. You're just not going to throw him out from as deep as they were playing.
So Kyle Pearson steps in. Right-hander with a runner at first, no one out.
Kyle's one of those unique guys. I don't know if you can see it on there, but he actually wears leather work gloves to hit in.
That is very, very interesting. Yeah, it definitely looked like his batting gloves were a little peculiar.
Yeah.
I figured it may have been a softball thing.
No, he's one of I've seen a couple guys in all my years of either baseball or softball do it. And he's one of them. He's a youngster. I think he's 22, 23 years old. And really, really bright future. Really nice young man as well. But yeah, it's interesting because he wears good old-fashioned leather work gloves.
He's on first base now, and there's a ball hit deep to left field. This one is over the outstretched glove of the left fielder, Pichettino. And that one is in for a double.
And there's a difference we saw. We saw Parfit make a very similar play, out there and to double up a runner off of first base, and very similar ball right there, a ball that the left fielder should catch. And, I don't think you would have doubled up KP. He was about halfway, but a case again where that's the little things right now. Because, again, you're looking there, that should be your third out of the inning, and you're back in here with a shot. You're going to hit with a shot here in the seventh, chasing 5, and instead you don't know what's going to happen.
Now batting for USA Futures, number 10, Adam Tennyson.
So now it's Adam Tennyson into the batter's box after the line out by Castillo. 2 outs in the inning, second and third. Castillo trying to tack on a couple of insurance runs. There's a line drive into the gap. That's going to do it. 1 run is in. Second runner right behind, and there we go. It's an 11-4 ball game, and now the U.S. Futures maybe even with designs on ending this game early if they can get the run rule in play.
Yeah, it's 15 runs after that, so it's still a little bit of a gap, but it doesn't take much to in a spot like this. That's where I say anytime you can get those third outs, get them, because sometimes it's 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters before you get a chance to make an out again. And it wasn't a routine play, but it's a play, especially a young man that we've seen make some outstanding plays today out there. He probably expects to make that play, and if you ask him, he'd tell you he probably makes it 9 out of 10 times.
Looks like we're going to see a pinch hitter up here for the Futures. 18, Andy Vitzik.
He's their other pitcher he's turned himself into an outstanding hitting, not only an outstanding hitting pitcher, he's turned himself into an outstanding hitter.
Andy Fitton.
So he takes Farron Miller's place, and we'll see if they re-enter Miller after the inning or whether they allow Vitzik to finish the deal on the pitching slab. Swings at it, fly ball, right field line. This one bounces up into the tarp area down there, down the right field line near the Loons bullpen, and the count is even. Vitzik with one more chance here. And he makes the most of it. This one deep to left, but not deep enough. Warning track power for Vitzik. And that ends the inning. One last chance for Team 22 below. When we come back, hear from Dow Diamond. 11-4, the U.S. Futures with the lead. last call time for the U.S. Futures and Team 22 Below, specifically the 22 Below squad, as they trail 11-4. Headed into the final inning, Matt Carney, Don Cooper here with you. 7th inning time, and the first hitter for the U.S. Futures is Austin Pichettino in the 2-hole. Watches the first one go for a strike. There's a ground ball to third. Gloved there and fired on to first. Nice play by Mike Umscheid to get the out there.
I think that's one of the things probably for you guys too that that haven't seen a lot of the ball at this level. It's how many of these guys that played minor league baseball or college baseball in the defense. I think everyone thinks of slow pitch softball. You think it's just whacking it around the yard, and and then the defense here, both in the outfield and the infield, is these guys are very good defensive players.
Yeah, very few errors being made across the board, and there's a nice snag there at shortstop by Orlando Castillo on a line drive for the second out of the inning. Just as we mentioned the great defense, there's another nice play. This U.S. Futures team as a whole has done very, very well in the field so far in this ballgame.
And they're probably the better defensive team between the USA and the Futures and the US, the Team USA. The Futures team probably is a little better defensively, especially with a couple of the injuries that the Team USA has. Team USA definitely has a little more power, top to bottom in the lineup.
And there's a ground ball that just barely makes it through the hole and into left field. So the rally's still alive for Team 22 Below. They need 7 runs to keep this ball game going as they trail 11-4, 2 outs. And here's Dave Andrews. First pitch swinging, nice snag by the pitcher, Farron Miller. And that's the end of the ball game. That will do it as the U.S. Futures take care of business and win 11-4 here in game number 3. A little bit of jitters, obviously, for the U.S. side, but ultimately they held it together and picked up the win.
Yeah, you settle down, you got it in. For the new kids, they got a game under their belt, they got in at bats, they got ready to go. So it was probably and it's exactly what these games are supposed to be designed for. That's why you have these games early, these pool bracket play games like this where they can get their work in. So they have to step it up now. Obviously, the 11 runs will get them beat by probably everybody else in this tournament. So they're definitely going to have to step it up.
Well, we're going to step aside, and when we come back, we'll have more softball action for you. 6:30, we get the first matchup of U.S. and Canadian teams as the U.S. Futures will remain on the field, and they'll play against the Canadian national team coming up at 6:30. And my good buddy Adam Jacksa will be along for the call of that one. So stay with us right here on the YouTube live stream. More softball action coming up for you after this short timeout. Welcome back to Dow Diamond. We're ready for Game 4. Adam Jackson with you. Alongside of me is Don Cooper. And in this game, we've got the USA Futures for their second straight game taking on Team Canada. First time we've seen Canada out here today, Don.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen their main team. We saw their Futures team earlier, and this is their big dog, and this is a big game for our Futures. You know, the USA Futures team obviously trying to make a point here that they can compete with Team Canada.
All right, the right-handed Wayne Parent will lead things off. Andy Vitsak gets the start on the mound in this second game. First pitch is ripped out, and it's a base hit to start off the top of the first.
And this is, like you said, this is the seventh border battle. There's the sixth previous one. USA's 5-1 in it. They lost one time back when it was hosted at Oklahoma City, and it was actually on smaller parks. I think this is a great venue, as we've talked all day long. And it's your home venue. It's one of the nicest venues we've hosted this event in. It's 2 years in a row here, and hopefully they'll continue to host it here when it's on U.S. soil.
This is Frank Henry that steps to the plate. Runner on first, nobody out, just underway in this fourth game. Ground ball over to shortstop. One to second, and the relay to first isn't quite in time. But they do get the force out at second, and Frank Henry beats out the throw at first base, one away.
And Frank's been one of the members. I'm one of the members that have been around for all 7 of the border battle teams for Canada. Mainstay in their lineup.
He's on first right now with Steele Lewis. And he takes a pitch. Ball. Second pitch is lifted out to left field. Hit a long way. Going back. That one is up and it's gone. First runs of the game comes from the bat of Steele Lewis. It's a 2-run shot, and Team Canada takes a 2-0 lead.
Yeah, and like I say, it's going to be interesting. They're obviously fired up, and I think that the Team Canada team really feels that they've got a team that can compete this year with the USA team, and I think you're going to see that here tonight. They're going to really try to set a tone, prove a point.
A lot of pride on the line, too. You're playing for your country, battling, as it's called, the border battle.
Yeah, and you've got, like I say, we've got some young men on the USA Futures team. This is their second game ever playing for their team, and we've definitely got some new members of Team Canada, a couple of guys that were called up from their version of the future teams. They call them selects.
Kyle Mechtel swings and flies out to center field. There's 2 away.
So yeah, I mean, it's definitely, we're definitely in a situation where it's pride, and the Futures team is interesting. If you talk to the USA Futures team right now, they feel they're as good as Team as good as Team USA. A lot of the guys, you're at that point where they feel, hey, we're ready to go up there. Let's kick these old guys off and let us have a shot at it. So there's definitely a point, and when they get to play each other too, it's obviously a battle when the 2 USA teams go at each other.
This is Justin Pinnell, the left-handed batter. Swings and hits the ground ball to second. Scooped up by Tennyson, and he'll toss it over to Pearson for the third and final out. 2 home runs shot in the first, and Team Canada jumps in front. We'll be back for the bottom of the first after this from Dow Diamond.
One, two, three, ABC. 1, 2, 3, ABC. 1, 2, 3, ABC.
back to Dow Diamond. It's 2-0 Team Canada, and the first opportunity for USA Futures as they come up. Brian Zirkle leads things off from the left side of the plate. Chris Parr on the rubber out there for Team Canada. You can see them. They're in the blacks with Canada in the red stripe written across their front of their jersey. Swings and takes the pitch foul toward the left side of the field.
The speedster Brian Zirkle. He's normally trying to slap it on the ground that way with no one's on first for a force and just leg it out.
Fourth game of the day here at Dow Diamond. And that pitch misses inside. Every count starts at 1 ball and 1 strike. Current count's 2-2. And that's a base hit back up the middle. Good solid swing from Zirkle to lead off this bottom half of the inning.
Brings up Mike Umscheid, like we've talked about in the earlier game, the super utility player.
Now batting number 21.
Remaining at third base this game, but he's been a shortstop on the Futures team his first year that he was here. He's been an outfielder.
Always nice to have a guy that can play a lot of positions on your team.
Yeah, and he really can, and he was that way coming up in baseball too.
It's a little bit too far under this one, it looks like, and he sends it foul. It actually looked like it had some home run distance on it, but 10 feet to the left of the pole, so just a long strike for Umschild.
And the one thing about it, we talked about, I wasn't here last year, but we were earlier the day that the wind was blowing out to right all of last year, and we've been here today. It's been a pretty consistent, steady breeze out to left. It's definitely playing short to left right now, and the big right-handed hitters have taken advantage of that.
Umschild lifts a pitch out to left field, and he's aboard, so back-to-back singles. Runners on first and second here in the bottom of the first as the Futures try and answer the 2 runs that the Team Canada was able to produce. And, yeah, if you're a right-handed hitter, you see the flags. Well, maybe you can't see the flags on our screen, but all 3, the state of Michigan, the Great Lakes Loons flag, and, of course, the flag of the United States, all blowing out towards left.
Now batting number 94, Buddy Wolf.
So here's Buddy Wolf, designated hitting in this game. Was the right fielder in the game before. The U.S. Futures just winning their first game today. Late strike called, and the count's 2-2. Lifts a pitch high out to right center field. And a couple of the Team Canada members coming on. The catch is made. Both runners will tag up 70 feet. And an opportunity now for an RBI, perhaps, as Ryan Harvey steps to the plate.
Yeah, we saw Ryan in the last one, like we've talked about. Ryan Harvey probably has the most power of any person in this park, depending no matter what team he's on. And he missed a couple early, but then his third at bat this last game, he hit by far the longest ball we've seen so far.
Again, he's that right-handed hitter, so he's got a good opportunity to send a long ball out to left field where the wind is blowing. Just talked about that. The pitch from Parr. Steady lifts it out to center field. Pretty deep. And that ball gets out of here.
There's your power. 410 feet. The wind didn't help that ball a bit.
That ball didn't look like it was going to carry out there. It almost looked like a shallow fly ball, but it just kept carrying and carrying. As you said, his power may be a little deceptive there.
Yeah, it's amazing. As we talk about, his balls kind of get a second gear, and you can see why he was a former first-round draft pick in the major leagues, and amazing amount, and especially for a young man that's only spent 3 years kind of out here on the circuit. You know, very, very, very bright future for him.
So just like that, the USA Futures take a 3-2 lead, and another base hit out to left field. Parfit looks like he's going to try for 2, and he'll be standing up easily. Ball gets away. He's trying for 3, and he slides in safely. A double and an error out there. So Parfit, with his speed, able to get around these bases quickly. He's at third base, still just 1 out in the bottom of this first inning.
I think you can already see the energy difference between the USA Futures in this game and the game earlier, and I think they were kind of a little bit going through the motions, waiting for this game, knowing that Team Canada was lurking, and that's, you know, sometimes they can bite you, and it almost did in that. You can just hear their dugout. You can see the way the guys are moving. There's definitely a whole different level of intensity here.
He started out last game giving up 3 runs in the first. They gave up 2 runs in the first here, but now are in front 3-2. This is Corey Large, the left-handed hitter. Open stance. 3 pitches have gone by. One of them has been called a strike, and the count is full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Swings and lofts a pitch high into right field. Coming over, and the catch is made. This will easily score a run with 2 outs. Parfit comes in, so getting over to third base certainly.
It's got him a run right there.
Yeah.
The heads-up hustle right there, and now you got the other big man, Kyle Pearson, first baseman. And just a young, raw, strong young man. And as we talked about earlier, his leather work gloves, and it's just another day in the office for him.
Yeah, if you can't tell on the screen, he is wearing leather work gloves. I have never seen that before.
Yeah, there used to be a guy out of NorCal that did it. It's the only other person I've ever seen, and he's
Swings and gets under the pitch, and this should be an easy catch for the left fielder, and it is to end the inning. But not before the Futures can get 4 back against Team Canada. They've doubled up the Canadians as we head to the top of the second. It's the USA Futures 4 and Team Canada 2 from Dow Diamond. Adam Jackson, Don Cooper back with you as we continue on today in the ASA Border Battle, the 7th edition. Team Canada trailing the USA Futures 4-2 after 1 inning of play, and this is Kyle Nebel that steps up to the Curtis Nebel, that steps up to the plate to lead off this second inning. Lifts a pitch out to left field. It's hit deep, but Parfit looks like he's under it. Takes a couple of steps back and makes the catch on the fringe of the warning track. And there's one away.
If you watch these two, the Zirkle in center field and Parfit in left field will drive a coach crazy because they like a little style to their catches, and both of them are fond of basket catches. And it's watching those two as a coach. Sometimes you want to run out there and grab them. Fortunately for both of them, I've yet to see them drop one, but there are times you wouldn't teach some of the things those two do out there.
You certainly don't want to get caught not making a catch if you're showboating a little bit out there. Doesn't make you look good.
Absolutely.
This is James Kelly at the plate, and he takes a first pitch strike.
And James is another one. We'd have to look it up, but I'm pretty sure James has been around for all 7 versions of the border battle for Team Canada in one form or the other.
Andy Vitsak with the pitch, and that one looks like it missed a little bit inside. There's a line drive off the glove of the third baseman Umshide, and it'll go out into shallow left field, so Kelly's aboard. Pretty sharp hitting ball right there, though.
Yeah, and I think that's the case, too. We talk about, these guys just got together this morning, and Mike and Orlando are not teammates on their regular teams. That's a ball that I think Orlando has covered right there. And if they knew each other better, Mike probably would have laid off there and let Orlando have that ball. But, again, they just got together this morning.
All right, this is the right-handed Ted Baker, first baseman for Team Canada. And he takes a strike on the outside corner. Second pitch misses inside, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Sends the ball out to right field, right at Corey Large. Had it played perfectly, and there's quickly 2 away. It's got to make it nice out there if you're an outfielder and you don't have to move at all. Certainly lot less running.
And you've got three guys that came up basically as shortstop, or excuse me, as center fielders too out there. Corey's moved to a corner outfield because he's been playing next to Parfit and so forth over the years. But I mean, you've got three legitimate center fielders out there right now.
Here's Colin Andrews, who sends a pitch out to deep center field. Brian Zirkle looks like he's under it, and he does make a nice two-handed basket catch out there, chest high. Just as Don said, having a little fun. There's nothing wrong with that. We're having fun here. We're headed to the bottom of the second. Right now, it's the USA Futures out in front of Team Canada, 4-2 at Dow Diamond. Welcome back to Dow Diamond. Adam Jackson, Don Cooper with you as we head to the bottom of the second. Team Canada back out into the field, and the USA Futures looking to add on to their lead. They're in front 4-2, and they step to the plate. Jeff Flood, the right-handed batter, ready, and lines the pitch foul down the right field line. You said that this is a pretty big rivalry between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, especially Team Canada and Team USA, and like we've talked about, the Team Canada only has that one win, but they've been very competitive in the other games, and to be a rivalry, you have to have both teams win once in a while. We've talked, the Yankees and the Red Sox rivalry when it got reignited and America fell in love was when they were both good. It's so. I think Canada, they really keep this going and keep the interest. They need to find a way to win one or two of these in a row, and really, this is the seventh one. They're 5. They're 1-5, and I think that's one of the things that they've really focused on, reinventing their rosters as well as adding the futures. The first few years there was only one team, and the USA team added the futures team, to kind of get some people ready to go for the next level. And some of those veteran players were retiring, and Canada, committed the resources to doing the same with their select team that we saw play earlier. So I think that's what you're seeing is that they're trying to build that program.
Sure. Jeff Flood led off with a pop out to center field, and that was Orlando Castillo that hit it back off par. Looked like he was able to get the glove in the way of it. Thankfully, not good to.
Yeah, that's what we tell everybody. You want to go pitch? You want to go stand there 50 feet away from these guys? Have at it.
No, thank you.
We'll give you a mask and a glove and head right on out.
So he advanced over to second with good hustle.
And that's one of the things you've probably noticed. You guys doing baseball is you'll see the pitchers here, with facial protection on. A lot of times they'll wear a version of shin guards, and there's nothing unmanly about that. We've talked about it. It's safety first. There's nothing wrong with that, and we're seeing it even in Major League where New Era's come out with a cap that's addressing the pitchers' injuries.
Absolutely.
Easton's working on some designs and so forth for that we've seen that have been passed around. So it's part of the game. The athletes are getting better. The technology is getting better. It's just part of the game now.
Andy Vitsak, the pitcher, takes a shot toward the opposite side. It's fouled out of play. Tennyson drew the walk. Castillo's on second. There's one out. We're in the bottom half of the second inning. Futures in front 4-2.
And when we talk about the rivalry, too, we're looking at the Futures team over here. There is a cap. At 32, you either have to get called up to the big team or your run with the USA program is over. And so the few of these guys that are up against that number, obviously, they're hoping to find their way onto that roster next year and not have it come to an end. It's quite a privilege to wear USA across your front of your chest, and so there is a lot on the line, even with the futures teams. They're not here just going through the motions. They're here trying to cut their teeth and get to that next level.
A lot of pride, a lot of competition to get up where these players are at. Certainly the case. Back-to-back walks by Chris Parr, and that'll load up the bases with one out. Back to the top of the order for Brian Zirkle. Left-hander with a big opportunity to add on to the Futures lead. So far, they've doubled up the Canadians 4-2. And there is a strike from Parr as he's now ahead of the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. There's a line drive out to center field. Drops in front of Lewis. This will score 1 run. Everybody advances 70 feet. And it's now 5-2. Good at bat by Zirkle. Made Parr throw him a strike and then knew exactly what to do with it.
Now batting number 21, Mike.
Steele Lewis wasn't able to come up and make the catch. So now again the bases remain loaded and Mike Umschild, the third baseman, steps to the plate. The right-hander cranks a ball just inside of the left field line. This will score 2 at least. And it's a double for Umschild. 2 RBIs. 2 more on the scoreboard, and it's now 7-2 Futures. They're really swinging the bats well.
Yeah, they are. And like I said, you can see it right now. It's just a complete energy difference. The whole team's up on the rail down there. The coaching staff's up on the rail down there. And and you're looking at the Futures coaches as well. I think one of the things that's lost in that is those coaches are trying to get to the next level too. They're trying to take over. Steve Shortland and his staff have done a wonderful job with Team USA. They've been, he's been at the helm all seven years. But those guys down there are trying to do the same thing.
Here's a ground ball hit right at the second baseman. And Sitch throws it to first for the second out. A run does come in, though. RBI ground out. Zirkle scores. And it's now a 6-run lead, 8-2 in favor of the Futures.
Now batting number 35, Ryan.
So with 2 outs and a runner on second, here comes the power hitter. As Don has told us many times before, Ryan Harvey coming to the plate. Had a long shot out to center field in his first at-bat.
And you got Josh Zanoli's going to walk out here and have a little conversation with him, one of the player coaches of Canada, and say, I'm assuming, okay, what do we want to do here with him? That they're
sure.
It's kind of pick your poison a little bit with the order, but the thing about him is he hits those home runs that kind of charges up a team, charges up a park. It's those ones that go up over the light pole and keep climbing, and it's an interesting thing right here. You got 2 outs and a runner on second. Are they going to just set it up for the force? And
will we see any kind of intentional walk here?
You could, yeah. I mean, if this was later in the game, I think it's a no-brainer. You put him on with 2 outs and play for the force out. Deepen your infield up and take the force everywhere. Or you're probably going to talk to him about, Josh may have gone out and said, hey, this is what I want you to do is nibble, and if you walk him, it's okay. I just don't want you to, don't throw him something up chest high because he whacks anything that's chest high.
We'll see what Parr decides to do. Ryan Harvey at the plate. Ryan Parfit stands on deck if they do elect to pitch around him. The first one comes in way inside. Second pitch, he tees off. It's a high fly ball deep to left field. That ball is up against the wall. It's out of here.
And that's the case right there. You can see the pitcher shake his head. He was trying to throw that in, thinking I want him to go out one. The problem with him when you have that kind of power, it was in, but it was in and up, and he can just get to those. I mean, I think if Josh is going to go out there, and if his advice was, hey, don't mess around. If that's what you're thinking, just put him on.
Yeah.
Just put him on and let's get to Parfit and put it on Parfit and see what he's going to do. But it doesn't serve a purpose, especially if you're going to miss up to him. You got to miss down.
So it's a 10-2 lead. Parfit smokes a ball that's off the glove of the shortstop and into left field, and he gets over to second base. It's a tough decision. They went out, talked about it. They knew that Ryan Harvey had the power, and he's still able to get his home run, his second of the game, and it's given the Futures a 10-2 lead here in the bottom of the second inning.
And the Futures team is missing Kyle Pearson, the other Kyle Pearsons. There's actually 2 Kyle Pearsons on this team, one playing first base, and the other one would be playing middle infield right now. And I think I think it's a situation now where Parfit's hitting behind Harvey, and you're following it up with Corey Large. I think in a normal lineup, if you would have asked them, they probably would have had the other Kyle Pearson protecting him. So, it's an interesting dilemma. Parfit is a phenomenal player and a great base hitter, as you saw right there. You would think maybe later that you're going to say, hey, let's have 2 swings beat me instead of 1 swing beat me.
Right, he showed a lot of speed as he was able to get to second base, but still, you think put the guy on, you have a force at every bag, but they elected to try and pitch to Harvey, and he made him pay. This is Corey Large. Shallow fly ball to center field. Steele Lewis under it, over to his right, makes the catch for the third and final out of what was a long second inning. 10 runs in total for the Futures, 6 of them coming in that second frame, and both in the first and second inning, a long ball from Ryan Harvey. It's 10-2 Futures in front of Team Canada. We'll be back to Dow Diamond for the top of the third after this. Back to Dow Diamond in downtown Midland. It's 10-2, the USA Futures in front of Team Canada. Second game of the day for the Futures. First for Team Canada, Adam Jackson, Don Cooper. And Don, what does Team Canada have to do to get back in this one? 8 runs isn't a huge amount in terms of how fast and easily runs are scored in this game, but certainly they're down by a lot. They got to try and get back into this, and they have to do it one at a time.
Yeah, it's the old adage, just take it upon yourself, make it an individual sport right now. Get in the box, don't worry about anything but what you can control. The issue that they've got right now is, I think they're pressing. You're up against a bunch of young kids, over here that want this, and again, the pressure's on Team Canada. You're here trying to build this rivalry up. You're here to play Team USA, not the Futures. You lose this game, what's that say?
Right.
So again, this is a tough first night matchup. They knew it was going to be a tough first night matchup because this Futures team has been pretty vocal, over the last month waiting for this to happen, that they felt they were capable of beating everybody, including Team USA.
Chris Parr with a ground out to start the inning, and Rob Sitch fouls that with a ground out over to Adam Tennyson.
And like we've talked about, the other thing that looms here now is like we saw in the earlier game is there is a run rule. It's only an 8-run lead right now, but as we chop a couple of these innings off, we get to a 20 after 4, 15 after 5 situation, and so if you get here where all of a sudden they're a couple away, especially with the Futures having the hammer, being the home team, it doesn't take much. It's a great play by Umshot with a cannon, by the way.
Almost able to get the lead off Wayne Parent at first, but Parent able to beat that out. Let's consider the fact that these bases are only 70 feet from home plate. He's deep in the hole. That ball's like a normal 90 feet away at third base, and he still was almost to make the play.
That was a great play all the way around, because I think it was a well played defensively, and the umpire got himself in great position and made I think the right bang call. So sometimes give credit to everybody involved. It was a nice swing, it was a nice defensive play, and the umpire did a heck of a job there.
And credit Wayne Parent, he hustled it out and was able to beat out the throw. So he stands at first.
And this is the case right here. Frank Henry, Franck as we call him, the way the Canadian version of spelling of it. He needs to go get him 2 right now. He's going to sit right now and say, I'm going to go get us 2 runs back right now. He's their veteran. He's their leader. He's a guy that's played a lot down here in the United States. He's hit on the long haul bomber tour for combat in the past. I mean, he needs to go get them 2 runs right now.
He looks like he's waiting for his pitch as he takes a couple of balls. Head of the count, 3-1.
And as you saw right there, I think that's a case there, like we saw with Ryan Harvey. With 2 outs right there, Andy was nibbling around the corners. He's kind of looking in the dugout. And I don't think he's really that heartbroken about that. This might get him. Kyle might come in here and get him. But I think that was a case right there where he was going to make him hit his pitch.
Steele Lewis at the plate.
And see if he could get what he thought he was going to get there.
And he does. He gets a ground ball right at Mike Umshide. He makes the throw over to second. We'll keep it right here as we head to the bottom of the third inning. It's 10-2 Futures. 4 runs for them in the first, 6 runs for them in the second. Team Canada, they've been shut down ever since they got that 2-run inning in the first, but the Futures just in control right now, Don.
Yeah, and this is the case right now. If you're the Canada, like we talked earlier, they have to be real careful that Team Canada could get in a real bad spot here. You give up another 4 or 6, and then you come in really chasing a number, and the pressure bears you. They've got to get out of here 1 or 2 or less, and remember, hey, we're okay. We've got plenty of home runs to hit, and let's go to work. But this is the problem that Team Canada feels. One of the things they do when you talk to their guys, they feel they can play defense with anybody. The one thing they think they're a little bit short still in their development up there is what we call stadium power. Playing here in a big beautiful baseball stadium, they do feel they're a little bit short against these two teams. And Team USA actually, like we've talked about, has better stadium power than any of these guys, but they don't have the defense that the USA Futures has. And I'm not sure that the Canadian Team Canada's defense isn't on par with Team USA right now. It's just the power difference is pretty significant. So, one of the things they've got to play the game a little bit small, but then have a guy like Frank Henry step up and get his 2 there. I think that was a good coaching, good pitching. Hey, we're going to nibble around, and if he wants to go hit it, no. If not, we're going to put it on Mr. Steele, and it worked in that situation.
Kyle Pearson leads off the bottom of the third for the Futures. And he hits a hot shot right back up the middle. He's aboard. You're talking about the power and the difference. If you're watching this, don't think that these are cupcake home runs. I mean, we're talking about 332 out to left, 400 to straightaway center, and 325 the opposite way to right. That's a long way.
Yeah, I mean, this is as big as most major league parks. That's one of the things when I walked in today, I noticed. A lot of times you'll see minor league parks, and they'll say, "Oh, those are minor league numbers. It's a 310 park down the line. It's a that type of thing." This is as big as many, if not all, of the major league parks floating around. And you've also, your 375 with, it looks like probably a 10, 12-foot wall out there on top of it as well. So, there's a lot of things going on there.
Flood at the plate right now hit a hot shot down the left field line, but it was foul. And the count is 1-2. Runner on first with nobody out. We're in the bottom of the third. It's 10-2. USA Futures in front.
Yeah, so I mean that like you said, this is definitely not the case. I mean, this is a big park.
As we see a base hit off the bat of Jeff Flood, and now back-to-back singles, runners on first and second, still nobody away.
Yeah, and this is where it can get away. They hang another 6 on him right now. Team Canada could really kind of go, oh boy. And then you have to wonder what happens, to their psyche a little bit, when they look at this next team. And so, one of the things that we've got going on too, and we haven't already talked about, is it looks like we have some weather coming on Wednesday, and so there is a chance. We're waiting to hear.
It's a long fly ball out to left field. That ball's gonna get out of here. It's a 3-run shot for the Team Futures.
Orlando Castillo, the slick fielding shortstop, shows he can also flick one out of here. So we're in a situation where we may see the actual border battle game, move till tomorrow instead of the Wednesday and the future games, where we've gotten a verbal on that. We haven't seen it in writing yet, but it looks like that could happen just to protect ourselves on the weather on Wednesday, to make sure that the actual border battle game gets in. So they could be looking at one day to think about this. All these things, and how it is, the psyche of an athlete.
Sure.
What happens, especially if this holds, and let's say that Team Canada was to get run ruled here, it could really play into some things.
It's 13-2 right now, and a double by Adam Tennyson as he's able to beat out the throw of Justin Pennell in right field. 4 runs in the first for the Future, 6 in the second, 3 in the third, and they've hit a home run in all 3 frames, pouring it on against Team Canada. And they're not done yet. Still, believe it or not, Don, nobody out.
Yeah. This is where they got to be. Canada's got to find a way to get out of here right now. It's obviously, but that ball might get down as well.
And it does in front of the left fielder. And over the third goes Adam Tennyson, and now runners at the corners. And Team Canada, still nobody out, in this third inning.
And here you are, you're facing the top of the order again. And like we talked about, every time you face the top of this order, Mr. Wolf and Mr. Harvey are lurking very quickly. So, you've got to find a way to get one of these next 2 guys out, and then at least it gives you some abilities to make some decisions.
Brian Zirkle at the plate now. He's got a lot of speed. Swings and pops it up. That's exactly what Parr wanted. They still should score a run. Steele Lewis makes the catch. And indeed, Adam Tennyson comes in to score. So add on another run. And it's 14-2 now. The Future's in front by 12.
They'll take that right there. If you offered them an out for a run, even though they're chasing, they know the last thing they could get is Zirkle to hit a gap. And so the same thing here. They really got to find a way. They need an out of Umscheid or Wolf, so at least they can kind of decide what to do with Mr. Harvey.
Umscheid at the plate, 1 out. We're in the bottom of the 3rd inning.
Thing with Mikey right now, he may be sitting to try to get right up out of here. He was.
And he hits it pretty deep, but not even warning track power as the catch is made out there by Kyle Knechtel. Runner moves up 70 feet. And now he's on second with 2 outs in this 3rd inning. Still 14-2, Futures in front. And here comes Buddy Wolf.
This is a huge at bat because, hey, if you can find a way to get him out, come in here and score a couple of runs, then you're facing Mr. Harvey with nobody on. Worst case scenario, it costs you a run.
What's the best way to face the best hitters? Certainly when there's nobody on base. 2 pitches into Wolf, 2 balls, and the count's 3 balls and a strike. Parr comes home, and that's a line drive out to left center field. Hustling around third, this could score another run, and it will make it 15-2. And that's Fitzsack that comes across home plate. 5 runs now in this 3rd inning on the RBI single from Buddy Wolf. And now here comes the man that's got 2 at-bats in this game, and both of them have left the yard. One to dead center, the other to left. Ryan Harvey, a fun guy to watch.
Yeah, and Mr. Zanolis is giving him advice again. What I would tell him is, whatever I told you last time, don't do it again.
Of course, Harvey came up to the plate last time. They went out and talked to Parr, and 2 pitches later, we saw a ball fly over left field.
He missed that one.
Shallow left field, foul territory, and Parr will certainly take that as Kyle Knechtel comes on to make the catch. 5 more runs come in, though, for the USA Futures, and they've extended their lead. It's 15-2 as we head now to the top of the 4th. And this right here, Don, is a big opportunity for Team Canada. They've got to get some runs and get back in this, because right now they're trailing by 13. We're over halfway through this one, and you've got to put some damage. You got to do something to the Futures to get back into this.
What we call it is a swing inning, because now we swing into where the run rule's in play.
Right.
So you're sitting here right now. They're plus 13. If you do nothing, if you do nothing here as Canada, obviously now all you're looking at is a 7-run inning ends it for you. But if they put 3 or 4 runs on you, then you're right back to where now they're going to come to the plate where they need 1 or 2, the 5th or the 6th inning like we saw last time. So this is what the swing inning right here. They don't have to go get it all back. What they've got to go get back is find a way to give themselves a chance of winning an inning here. Go get 4 or 5 and come in and play defense again and take 3 innings like that. But if they throw a blank up here right now. Actually, I think that they throw up 1 or less here right now, they're going to be in a real tough spot not to get run ruled in the 4th or the 5th.
They haven't scored a run in the last 2 innings after getting 2 in the first. Quickly around the diamond for the USA Futures. Ryan Parfit in left, Brian Zirkle in center, Corey Large is in right. Umscheid, Castillo, Flood, Tennyson, and Pearson across the diamond from left to right. Flood is the middle infielder. Andy Fitzsack is on the rubber, and Ryan Harvey behind the plate for the Futures. And Knechtel stands up at the plate for Team Canada as he tries to get this inning going. Kyle Knechtel, the left fielder, puts a charge over to the right side of the field. It's off the glove of the first baseman, Pearson. And good hustle as Knechtel beats it out, and he's aboard, and that's what you need. Team Canada, you need base runners, and Knechtel starts the inning off the right way.
Yeah, at this point, there's no reason to be glamorous. Don't get too proud to take a walk, an error, a bloop, anything right now. This is one of those, however you don't make an out, you're happy.
So Knechtel gets aboard. Here's Justin Pennell, the left-handed batter. Open stance, waits for the pitch, and it's right back up the middle Vitsak stuck his glove out there to try and come up with it, but he couldn't. A stumble out in center field, and this will allow a run to come in to score. Good hustle around the bases as Knechtel goes from first to home, and Team Canada gets their first run in a couple of innings, and it's 15-3.
And that's all they need to do, just play that game right there. That's their game. Their game is run the bases, hit the gaps. You know, it's not stand up here and try to hit home runs with these guys. You know, their whole concept here is just that right there. You know, step back up here right now, see if you can't find another gap, score that runner from second, and just keep it going.
So a runner on second, nobody out. That ball is launched, but it's right at the left fielder. Parfit comes in a step, makes the catch. Over to third base goes Kelly. Or check that, Pennell, as he's now 70 feet away. There's one out in the inning.
Now batting for Team Canada, number 8, James Kelly.
So Curtis Niebel is out of there. Here's James Kelly.
And this is the case where James can't be looking just to score the run. You know, they're chasing this many. He's got to get a hit. You know, this can't be, hey, I'm going to go, you know, throw a ball out here and make sure I score the run. They're too far down for that. He's got to look for the big inning.
He swings and lifts it deep out to left field. Parfit going back just in front of the wall. He does make the catch, but a run will come in to score as Justin Pennell crosses home plate. So 2 runs in for Team Canada in this 4th inning. They've cut the lead down a slight amount. It's 15-4 with 2 outs.
Ted Baker.
And Ted Baker steps to the plate. Nobody on base, 2 outs. We're in the top of the 4th inning. Vitsak leans in as he gets set to pitch, and here it comes. Misses, and the count is 2-1. Ground ball hit hard down the left field line, but it's to the left of the line. Baker trying to start a 2-out rally for Team Canada. Dominating play so far by the USA Futures. 4 runs in the first, 6 in the second, 5 in the third. 3 home runs, 1 in each inning. Futures switching up their defensive alignment a little bit. Vitsak telling Ryan Parfit to move a couple of steps to his right. And that pitch is launched into the gap of right center field. It gets down. Baker around first. Over to second as that ball is misplayed. He'll trot over to third, and he's got a stand-up triple. And just like that, Team Canada with an opportunity with Baker now in scoring position.
And that's their game right there. It's gap, 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 and that's their game. And
making the Futures outfielders work a little bit harder in this inning.
yeah, I mean that's their game. They had way too many fly ball outs early. You know, find it on the ground, give yourself a chance. And that's their game.
So an opportunity for Colin Andrews to get in the RBI. But he pops it up to center field. Zirkle.
Running away, though. It's running away.
And it does get away from Zirkle as it lands at the warning track. A run comes in, and that's a triple as Colin Andrews is into third base. One of those balls that kept carrying out to left field.
That's a wind. That's the ball right there in the wind.
Yeah.
You can see, you know, Z was set up a little bit in right center field for him, and that wind just kept pushing it. You could see him running at it. You could even see Parfit, you know, coming from the left field spot, knew he was in trouble. That ball just ran away from him, ran away from him, ran away from him. And if those 2 guys can't go get it, it's not going to get caught.
And looks like we've got a pinch hitter coming in.
Now batting, pinch hitter number 62, Ron Nadal.
Ron Nadolin comes in. He'll take the place of Chris Parr as he steps in from the right side. We'll see if he heads out to the mound then as well, or excuse me, the rubber. Woo! Right back to the pitcher, Vitsak, who snares it, and that's how the inning ends. Most times you see that, get up the middle, would have been a base hit, would have been another run scored, but instead the Canadians will settle for 3. We'll take a break and come on back for the bottom of the 4th. Right now, it's the USA Futures out in front of Team Canada by 10. 15-5. We'll be back to Dow Diamond after this. Bottom of the fourth inning as we come back to the seventh border battle. USA taking on Canada. It's the USA Futures and Team Canada. I'm Adam Jackson, Don Cooper to my left, and we've watched an offensive explosion from the Americans. 15 runs in through 3, and they start off the fourth, much like the other 3 innings, with a base hit, as they've got one aboard to start the inning.
Yeah, well, like I say, that was the swing inning. The three definitely helps a little bit there. But you're right back now where we flip to the fifth inning. It's a 15-run roll. So obviously what the Futures team's trying to do right now is push 5 or 6 across. Put them in a spot where Team Canada has to score.
Sure.
So their focus is, let's see if we can find 5 again here.
Ryan Parfit on first. And that ball gets under the glove of Justin Pennell. So back-to-back base hits, this one off the bat of Corey Large. And there's now runners at first and second, and Team USA, or the USA Futures, I should say, putting the pressure right back on the Canadians after they were able to get 3 runs in the fourth.
And here we are right back to Mr. Work Gloves and all the power in the world again. So
Kyle Pearson down there wearing the brown workman's gloves.
I would assume he's sitting nothing but left field and seeing how far he can hit this ball right now.
Wind continues to blow out to left field.
Yep, that's what he was trying to do.
And he launched it, got all of it, and that ball's out of here. A 3-run shot. And just like that, USA Futures are back in front by 13 runs, 18-5. Big swing.
Big swing. And that's why I say they want to get the 5 here to make sure that they can find a way to make them have to score. And that's a situation there, too. I know it's early, and it's one of those things. I'm not sure I wouldn't have put it on Flood. Even though there's nobody out here, the Pearson kid's he's just so turned himself into such a legit home run hitter right now. And not that Jeff can, it's not quite his game in a stadium.
Jeff Flood at the plate right now. If you're unfamiliar with the run rule, it's 15 runs after 5. That pitch is skied out to left. Should be playable. Nechtil comes in, gloves it with both hands, head high for the first out.
And it's actually 20 after 4. As funny as that sounds, the 20's in play right now for him, right?
Oh, yeah.
So I mean, obviously they're thinking, hey, let's at least get 5 so that we know they got to score. But if you get the 5, heck, might as well go ahead and get the other 5 and just call. Sure. Don't even give them a chance to hit again.
That ball is hit hard. A line drive out to left, and is it out of here? It is. Home run. Nice catch out there by one of the fans. So second home run of the inning. What is that, 5 home runs now for the Futures?
5.
Certainly swinging the bats well. That'll bring up Adam Tennyson.
Ooh.
Gets a good hop off of second base, but it didn't matter. Colin Andrews, that's a terrific play.
It is. That's one of those ones where the hop actually helped you, but it can throw you off so bad there because you're not expecting it. So you're trying to stay down. So that's bad luck, good luck right there.
Great reaction time from Andrews over there just to the left of second base. Second out of the inning.
And this is a big out right here because you roll the order over. If you can get Andy out, you've rolled the order, and the run roll, is not quite in play yet. So this is a big out for them.
And the run rule would be 15 after 4. Right now it's
20 after 4, 15 after 5.
Yes.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Good swing out to left. Ball isn't quite going to get there. Yep. Kyle Nechtil has been busy out in left field, been chasing balls, looking balls, watching them go above the wall, but that one he's able to catch up to. So the USA Futures will settle for 4. They've scored at least 4 runs in every inning. And they're now in front 19-5 as we turn over to the top of the 5th. Team Canada, same as it's been pretty much all game. They got to score some runs.
Well, yeah. Here's the problem: is if you don't, it's 1 run and it's over.
Yeah.
Now we've swung it to the 15-run rule. So I mean, this is a case where you got to figure. You've seen what they're scoring. They're scoring 4 an inning. So you better go get 4 or 5 or 6. All you're trying to do now is extend it. So
Yep.
you got to go get 4, 5, or 6. If not, you got to figure you're going to come in here and they're going to beat you. They're also the bad thing for Team Canada is they're at the top of their order. You've got Zirkle standing there, but you've got those two big beasts right around the corner again. So you got to figure if they got a chance to see this thing out through 6 or 7 innings, they better hang a 5 or 6 up here.
We'll see what they could do. A big opportunity for the USA Futures if they can get a quick inning, not give up a run. As Don said, you get 1 run in the bottom of the 5th, this game's over.
And their advantage, especially if Rob can reach here, then they've rolled to the top of their order as well. So this is where their top's got to step up and prove why you're representing your country and why you're the top of the order of the team representing your country. And Wayne and Frank Henry have got to step up right after this. And the funny thing about it is we're talking like it's over. It's still 14 runs, and you're 6, 7, 8 run inning all of a sudden, and then the pressure's back on the Futures to answer. So
runs can come quick here in softball.
yeah, we've seen it. You've seen the 6-run inning. Right now the Canada would love to have that 6-run inning that the Futures had in the second. And like I said, all of a sudden we're right into a game here. We've got it down to single digits, and you take your shot, but. I think what they got to do is not fall in love with the home run right now. Not try to get it all back in 3 swings and see if we can't go right center gap right here. They're kind of giving it to him and saying, hey, see if you can go take that right center gap from him.
9-1-2 due up in this inning. It starts with Rob Sitch. He'll be followed by Wayne Parent and Frank Henry.
You see Zirkle tried to take that away. They're adjusting a little bit. I think they saw that. Ryan and Harvey saw that as well as I did. They were leaving a train right through there.
He pops the ball to right field, right down the line. Two-handed catch made by Corey Large as he runs toward that foul fence. And there's 1 away. The Futures have been able to hold the Canadians scoreless in 2 innings so far. Back in the 2nd and the 3rd, they weren't able to score. It always helps when you can get that first out.
Absolutely. Especially with, like I said, the pressure's so on them. They know, obviously they understand the circumstances. The staff's told them, hey, we can't go blank here.
This is Wayne Parent. Takes a couple of steps forward and decides to hold up. It's a called strike. Second pitch.
As you can see, the arm was out there. He called that illegal. He wasn't calling. Most of the time we think of an illegal pitch as being too high. He actually called that illegal for being too flat. There you go.
There's a bouncer back through the infield. And Parent the first aboard in this 5th inning. Canadians trying to do all they can to extend this game. They trail by 14.
And then the right spot. They've got their 2 big veteran hitters up in a row right here. That the heart and soul of their team, of the guys that have led Team Canada through everything. Or here they are. So starting with Mr. Henry. And I think, it's selfish as it sounds, he's got to sit and try to get him 2 right now. He's the guy that's got all the pop on their team, and he needs to try to get him the 2. We'll see what Andy does. You can see there Andy was working outside saying, if you're going to get me 2, you're going to have to go 400 feet. I'm not giving you something. There you go.
That's a line drive
There
out
you
to
go.
left field, and it's gone. You called it, Don.
Yeah, that's what your veterans are supposed to do right there. It's a big swing for him. It's a big swing for their confidence. And now all of a sudden, now you start saying, hey, let's get a couple more. Let's a chip and a shot and get this thing to single digits.
So a 2-run shot, and it's 19-7. A 12-run lead for the Futures. There's a ball that's cranked out to left, and that's a base hit. Steele Lewis, center fielder for the Canadians, is aboard. Still 1 out in the 5th. We'll see if that home run gives Team Canada a little bit of a boost here offensively in this 5th inning.
Well, and it makes it right now. It still makes it 4 runs. That's a number right now. You've pushed it out to where they're going to have some runs. And here's a spot right here. This is tough. You're inclined to try to blow one out of here, but Kyle's really a better gap-to-gap hitter. And, don't get greedy. Go try to win the game right now and go gap-to-gap like you just did right there. That's a great swing.
Bounces up against the wall. This could score a run. Around third comes Lewis, and he's in, sliding into third, and it's a triple.
I love that right there. That's a young man that I said, hey, he's playing the game to win it right now, and he understands this is a big park. That's his swing right there, gap to gap. and hey, let's get myself to third base now and take another shot at it.
Kyle Nechtel with the triple. That's 3 runs in for the Canadians. That ties the most amount of runs that they've been able to score in an inning. They had 3 in the 4th, now 3 in the 5th, so maybe starting to swing the bats a little bit.
Well, they're a good swing here, or 2 good swings away from being in single digits again, and then anything happens. So I'd love to see him push to that left center gap right now as well. So the wind's still blowing out, and love to see him push it into that gap, just like that. He was trying, just missed it.
You could see him trying to go the opposite way. He was holding up as long as he could.
Good. Yeah, they gave him the gap now, and now you see there's 2 things that happens. Now that there's a strike, they know he can't. It's harder for him to go down the line, so Parfit's going to come off and take it away. But they showed it to him, and he just missed it. It wasn't a bad pitch to try. It was great. Again, you can see that they had a plan right there. That's half the battle.
A lot of room in right center. We'll see if he sends it out that way.
There he does.
And he does. Is it going to hang up long enough
problem
for
is
Zirkle? A lot of speed for the center fielder. He'll catch it. It does score a run for the Canadians, but 2 outs in the inning.
You can see him look back over his shoulder and shaking his head. That's supposed to gap somebody. Unfortunately, Mr. Zirkle was lurking. But again, that's a really good at bat. It's not the outcome he wanted, but he saw that left center field gap. He took his shot at it. They took it away from him. He went right back to it again. I think that's just a real good quality at bat that's going to pay off.
That's the game. Try and find what gap they give to you. Niebel sends a deep fly ball to left. Did it stay fair? It does not. Umpire down the left field line calls it foul. A lot of power behind that.
Yeah, and if I was him, I'd go right back there and go at it again. Get this thing to single digits.
It's 19-9. We're in the top of the 5th.
Right now. Oof. Good nibble.
Pitch missed inside. 2-2. Hit it out, but not deep. Shallow, long run for Parfit. And there is the speed, indeed. You talked about it. You've got Ryan Parfit, the left fielder, quote-unquote, that could be a center fielder. And then, of course, Brian Zirkle, the center field. A lot of speed out there for the outfielders, and that certainly is a positive sign for the U.S. Futures because you can come in and make catches like that.
Yeah, those are 2 balls that could have clearly fallen with a lot of defenses, and that's one of those what could be innings real quick right there, right? So I mean, it's a ball in the right center field gap. If Zirk doesn't catch that, it's down. It's probably a triple. That's a ball that could have blooped. So that's where the defense pays off. But hey, give them credit. They came up there and got the 4 when they knew they needed it. Now you've at least put the pressure on the Futures. 5's a number in a stadium. One, they were going to get their hearts broken. They were going to get walked off. Now they've given themselves a chance to find a way and extend the inning. And, hey, if they can get the Futures to throw a 0 here, 0 or 1, then you come right back in and repeat the wash, repeat, rinse, and see where you can input yourself. But if nothing else, for the psyche of what happened, they had to do something. And then they did it there because, again, this is pool play basically. This is getting them ready for the border battle. This is getting them ready for the game. And now at least, they've seen it. Their big guy stepped up. Frank Henry stepped up and hit the home run that had to be hit to give him a little breathing room. The other guys had a real good plan. So outstanding inning. Unfortunately, that's the innings they needed in the 2nd and the 3rd as well.
Yeah, they put up a couple of goose eggs in the 2nd and 3rd, and the Futures have scored at least 4 runs in their 4 innings. They had a 6 spot in the 2nd, 5 spot in the 3rd, and they've scored 19 runs. 19-9, and Zirkle leads off the 5th inning with a foul ball down the left field side. Center fielder for the Futures. He's done a lot of running out there by the 400 sign today. Hits a ground ball. Nice snag by Parr. Easy throw to first. And the first out of the inning. We'll see right here if Team Canada, as you said, can they get a 1-2-3 inning or even only give up a couple of runs?
Yeah.
Would be better than what they've done.
Yeah, if they can get out here with, if they get out here with 0, obviously it'd be great. But the other thing is, especially if you could get out of here and get by Harvey and Buddy and then go hit, knowing that they're a ways away. It's just, you never know what can happen in this game. We're talking about a run rule, and the next thing you know, you can lose it. So that's a big out to get Zirkle. Umscheid's just a really, really tough out as well because he's got power everywhere. You got to play him straight up.
Umscheid launches a ball to left field, but as Don said, he did miss it a bit. Went foul as well, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Team USA's out there in the above the bullpen area, warming up for their next game against the Canadian Selects.
It's an 8 o'clock start. Team USA against the Canada Selects.
And I think that's one of the things we talked about, with the rivalry, with the Canada adding the Select program. In fact, they had 3 teams up there a couple of years ago, when it was on their home soil, trying to find that. And they run a very aggressive recruitment process, workout camps. They added guys as late as this week with an injury. Jason Legault was added to the Select team, a young man that has been playing down here in the States. Outstanding future for him. So the future of Canada softball, I think, is very bright. And that's why I don't think that might go, believe it or not.
And it does. Another home run for Team USA. The USA Futures, I should say. Team USA coming up next.
That's one of those wind-aided ones as a pitcher right
Yep.
there. You got him to front-footed a little bit. He end-capped it, but the wind helped him. But I think, this isn't indicative. This score in this game right now is not really indicative of where Team Canada is at and where Team Canada is going. I really do believe their future is very bright. There's a lot of talent over there. A lot of their players are now coming down and playing, tournament ball in the States. They're getting a lot of experience, and from where they were just a couple years ago to now, I think is a huge step forward. And we're seeing that also not only with these 2 teams. I think in the future we're going to see Great Britain and Ireland join in on this. There's been discussions with it. I had the privilege of with ASA sending myself and a couple of folks over to do some clinics and camps over in England and in Ireland, and they love the game over there. They're definitely a little bit behind us on facilities and
Sure.
so forth, but they're catching up quickly, and I know they would like to join into this. Well, what do you say?
Gone. Third of the game. Wow.
I mean, that's across the highway.
Ryan Harvey clears the ballpark. His second to left field today. That man is strong.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we talk about. I mean, that's what people show up to see right there. You can even the Canadian guys are shaking their head and looking at each other. It's ridiculous is what it really is.
21st run of the day for the Futures. And now a base hit from the speedster. You go to power to speed with Ryan Parfit, and he's held that time to a single, but wow.
Yeah. You've seen a lot of baseball here. I don't know if you've seen a baseball go where that softball just went.
Not at all. I have never seen a baseball go that far. Softball out onto the highway for sure.
Yeah.
Cleared not only the first fence, but the second fence, and clears the ballpark with ease. 2 runs in for the Futures, and they're in front 21-9. This is Corey Large, the lefty at the plate.
Yep.
Down to a knee, and a quick pitch to second base.
Well, they did their job, though.
They did.
It was a long home run that got the place jumping, a little electric in the air, but at the end of the day, it was 1 point.
2 runs come in that inning, but that's the best that the Canadians have been able to do in terms of holding the Futures to a low amount of runs. They get 2 in that inning. We'll keep it right here as we head to the top of the 6th. So the Futures, before that inning, had been at least able to get 4 runs. They're held to 2, and also you've got Team Canada that was able to get 4 runs in the top half. They've started to swing the bats a little bit better. Defense has picked up. We'll see if they can put something together here in the 6th and the 7th and get back into this one. 11 runs sounds like a lot, but again, in an offensive game like softball,
yeah, it's
put together a couple innings, you're right back
You're
in
right,
it.
and the other thing about it is right there is, you just had Mr. Harvey and Mr. Wolf hit again, so, you got big Kyle Pearson lurking, but you're also kind of by that in their lineup. Again, not that there's no real weakness in the Futures lineup, but, there's a couple guys over there, as we've seen, that are just tough to pitch to, especially with the wind blowing out to left right now. So, here's come in and get your 6. You just come in and match that inning. Come get that 6 or 7 runs and put yourself in a spot to steal a game in the 7th that you're not supposed to win. And then all of a sudden, how does Team Canada feel? They bounce off of the field. They're looking forward to tomorrow. That's one of those things right now. No matter what, I think they've settled in, and you can just see their at-bats have changed. They've relaxed, and I think Mr. Kelly's going to give you another one of those real quality at-bats right here as well.
James Kelly, the right-hander, waits and swings on the first pitch of the inning and drops it in for a base hit. A good at bat indeed. And he leads off the sixth with a single.
And you're seeing their veterans now all of a sudden show up. They struggled a little bit early, and now that's what you need in these kind of games is, your veterans have to come forward. You can't depend on the kids all the time.
So 1 on, nobody out as the Canadians try and catch the USA Futures. They trail by 11.
And that's the other thing, too, here. If they can pick up 4 or 5 or 6 runs, they're going to be right back at the top of their order, right back into their meat.
Good swing.
Great
That's
swing.
a fair ball. Back-to-back singles for Team Canada. They've picked up a little momentum, as we've talked about. And now runners at first and second, still with nobody out.
And that's a case where, in baseball, normally you would see, the no doubles defense there, where he would be slid over. But once he got that first strike called, that's a case where, you have to keep the ball fair. So Mike's coming off the line, assuming, hey, it's a pretty gutsy move to try to go right down the line there. And credit him for getting it inside the line.
Colin Andrews sends a shallow fly ball to foul territory.
And the same thing we'll probably see here now, even on the lefty. We'll probably see Kyle come off the line some. Corey will slide more into the Corey Large and the right fielder will slide more into the gap because of foul balls and out, which is definitely a little bit of a difference. And sometimes it gets you because all of a sudden the guy does snap hook one down the line. And
James Kelly at second, Ted Baker at first. Colin Andrews at the plate. Sends a high fly ball to left. Backing up as Parfit makes the catch on the warning track.
you can see how much that wind's playing right there. Took that ball probably an extra 20, 25 feet right there.
Made that catch a little bit more difficult than he had to. He spun around in a circle going back, but in all actuality, the only thing that matters is that you make the catch, and he did.
No extra style points here. It's not an out and a quarter.
James Kelly moves to third as he advanced up 70 feet on the tag up. So runners at the corners with one out. And Parr hits a ball through the infield, and that'll score a run. Baker heads to third, and runners now at the corners once again. A run comes in. It's 21-10 here in the sixth.
That's what we said earlier in their last at bat. They pinch hit for Parr, and he was able to re-enter. So that's a case where if obviously they wanted to pinch hit for him again, they could have, but that would have burned him. He wouldn't have been allowed to return to the game. So obviously at that point in time, they obviously want him in there pitching right now, and so they let him go ahead and take the swing, and it paid off for him.
And Rob Sitch, it looks like, is going to be pinch hit for. This is Oliver Forrest.
And Oliver's been around the program for a long time over there for him, been on both squads, and he has a little pop to him. He really does. He has a nice swing, real good young man.
Canadians would definitely love a 3-run shot here to pull back within 8. It's 21-10. We're in the top of the sixth. Of course, we play 7. Big swing on the glove, though. It's caught. Oh, it looks like it was taken off a hop, and an opportunity to try and throw to second.
And he's asking, Kyle's asking because he's saying he caught it. That's what they're calling. As Kyle was saying the whole time.
It looked like a catch.
Kyle was saying, I caught it the whole time, and then I went to the bag, and they're asking for help. And this is a fair question as we saw it. See, Josh Zanoli's going to go out and say, hey, can you help him at all on that? Did you have a better view of it? But I think for both where we were sitting, we thought he caught it in the air.
Yeah, I definitely thought he got the glove under that ball before it hit the ground, and a nice double play turned at first by Kyle Pearson. And so far, that's the end of the top of the sixth. Manager out there, Zanelli, arguing with a couple of the umpires who are trying to get a second look, and he seems to be sufficient with the answer that the umpire has given him. So that is the end of the sixth. Team Canada, what started like a promising inning, they got the first 2 runners on, only able to get one across, and that's certainly tough to handle after building up the momentum a little bit, getting 4 in the inning before, but settling for just that 1 run. Still, they trail by 11 as we head to the bottom half of the sixth. Futures were able to get 4 in the first, 6 in the second, followed by 5 in the third, 4 in the fourth, and 2 in the fifth. Team Canada, 2 in the first, couple of zeros on the board in the second and the third. Then they followed up with 3 runs in the fourth, had 4 runs in the fifth, but just a run in that 6th inning. And now We'll see what the Futures have to answer here in the bottom of the sixth as they lead 21-10. Parr going to head back out to the rubber. Just an inning and a half left to play. The Futures won their first game today, looking to win their second. This is the fourth of 5 games today. The Futures and Team Canada, Team USA and Canada Selects are coming up next. That's an 8 o'clock start.
Looks like Oliver Forrest will stay in at second base. They won't re-enter for him, so he'll stay in and play second base on the defensive side as well.
He replaces Rob Sitch. And the first pitch, the bottom of the sixth, is a strike. Kyle Pearson at the plate. Winds up and hits a scorcher, but a diving catch.
Play.
How about that from Corey Large? Running to his right, extended the glove. That was a pretty play.
Beautiful play, beautiful play.
One away. You don't get style points for the catch, but man, that was a good one. That was Justin Pinnell, I apologize, that made the catch for Team Canada.
Corey Large will take credit for it, though.
Yeah, certainly. Who wouldn't want to take credit for that catch?
One right fielder to another right fielder.
Long fly ball out to deep left field. Kyle Knechtel goes back and makes the catch, and there's quickly 2 away. Team Canada has not been able to shut out the USA Futures yet today, but they've quickly recorded 2 outs here in the 6th and may be able to if they can get a 1-2-3 inning.
And Orlando Costilla, who's already put a couple of home runs on the board, is probably looking to put another one on it. And he did.
Ball deep out to left. Does it have enough? It sure does. Just like that, it's 22-10.
Have a day, young man. Have a day.
Absolutely. Castillo with a couple of home runs. Ryan Harvey with 3 home runs. And the Futures are rolling. Base hit to right. Adam Tennyson aboard with 2 outs here in the 6th. A lot of pop in this game for the Futures.
Yeah, here's a spot where right back to that run roll lurking here again. As funny as it sounds, it's like, oh, they're back. I mean, if Vitsak can reach here, brings the winning run to the plate, and that's not really Zirkel's game, but you're 2 good swings here away from being there's one of them. Is you don't want Umscheid up here with a chance to win it. He's just that cocky little guy that just seems to get it done in those spots, and I mean that with the utmost respect. But Mike carries himself that way. He'd tell you that. He has a swagger about him. It's an earned swagger. He's worked his butt off coming up as a baseball player and now into one of the top slow pitch players. But he seems to shine in those moments, and if Zirkel reaches here, it's going to get real interesting.
So there's runners at the corners. Brian Zirkel at the plate. Takes the first pitch inside. 15 after 5 is the rule run that could be put into effect, but that's not going to happen. Ground ball that's fielded, and second base is tagged, so that's how the inning will end. 2 runs in all scored in the 6th inning. We'll take our final break and come back for the final inning of play between the USA Futures and Team Canada. The score currently, Futures 22, Team Canada 10. Back to Dow Diamond after this. All right, final inning of play as we come back to Dow Diamond. Adam Jackson and Don Cooper here in the 7th edition of the ASA Border Battle. USA Futures lead Team Canada 22-10. And this is the last chance for Team Canada. Going to have to come up with at least 12 runs. Someone's got to get it started, and they look to Wayne Parent, the leadoff man at the plate. Ground ball, shortstop, diving. Wow! Play. Orlando Castillo.
Like we said, have a day, young man. On both sides, chips in 3 home runs and makes the play of the day so far. That is outstanding.
From his knees, had to spin, throw it to first, and it was a rocket to Pearson, just able to beat Parent.
And you can see him chirping over there with the shortstop of the Team USA team standing on the rail over there pointing to him. So that tells you right there what this means to those guys and wanting to get to that next level. But he looked right over to him and started wagging his finger at him.
What a terrific play. Here's Frank Henry with one down. Takes a strike. Send 3 infielders to the left, 2 to the right to face the right-handed Henry. USA Futures 2 outs away from winning. Hard hit ball scooped up by the third baseman. Umshide running to his left. Nice throw across the diamond. There's 2 down. Some good defensive play. We've seen a lot of offense here, Don, in this game, but the last 2 outs, really good defense from a couple of the infielders for USA.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what we said. What we were talking about earlier today, with everyone that's been here, and one of the things it's amazing what the defense is. Another player right there to end it. So the defense rules here at this level. You have to get the outs when you can.
All 3 outs coming to the left side of the infield, and Steele Lewis lines out to end this game. Dominating fashion for the USA Futures as they take it 22-10. Overall, they go 2-0 today. A good day for the Futures.
Yeah, I think it's a great day for them. You saw them; they kind of went through the motions a little bit in the 22 game, but after that, they saw a chance to beat Team Canada, prove a point to everybody in the park, and they went for it and they got it done. It was a pretty impressive win. 22-10 over one of the best teams in the world. That's a pretty big statement.
All right, so the Futures win their 2nd game, and the 4th game of the day is complete. We'll come back for the 5th game in about 15 minutes. First pitch scheduled for 8 o'clock. It'll be Team USA against the Canada Selects. Don and I will be back for that game again in about 15 minutes, so stay with us here at Dow Diamond. It's the final game of this Monday evening. As we come back, Adam Jackson, Don Cooper with you for the finale. This time it's Team USA taking on the Canada Selects. And this Team USA team, Don, is very good.
Yeah, they're outstanding. They have won, like we've talked about, 5 of the 6 previous border battles, and this is a case right now where they just saw the USA Futures upset Team Canada, so it's going to put them, I think, on a heightened level of alert. The one difference between this team, I think, and in the past, they've got a couple of injuries right now. I don't think this is by far their best defensive team they've ever had, but it's probably their best offensive team they've ever had. Now, their middle infield, you'll see Kevin Bays at work, and Luis Reina, they're as good as that comes. But as far as an overall defensive team, I think they would admit this isn't their best. But if it was just stand in the box and whack it, this is one of the best ones they've ever put out on the field.
Kevin Bruder leads off with a base hit for the Canadians, and they're hoping to, would you say, pull an upset here?
Oh, yeah, this is an absolute, especially after they lost their earlier game. The Canadian Selects lost a game to the Wallace Landscape team made up of some former USA national team members and some up-and-coming kids. So most definitely, I think that was probably a little bit of an embarrassing loss to them. You come in here as one of your national teams and lose. So most definitely, I think they would like to also show Team USA, hey, look, same thing that we just saw out of the Futures with USA beating Team Canada. They've got a spot here to make a statement.
That was Game 2 you were talking about that the Canada Selects lost. And a walk now issued to Brett Foisey. And there's runners on first and second, so the Canadians threatening here in the top of the first. Just underway at Dow Diamond.
And this is Big O Moreau Olivier. He's had an interesting summer. I don't know if they talked about it in the earlier game or not. He's kind of had a tragic summer. While playing this year, he was down in Florida at an event. His 5-year-old daughter was actually hit and killed by a car. And we found out while he was in the air, and it made for a tough time for us to wait for him to land. He plays for one of our combat teams and actually is a sales rep for combat up in Canada. So there's been a lot of tears shed over him. And when he was added to this roster, it was a big deal to him. It's his first year, and outstanding young man that went through something that unfortunately changed his life and a few others, and something that hopefully none of the rest of us would ever have to go through.
Yeah, you certainly never wish that upon anyone. That's obviously tough to lose someone so close. But good to see that he's still out competing for the Canada Selects as he gets aboard on the ground out. So runners at the corners with 1 out in this first inning. Justin Carey to the plate. Right at the shortstop, Yakura makes the catch.
That's Luis Reina.
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Luis Reina makes the grab.
He'd get mad at me if I didn't fix it. He's a feisty one. And he's actually coming back. He had a horrific leg injury where he broke his leg colliding with Brian Wegman, who's the left fielder in this game. They are actually normal teammates on their normal teams, and it was a horrendous collision, and he's just about back to 100% now. He is a fantastic defensive player.
There's a weird ball that goes right back up the middle.
Looked like it caught the rubber, maybe.
Yeah. Took a spin off the rubber, and it gets back up, and a run comes in. First of the game, Selects are on the board. It's 1-0.
And we saw the little battle earlier tonight. The game before this, Orlando Costilla, the shortstop of the Futures team, who had one of the best nights you'll ever see, including a defensive play, right out of Webb Gens, along with 3 home runs. And obviously, he was chirping a little bit to his buddy Luis Reina over there, letting him know he's coming for that spot. So you better get going. So it'll be interesting to see what Louis does tonight.
There's a long ball hit out to left field. Wegman goes back. He'll look up. It's gone. 2-run shot for the Canadians, and they've gone off to an offensive start. They're in front 3-0. Make that 4-0.
And you can see the energy down there, too, the same way we talked about. They were a little bit flat against Wallace, like we saw the USA Futures flat in their game. And this means everything. You can see the coaches are up on the rail. The Team Canada officials are up on the rail. And it's definitely a little different feeling showing up here.
A 4 spot in the first. They've gotten off to a terrific start. And now a ground ball scooped up by the third baseman.
Dale Brungart there, a.k.a. Bubba. Outstanding play.
And that'll end the frame, but 4 runs come in for the Selects. Really nice first inning for them to get started.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's what they had to do. The last thing they wanted to do was come 0 with this offensive machine coming up here and get buried right out of the gate. It's a nice number. We've talked about when you're playing stadium balls, you looked at the scores. If you can average 3 runs an inning, you play your 7 innings. 21 runs is going to get you home more times than not when you're playing in these big parks. And you look at the scores today, how that would hold out. So anytime you can be north of 3 runs, you're really happy with that inning.
All right, so Justin Carey gets the start on the rummer for the Canada Selects, but Don, tell us a little bit about the Team USA offense and what we can expect from them here in the bottom.
Yeah, I mean,
first.
You've got a combination here of some Hall of Famers, some guys, Brett Helmer, who has been on every roster along with Brian Wegman. Brett's definitely on the backside of his career, and he'll openly tell you that, one of the greatest players that ever lived. Bryson Baker, one of the pure winners, can play any position on the field. He's the Mike Umscheid we've talked about before, before Mike Umscheid. Bryson's been a center fielder, a third baseman, a shortstop, everything he can. But they have a crazy amount of experience. Their power is, as we saw with Mr. Harvey, I don't think anyone here probably has Mr. Harvey's power, but they've got 6 or 7 guys that are right behind him here. It's definitely a roster laden with power top to bottom, and they're used to winning. They're used to winning not only as Team USA, the groups are used to winning, where they're at. They've won a lot of different things, and you're going to see that here. The one interesting thing about it is they've got some, Helmer and Philby are big left-handed powers, and as we've seen today, this park hasn't helped it. So that's an advantage, I think, for these guys, is that 2 of their big boppers right in a row are lefties.
Certainly should help out the Canada Selects. Again, all of the balls that we've seen have gone out to left field. There was 1 ball that went to center. Haven't seen any to right. Here's a deep fly ball to left field. And that ball is gone.
And that's what Bryson does. I mean, like we've said, he's the pound-for-pound guy. He's not a small man, but when you see him standing down there with the big guys, Bryson's not that. And one of the quickest sets of hands I've ever seen. But yeah, I mean, what we talk about, that ball went out of here. You missed it a little bit. So they've got Kevin Bazat in this lineup. That's a lefty. Lee Payne's a lefty. Philby and Helmer are lefty. So a good chunk of their order are left-handed hitters here. And it's going to be interesting to see if this feels out a little bit of an equalizer.
Bryson Baker gets Team USA started off the right way with a home run. They chip back into that 4-run deficit. It's 4-1. And Brian Wegman at the plate.
Brian out of Cincinnati, Ohio area, actually owns a ballpark back there, runs a complex.
And he may go back-to-back. It just hits off the top of the wall. It stays in the park, barely, but he's into second with a double.
They're calling it a home run, I think. The umpire down the left field line is giving me the home run signal.
And he is. I wondered about that because it hit over the yellow line. And in every ballpark, if it gets over that yellow line, it's a home run.
Yeah, and you can see normally in this park, a guy would be happy about that, but you can see Wegman shaking his head. After the solo by Bryson, he definitely wasn't trying that. Remember, they only get 10 home runs.
Right.
So, that's definitely not the utilization that they're looking for. But, Wegs owns a complex, runs a lot of high-level tournaments there in the Cincinnati area. His brother spent many years in the majors pitcher. He was a pitcher for, 8-10 years in the majors. So it comes from that.
And here's a liner out to center field that hangs up for Brett Foisey. And the first out of the inning is Brett Helmer. 1 away as the score's 4-2. Canada in front. The Selects in front of Team USA.
Well, here's Mr. Philby, who normally doesn't matter what the wind's doing, but I think right now he's going to be playing for obviously a base hit after the 2 solos and see if he can set Mr. Crine up to get him a couple.
So Philby stands in as he adjusts his cap. Bats from the left side. And he hits it on the ground the opposite way. Backhanded, though, by Roberts. Throw is up the line, and Philby is safe. Good hustle by Philby to get down the line, beat out the throw.
Now batting the first baseman, number 41, Denny Crine.
And here is Crine, the first baseman. Could tie the score with a home run out to left field. That's where we've seen them all go tonight.
And Denny will be hitting in the Long Haul Bombers tomorrow night, and he's won it many times. I think he's won it more than anybody as far as overall championships.
2 home runs already for Team USA. He goes the opposite way. It's popped up down the line. Foul.
again, that's a case of with those two solos, he's trying to do something to leave it for Geno Buck trailing behind him, and if that's where if Wegman's ball doesn't go out, he's swinging for it here. So it definitely changes it when you're counting home runs. And they're the one team that has enough power that, as we saw earlier, most of the teams haven't flirted with getting to 10. This team, it's in their psyche right now that, hey, we got to manage our home runs a little bit here.
It's crazy that they even think that way, to play from not hitting 10 home runs, as that ball is caught. A jumping grab made by Sten Tilburg just in front of the wall, and there's 2 away. But even to go in it as a team, knowing that you're going to hit 10 home runs, that shows you how impressive they are.
Yeah, and it's a case that the one year that Canada won this, went to the bottom of the 7th in Oklahoma City, needing a run to tie, and they had a runner on third, and there was actually 2 balls hit for outs, home runs for outs in that inning that that a lot of people still remember, and 2 of the guys that hit him were 2 of the best hitters, and the one that Scott Brown hit clipped the top of the fence on a line drive that normally you would think you're a hero. You
cause an out, as Geno Buck did there.
And that's a perfect example right there. You saw 2 interesting swings from 2 professional hitters. That's what those 2 solos did. Those 2 solos changed that entire inning.
So Team USA will settle for 2. We'll come back after this for the second. A 7-inning game between Team USA and the Canada Selects. So far, it's the team up north with the 4-2 advantage. Back to Dow Diamond after this. Top of the second inning as we come back to the 7th border battle. Currently Team USA and the Canada Selects battling, and surprisingly it's the Canada Selects that have jumped out in front. A 4-run spot in the top of the first. Team USA answered with 2, but Canada takes the lead into the second. And they'll start the inning with Roberts leading off. Chuck Roberts, the third baseman, wears number 11, bats from the right side against Justin Carey. Check that, that's Geno Buck on the rubber. The pitch is lined out to left field, hangs up though for Wegman, who's over to his left to make the first out of this second inning.
And this is the case right now we talked about earlier. They can't go flat. You got away with something there. The 2 solos changed that inning. That's not how USA drew it up. They drew it up as Bryson Baker getting a base hit. Wegman maybe getting him 2, but a worst-case scenario, they were swinging for a 3 there. The inning changed on that, on the 2 solos. Now you have to take advantage of that.
There's a ground ball, stopped nicely at second, and the throw is on time for the second out.
And that's what Mr. Bazat brings to you right there. He's a slick fielding middle infielder.
Kevin Bazat, as Don's alluding to, behind second base over there. Nice play. 2 down, and Team USA trying to get a 1-2-3 inning. Not easy to do.
And they're not gonna.
Lofted out to right field. It's a base hit. Scott Foster's aboard.
Now batting the shortstop, number 22, Ryan Yakura.
So Ryan Yakura will step up, the shortstop. Where's number 22? Team USA trailing 4-2. Trying to go through this second inning without giving up a run. The first pitch to Yakura. On the ground. Nice backhand knocked down by Reyna. And the play at second, a close one, but called safe by the second base umpire. And there are now runners at first and second.
And this is where this is your case of taking. Here's your chance. Take advantage. It's a tough play. I don't think there's any way you can give Louis an error on that. That's one of those make it or don't make it plays. You know, there's nothing else you can do with it. But you got it. So at least pick that run up there. You know, give me a base hit somewhere. Let's just keep adding on.
So back to the top of the order. Kevin Bruder steps in. And he sends a lazy pop-up to the infield, third base side, and that's how the inning ends. So he got away with it. 2 guys get on, but Team USA able to get a pretty quick defensive inning, and now they head to the bottom of the second trying to take the lead.
Yeah, now we'll see what they do. Obviously, they're in a spot of their lineup, where they can work some things around and see what they're going to do. So, get your 2, get your 3 right now, and get everything settled back down. They need to pick up 2 or 3 runs. Without the use of a home run, then they're back on their number. Their target is to try to average about 2.5 to 3 runs a home run. If they can get to that 25 to 30 runs out of their 10, then they know they're going to win those games, or they're good enough defensively, good enough pitching if they can, and don't expect other teams to hit with them. So they just need to pick up 2 or 3 runs here without the use of a homer, get back on their number and go.
Doesn't seem to be too much concern over there in the third base dugout. Especially not when the offense, a team that comes in expecting to hit 10 home runs. We'll see what they can do in the second. They put up 2 in the first. Those were both solo shots. Bryson Baker and Brian Wegman took a couple of balls deep to start the inning.
We'll see what Bubba does here. Another long haul bomber tour member.
Brungout, the first pitch, lofted to shallow right field, and coming in is Scott Foster to make the catch. 1 away.
The one thing they got to do a little bit careful here, though, it's still 10 home runs. It is still a stadium. Is not give up too many outs, trying to be too selfish. Let's go to work here a little bit too. One of the things you can get trapped in these games is where a couple of solos come early, and the next thing you do is you've given up an inning or 2 trying to do everything right.
Trying to not hit the home run.
Trying not to hit the home run, afraid to take big swings, afraid to drive a gap because you're afraid it's going to go. And the next thing you know, that's how you paint yourself into these corners is go ahead and go.
Lee Payne, a ground ball to second. Beats out the throw. Good hustle from Payne, and he's aboard. Lee Bellefontaine tried to make the play over to Morrow. Good hustle down the base paths. Just 70 feet are these bases from home plate. The rubber, 50 feet. Seen a lot of long balls go out today.
Brandon Dillon here, he's not one of the bigger guys, but he has tremendous pop, so it'll be interesting to see what he has. One of those where he kind of has a little bit of 2 distinctive swings, so let's see if he's swinging for it to get the 2 or if he's going to shoot a gap here.
And he rips it down the left field side, dropping for a hit. Good speed around the base paths, close play, and he slides in safely. Good hustle.
And this is a case here where we talk about getting back on the home runs. You would think this would be a 3-run home run right now. But with the speed you've got right there, if Luis Reina can just get a base hit here, you've picked those 2 runs up without the use of a home run.
Right.
So this is where a lot of guys will say, well, you want him to hit a home run here, right? It's a 3-run. No, if there's 2 outs, take it. But this is a case where he's got to trust himself. If it goes, it goes. It's not going to kill you. But if he can find a way to get the gap here, you pick those 2 runs up. Now all of a sudden we're on 4 on 2 home runs, and we're closer to our average.
Lee Payne on third, Brandon Dillon on second. Luis Reina at the plate. Team USA trailing 4-2, trying to change that in the bottom of the second inning. Reina takes the first pitch as a ball. And now he's ahead of the count, 3-1. And he'll take his walk. So the bases now are loaded for Kevin Bazot. As you talked about earlier, going to be interesting to see if Team USA could get going the lefties. You and I haven't seen a left-hander hit a home run out to right today.
Not only have they not hit home runs, they've actually struggled. We've seen a lot of the lefties just flat struggle with the wind and carrying it, and even some balls that have been into the right center gap that have hung. So there's one that's not going to hurt.
He takes an opposite single the other way. This will score 1, make it 2, and we're tied at 4 on the opposite field single from Kevin Bazot.
So now this is where, now all of a sudden you're back to the top of your order with B's up. Bryson can do whatever he wants here. If he wants to go get 3, go get 3. You're back on a good number. If he wants to shoot a gap right now and leave it to Wegman, so.
Baker hit a home run to lead off the game for Team USA. One of the 2 runs that came around in the first. Still just 1 out in the inning. And he takes the first pitch for ball 1. Two straight balls. The count 3 balls and a strike. And he cranks it to left. That'll drop for a base hit. And they'll hold the runner at third. So now the base is loaded again. And Brian Wegman also hit a home run in that first inning. Now comes up. Certainly a good time to hit a home run when the bases are full.
Doesn't get much better than this. So, and then again, you're now all of a sudden, he hits this and it's 8 on 3. And the world seems like a great place. The 2 solos are kind of all forgotten about.
And the first pitch is inside. 4-4 the score.
And this could become interesting if they can keep it close the way this lineup's set tonight. Now they've got Chris Greinert and Chris Larson on the bench, two long haul bombers as well. But this is pitching around to even run because now, like we've talked about, you've got 2 lefties in a row here. But we haven't seen a lefty really hurt anybody because of the way this park's playing. Brett Helmers was a professional hitter that has ever played the game, and wouldn't surprise me to see him throw a ball over the third baseman here. But then now you're talking about 3 hits to get you 4 because you got a lefty lurking behind him. So the way this lineup is set up tonight could be a little bit interesting. And it might not surprise me to see them change it tomorrow if the weather doesn't change and the wind keeps blowing, that they may adjust this lineup just to not have these 2 stacked.
Brett Helmer at the plate after Wegman drew the bases loaded walk, so the U.S. have taken a 5-4 lead.
That's the last thing you can do right there after that.
Back-to-back walks.
Now you've got one of the lefties out of the way, and now you know, barring a double play ball here, you're going to face Big Denny with potentially the bases loaded here again. So
Justin Carey trying to throw some strikes.
And you may have saw the little hug there from Brett Helmer to Olivier there. I think a lot of the guys, it's maybe the first time they've seen him or the second time they've seen him since then. There's just such a mutual respect and understanding of what's happened to his family. If you're around the park, a lot of hugs and kisses for him, and the rest of his family's here this weekend or this week.
So Kevin Philby now steps to the plate with 1 out. And he takes a strike. And now he cranks one out to right field. Not deep enough, though, for a homer. It's caught by Foster, as he'll score a run. A couple of Team USA members tagging, one to third and the other to score. So it's a 3-run lead, 7-4. 2 outs in the inning with runners at the corners.
It's a big swing here. This is a big at bat for Team USA to get in a real good spot on their home run count, but it's even a bigger out for the select team to stay kind of within a touch there. This is, if Denny hits this thing out, this is how the landslide kind of starts.
Instead, he hits it, but stopped by the shortstop.
Play.
And they get the lead runner at second base. How about that? Chuck Roberts knocked it down partially, but Yakura backed him up, threw it over to second, and that's how the inning ends.
You're 5 to 6 to 10.
Typical putout.
Yeah, typical putout. Every day in softball.
So Team USA will settle for 5. They've taken a 7-4 lead. We head to the top of the third. Stay with us in the 7th border battle between the Canada Selects and Team USA. Top of the third inning as we come back. Adam Jackson, Don Cooper with you as we take on the 7th border battle, watching the Canada Selects take on Team USA. And so far it's Team USA that has just taken the lead. They're in front 7-4 after a 5 spot in the second. Selects back to the bats in the third, and the first pitch is a strike from Gino Buck.
Mr. Foisey doesn't seem to agree with that. He's, I'm sure, saying nice things in a very polite manner. Sir, yes, sir.
Normally, as the batters do to the umpires.
Yeah. I've noticed they've never argued the balls, just the strikes, though.
Yeah. Foisey actually had that ball hit him, but just a ball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. And he hits a high fly ball to right center. Both coming in, and yeah,
good
scary.
communication, real good communication.
Scary for a moment. Lee Payne making the catch, though, to track it down for Team USA. There's 1 away.
Brandon Dillon probably giving up 40 pounds there, so it was the right decision to let Big Lee Payne have it. Again, here's their shot. I mean, they had the 4 and they blanked, and as we saw earlier, the zeros kill you here, and they've got to find a way to generate a run or 2 here.
Hot shot right at Roberts, or check that at Brungenhart, and he makes the catch. 2 down. Seen a couple of nice defensive plays today.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that I think for you guys that have haven't seen a lot of this, and I think that's always what we've talked about, how surprised the analysts have worked with and so forth that when they see the defense, and especially when they see how many of these guys, how big some of them are, and then they see how they run the outfield and play the game. They're very. I think most of the time what we hear is they're more impressed with that might go.
And it will. Home run.
Way out of here.
Stays inside Dow Diamond, but it clears the fencing for a home run. It's 7-5.
And what we see is a lot of times, the takeaway from a lot of the folks that see this level for the first couple of times is the defense is almost more impressive to them in certain cases than the offense.
Sure. Good offense tonight, sure, but there's been quite a few good defensive plays, whether it be at third or first. It's where the hot shots go, and players from all teams tonight have made some terrific plays. There's been some great catches all in the outfield, too.
Yeah, the ball earlier tonight against the select team that Philip Washington made out there for that Wallace team. Ooh, right off the shin guards of Mr. Buck. That's why you wear them.
Doesn't feel good, but the shin guards certainly help.
More mad that he didn't field it right where it was on his glove side. I think if you ask Gino, he'll tell you he should have fielded that one at his glove, but he's happy he's wearing those shin guards.
Absolutely. Jason Legault reaches after sending it back off of Buck's leg. And now it's Sten Tilburg that'll come up for the Canada Selects. 7-5, Team USA in front. We're in the top of the third here at Dow Diamond. There's a ground ball. That looks like it's fair. It is. Just inside the left field line. It pats the left fielder all the way to the wall. This will score a run. And into second base is Tilburg as it's now a 1-run game, 7-6. Brian Wegman unable to play that one off the foul wall out there. It got behind him. And what looked like was going to be a quick inning is now turned into a couple of runs and an opportunity for Canada to tie the score.
And this is what we didn't see out of Team Canada in the game before, where they have these chances, chip here, chip here. That ball's going to be caught.
And Wegman making up for his error on the last play, coming in to make the catch at the line.
But the 2 runs are big. I mean, that's what we didn't see out of that they didn't chip and they didn't kind of stay in the striking distance. They had the 2 quick outs there. You throw a 0 up, and 2 runs don't seem like that big a difference. But You go up there with 2 back-to-back zeros, and they're coming into free swing again. So it really does. It makes a big difference in these stadiums to play this tight. If we're playing this on 300 or 325-foot parks, the scoring's just going to go up. And it's just been in these, like we've talked about. If you can target high teens to the low 20s, you've got yourself a chance to win most of these games. Just to do that, you got to chip that 2-3, 2-3. An inning, and that's what Team Canada didn't do tonight.
Right.
And they're going to go back to their hotel and think about it. All those 2 people on innings that they got away with 0 and didn't score. That's what can't happen tomorrow, or the same outcome will come.
Canada selects, you have to capitalize on the mistakes they did. They were able to get a couple of runs. Also tough, Brian Wegman made the mistake there out in left field, but you touched on it a little bit. These players are playing at different parks, and they're not used to this park,
sure.
So it can take a funky bounce, or it can be a different look from the outfield or the infield. It's not always easy, and that's why it's been fun to see how many good defensive plays we've seen tonight.
Yeah.
But obviously, Wegman wasn't able to come up with that one, but you have to think about that as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure the Loons, left fielders are used to, hey, they're out there running some drills, this is how it's going to hop, this is how it's going to skip. And, Brian was here last year, but, so he's probably got a total of 2 or 3, 4 games in left field.
That's it.
There's not enough of a chance to, to really work on that.
That pitch is ripped, and it's off the glove of Tilburg out and left. He tried to jump and make the catch, but instead it's a double for Team USA to lead off this 3rd inning.
Now batting for Team USA is the third baseman, number 13, Dale Rungan.
Now, Bubba here is going to probably sit and go for 2. I would imagine there's no reason not to. We're into the 3rd. They're back on a pretty good count. At least set gap and go. If it goes, great. If not, let's trade places with Mr. Buck and take a run out of this.
He swings, and that's a hard hit ball. Won't go, but it goes off the wall. This should score Buck. He rounds 3rd and scores with ease. Brungant into 2nd.
We just call him Bubba. I've known him for years, and we all mess that name up, so don't feel bad. Like you said, they don't know the parks. You don't see him. But we just call him Bubba because he's a great young guy out of the Vancouver, Washington area, super nice kid. And so, yeah, we just call him Bubba. It's easier.
Well, Bubba gets into 2nd and gets an RBI and puts Team USA back in front by 2, 8-6.
We saw Lee Payne kind of take a little off his swing last time, knowing how the park's playing, and just beat one in the ground and beat it out. We'll see if he doesn't look at that left center gap they're leaving him right now and try to drive it. Of course, the pitcher's going to say, I'm going to work inside to prevent that.
Payne waits, and he'll take his base. Ball 4.
And I think that's a real big mistake tonight, the way this park's playing with lefties. I think I would rather throw 4-seam Love in there and make a lefty hit tonight, even one as good as Lee Payne is, rather than walk him tonight. It's just, as we've seen, I bet you the lefties aren't hitting 400 today in this park.
Right. You may give up a single or a double, maybe even a triple, but you're certainly chances you aren't going to give up a home run. We haven't seen one out to right field tonight.
And now you're sitting here with Brandon Dillon, who can give him 3 right now.
Puts a swing into it. It's a base hit. And they'll hold the runner at 3rd. So instead of a 3-run shot, he delivers a single, but the base is now loaded for Luis Reyna, who steps to the plate.
Now batting the shortstop, number 21, Luis Reyna.
Reyna comes in, the shortstop, and a good opportunity to break the lead back open.
I would say he wouldn't mind chipping a grand slam out of here to go talk to his fellow USA member, Elite Orlando Castillo, about, hey, yeah, you may hit 3, but I just got us a grand slam. And we talk about Bryson kind of being that pound-for-pound guy, and Lewis is kind of starting to take that role over. He's not a...
Lewis sends the ball to the opposite field. It's caught. Run comes in to score. So sac fly scores the 9th run for Team USA. And they have runners at the corners.
I got a feeling Lewis would like to have that at bat back. I know what he was thinking there. He saw the pitch, saw the line, but I think he'd like to have that swing back.
Kevin Bazot getting set to have his first at bat of the inning. 2 runs in for Team USA, trying to add on. They're in front 9-6. We're in the bottom of the 3rd. Final game of today. Some good action today. 5 games in all.
And this is a case where I don't know if I'm coaching over there. May not get greedy right now. I know it's still early, but the way it's playing, you've got Larson and Greinert, sitting on your bench over there, two monster right-handed hitters.
He swings and tries to find the gap in right center. Doesn't look like it'll drop as Foisey comes on to make the catch. Will score another run.
I'm not sure I wouldn't have got greedy, even though it's early,
Yeah.
And said, how many opportunities am I going to get three with Kevin? Not that Kevin's not a good hitter, but again, not to beat the horse a little bit here, but we know it's not playing very well over there. And take a shot with Greinert or Larson and see if I can't get greedy and get three. And not that it would matter, but Steve Shortland is not in yet. The head coach of Team USA actually ended up having some health issues and was left behind in Detroit yesterday. Spent the night in the hospital with some chest pains, and from what we understand, everything's been okay and checked out, and he is on his way up here. And he may have got here at game time. I had not seen him yet.
There's a good swing out to left field and good speed coming around the base paths. This will score another run. It's 11-6. On the double from the leadoff man, Bryson Baker. A 5-run lead for Team USA now. 4 runs in this third inning. Didn't hit it out, but a real good contact swing.
Yeah, and that's why I say that. For his first at bat, he wasn't trying to solo. He's as professional a hitter that's ever come down the pike. He does have crazy pop for his size, but he hits leadoff for a reason. And now I got a feeling Wegs here is going to try to hit a crowd pleaser.
We'll see what he does. He's already got a home run that came back in the first. Won't be a home run, but it will be at least a single as he rounds first. And this will score another run. 12-6. So the runs keep coming here with 2 outs. 5 now in for Team USA. After the 2 runs they scored in the first, they've posted back-to-back 5-run innings in the second and now the third. And they've doubled up. Canada selects 12-6. Brett Helmer to the plate, the left-hander. A rocket that may get over the head. No, it doesn't. If Scott Foster played it well at the start of the warning track to make the third and final out.
And that ball was absolutely murdered. So that tells you how this park's playing. I mean, Brett hit that ball right in the mouth, and that's where it went. If that's a lefty hitting that ball with those conditions, it's up on the hill.
Yeah, 325 out to right field. But again, all night long, the wind has been blowing toward left, and it's been pretty consistent. 332 out to left. It's even farther, about 7 feet farther. But still, it's the right field line has not been very courteous to these batters.
No, it wouldn't shock me if it's not playing 360, 370 over there right now. And that's what made that ball that Big Ryan Harvey hit out to dead center field so impressive. That was not a wind-aided ball that just got out of here in a second.
So a quick 4-0 lead is disappeared from the Selects. They were up 4-0, and then 12 runs now. And Team USA back out onto the field. Gino Buck back to the rubber for Team USA. And we'll see if the Canada Selects can get something going. They had the good 4-run first inning, 2 runs in the third, but they've quieted down a little bit. Chuck Roberts will lead things off, the third baseman. Been a fantastic day for some softball here at Dow Diamond.
It has. It's like my first trip into here. Beautiful park, beautiful setup. The whole area is neat. I love even the signage of the fairgrounds and all the other things going on around here. It's a really neat little area out here. Enjoyed every part of it, and obviously found Dow Corning. We obviously know where they're at now. They're ruling the roost around here, but it sure looks like they're putting a heck of a lot back into the community here.
Absolutely. Downtown Midland, a fun place to be, and a good night for some softball. And the border battle. Ground ball back behind second base. Fielded. Sharp throw to first. 1 away.
Now batting the second baseman, number 27, Lee Belafontaine.
that's what we talked about earlier when we came in, and obviously you're used to seeing 4 infielders and 3 outfielders in your baseball work here, and we talked about why they run a 5-man infield here, and that's it. You see how big that hole would be without it, and you trust your outfielders to cover it, and the middle is just too big to run 4 outfielders.
Popped up to left field, easy catch by Brian Wegman, and yeah, it's tough. If you hit a ball on the ground, chances are, even if it's hit hard, it's at least going to be knocked down. Seen some terrific defensive plays tonight. 2 quick outs in this 4th inning. Here's Scott Foster. Right back up the middle for a base hit.
Let's see if they can score with 2 outs. We saw all those runs in the last inning scored by Team USA with 2 outs. Those are painful runs too when you're playing defense. You've got the 2 quick outs, and you're thinking, okay, here's our inning to get out of here cheap, and they end up hanging 5 on you. Let's see if if the Canadian selects can answer the same way. Here's their chance to go tit for tat.
So here's Ryan Yakura. Yeah, we'll see if they can answer with some of their own. Haven't been able to get a run yet. 2 outs.
You can see the defense there. We talked about no courtesy foul. He fouls it off, so all of them came in off the line 2 or 3 steps, knowing that he has to keep this ball fair. So that even crunches the middle more, crunches the outfield lines more.
And coming on to make the catch is Lee Payne. So the second 0 posted by the Team USA defense tonight, and Gino Buck he's able to get close to a 1-2-3 inning. Only 1 single given up. That's definitely a win.
That's an absolute win, and that's a tough answer because, again, as we talked earlier, these become swing innings real quick, and you don't feel like you're out of this game. You're only chasing 6 right now, but the next thing you know, these guys come up right now and hang 10 on you, and you've got to score to stay, or your worst case scenario is they come in here and hang 14 on you, and you don't even get to hit again. So
Right.
it's capable. They're backing good home run management after the 2 solos. They've conserved them, put some runs up. So this can get real interesting for the selects right now. Is that that run rule just it hangs when you don't score like this. And those 2 zeros, even if you'd thrown a 2 and a 2 back up there, or 1 and a 2, and those 3, if you're looking at 12-9, it just doesn't seem like it's that big a difference, 12-6, 12-9, but it
Right.
just is.
12-6 the score.
What the Team USA is trying to do is obviously score as many as you can always, but realistically they'd love to pick up another 4 to 6 runs here and put them in a spot where the selects have to score some runs, and then that 15-run rule is sitting right there for them.
And their offense is certainly capable. We'll see if they can do that here in this 4th inning.
Looks like we're gonna have a pinch hitter. Looks like I think that's Donovan Pakaraka. I believe.
Waiting for the umpires to come out and confirm. He'll lead off the bottom of the 4th inning.
It is Mr. Donovan Pakaraka from.
It's a hard ground ball over to short, fielded nicely up the line, but the tag applied. And there's 1 down.
Looks like we're gonna have back-to-back.
For Team USA, number 33, Chris Griner.
This is Chris Greinert that'll pinch hit. So Team USA changing things up a little bit in this 4th inning. Trying to get some other guys in the action.
Well, he did there. He swung for the lefty there. Then I think he's just trying to get Chris into the game tonight. And
Greinert takes the first pitch. The second, he hits high into the air. Shallow left field. Tilburg comes on to make the catch. There's 2 away.
Now batting for Team USA, number 34, Gino Buck.
So in steps the pitcher Geno Buck in a quick inning potentially. Team USA in possibility that they might not get a run. Saw a 0 posted by them defensively. Buck takes a first pitch strike, and the count's 1-2. Still just a 6-run game.
It's going to go gapping.
Shopping at the gap.
Shopping at the gap.
Just a single, though, for Mr. Buck.
Geno does a lot of things really well. Running is not one of them. He has one of the most athletic families, though. His kids are having phenomenal careers in minor league baseball and in basketball. He has quite a family tradition going right now.
He keeps the inning going in the bottom of the 4th. And that ball is cranked to left. No doubter. Goodbye.
Bubba gets him 2. There's those 2 out runs again. We talked about how crucial and painful they are.
Out of nowhere, 2 outs. Looks like you're going to have a 1-2-3 inning. Get a base hit, get a bomb. It's 14-6. Again, that ball going out to left field where a lot of the softballs have landed tonight. Over the left field fence, over the second fence, and out of the diamond as that pitch drops in.
That's Lee was trying to do that. That's not a miss. Again, the big lefty, you saw him take kind of a 3/4 earlier, and he's trying to throw one over there and get back to Dylan again. Let the righty do the work here in this park. That's a nice piece of hitting, and a lot of people may think he missed that, but Lee was actually trying to do that, and it's a lot harder than it looks.
So Brandon Dillon will come up with a runner on second. There's 2 away in the bottom of the 4th. 2 in already for Team USA. They're in front by 8. Nice catch. Yakura comes over to make the grab for the Canadian Selects. And that'll end the frame as we head to the 5th. We'll come back to Dow Diamond after this. It's Team USA 14. The Canada Selects 6 in our final game on this Monday at Dow Diamond. All right, to the top of the 5th we go as we come back to Dow Diamond in downtown Midland. Adam Jackson, Don Cooper with you. The Canada Selects taking on Team USA, and it's the Americans in front 14-6 as we start the 5th.
I think the Selects have to be happy where they're at right now. They've weathered kind of the storm, and they got that 2 out of there that they really needed. Now let's see what they can do. That ball might fall.
It does, but it's to the left of the line by a couple of steps. And the count's 3-2. Top of the order, Kevin Bruder leading things off in the top of the 5th. 14-6, Team USA into the night here in Midland. Gets a good swing after a couple of sets. and belts it down the right field line. Misplayed out there by Lee Payne, but he was able to scoop it up fast enough to make sure that Bruder couldn't advance to second.
Chris Larson in at first base right there. You can kind of see how he reacted. I think he was a little mad that he didn't come further off the line there to take that away with the foul ball. With their a foul ball being an out there. So you kind of see Chris's reaction. I think he was a little upset with himself that he didn't come off the line probably 2 more steps.
This is Brett Foisey at the plate. Where's number 82, the center fielder? Nice stop.
That's a great play.
And they turn the double play. Wow.
Outstanding. And you see that's one of the things you'll see some of the bigger numbers on the Canadian teams when we play, and a lot of that is because so many of them grew up playing hockey. So they've kept that number with them. So you see it a lot with the 50s and the 70s and so forth in the 90 numbers that you don't traditionally see in baseball, other than spring training pitchers.
Luis Reina's got a pretty good glove out there.
He's got a ridiculous glove. We'll see what Dylan here can do with this ball.
Sliding catch is made in
That's
center.
Outstanding.
Brandon
there
Dillon.
You go.
How about some defense for you? We've seen a lot of home runs tonight, but back-to-back terrific defensive plays from Team USA. And the Canada Selects go down quickly. We'll head to the bottom of the 5th. 14-6, still Team USA, but how about that? Luis Reina flashing the glove, turning the double play. And then Brandon Dillon, a nice sliding catch out in center, made it look easy.
Yeah, that's what we've talked about all day today. Is the defense is that's spectacular defense right there. That's worth coming out here to watch right there. And like we're saying, when we talk about how this is advancing as a spectator sport, how we're seeing this advance as either like we're doing tonight, live streaming it or being broadcasted. The timing's right. You're getting these things in an hour and 25, hour and 40 minutes. I do feel this has a potential to become more of a spectator sport because of the defense. I think the home run back in the old days when they tried to make this a spectator sport, when we played open home run ball on smaller fields, it kind of became boring. It looked like an organized home run derby. Now the athlete has changed. The type of athlete you need. You need a center fielder to go make that play. You need a shortstop to go make those plays. It has become a really, really good game, and it's always interesting to to work with with folks like we have today that where you guys haven't seen a lot of this and get your guys' opinion of it after you see it the first time.
Yeah, it's certainly a more offensive game than baseball, and obviously a lot quicker pace than baseball too. So that man that just turned the beautiful double play now steps to the plate as we come to the bottom of the 5th inning. Team USA in front 14-6, trying to add on to that lead, and Luis Reina to the dish, takes the first pitch ball.
Doesn't it always work out that way? The guy that makes the play hits? I don't know how
yeah.
It's like the rule of baseball 101.
Or if it's the guy that makes the air. Whatever way.
Either way.
The baseball always finds you. Reina draws the walk, and that'll bring up the 9-hitter, Kevin Bazat. Left-hander steps in and swings and chops that ball down on the ground. They try to go to second and make the play. Bold move by Lee Belafontaine. He had the play at first, but decided to get the lead runner.
Very nice play.
Yeah.
Very, very nice play.
Talk about another defensive play that looked good. This one coming from the Selects. Quick throw, had to beat the speedster Reina, and he did, and there's one away. Back to the top of the order for Bryson Baker. Homer back in the first, one of 2 runs scored by the Americans. Both of those were home runs. Came into the bottom of the first down 4-0. Since then, though, they've taken over. Slapped into left field, bounces up into the arms of Tilburg, and it's a base hit. Runners on first and second now with 1 away.
Now batting for Team USA, number 12.
And here comes Brian Wegman. He has a home run in this game as well. (14-6), USA in front. trying to close out the evening with a victory. Long ball hits a left. Is it going to stay fair? No. Definitely had the distance right over the 332 wall, but I've seen a couple that have gone to the left of the pole. 2 strikes on him now. We'll see where he tries to put it in play.
Good nibble inside there. See if you make him try to shove that ball fair.
Tries to swing it out to the gap, and he drops it down. And he'll head over to second. A run will come in. You can make it 15-6 on the double from Brian Wegman out to left center.
Now batting for Team USA, number 22, Chris Larson.
And we'll see Chris come in and get his first. We saw him over there playing defense, so he'll get his first at bat.
Bats in the spot of where Brett Helmer was batting. Larson takes the first 2 pitches, 1 for a ball, 1 for a strike.
You got plenty.
Another home run. A 3-run shot. I believe it's 19-6 now.
Now batting for Team USA,
An easy swing.
Yeah. Donovan with his second at bat. Now we're back to that 15-run rule is lurking here again.
There's a hard hit. Ball to second, backhanded though, and a nice play over to first. And 2 away.
And Donovan, you probably see him laboring a little running. He's about 6 or 7 weeks removed from some knee surgery, so he's getting back on the groove of it, but he's definitely not back to 100%. Big Chris Greinert.
Base is empty with 2 outs. And there's a chopper back up the middle. Nice play. And a good throw over across the diamond for the 3rd and final out. But 5 more runs come in. And the Americans have built up the lead. It's 19-6. We'll come back to Dow Diamond for the final 2 innings after this. Final 2 innings of play as we come back to Dow Diamond in downtown Midland. Adam Jackson, Don Cooper with you for the 7th border battle. And Team USA battling Canada Selects.
Yeah, Adam, they kind of got a new lease on life there. With the 15-run rule, I would have thought, USA had a real good chance to put them away there, call this a little bit of an earlier night, and they kind of got a new lease on life. So you'd like to see them try to take advantage of that.
As we see the first pitch popped up for the first down.
Now batting the catcher, number 6, Jason Withdrawal.
Jason Legault to the plate now for the Canada Selects. Got to get something going, trailing by 13.
Jason was a late ad after an injury. He just missed making the team. And talk about a guy that was excited to be here. Outstanding young man. Big future.
Sends one out to Dylan. Second straight catch by Dylan in as many pitches. And there's quickly 2 away. Gino Buck trying to get a 1-2-3 inning against the Selects. Stan Tilburg comes to the plate. Right-handed left fielder. Takes the first pitch for ball 1. Second pitch is cranked out to left field. Is it going to stay up?
Ooh.
Yes, it will.
Knuckled all the way. You can see Brian see that ball coming, and that ball just stopped and decided to go back the other way. That was not a fun play.
One of the quickest innings I think we've seen all day today. Single pitches, 3 up and 3 down as the Selects go down. And the bottom of the 6th, we head to 19-6, Team USA in front. They've scored 2 runs in the first, 5 runs in both the second and the third, added 2 more runs in the fourth, and 5 runs in the fifth. That was after the Selects jumped out to a 4-0 lead. They scored 4 in the first, none in the second, 2 in the third, and they have not scored down in the last 3 innings.
Yeah, that's like we talked about. You know, they've got 3 blanks there, and the blank in the second. You just can't survive and win that way. It's really the same thing we saw Team Canada do earlier against the USA Futures teams. Is those zeros they just chop away at you. And
it's such an offensive game. You can't have that many scoreless innings.
As much as we talk about the defense and we're so proud of it, you still have to find a way in stadiums. Like we said, you know, here we are going into the bottom of the 6th, and what we've talked about is if you can average 3 runs an inning, you know, you are going to be in all of these games with a chance to go. You know, 21 right now, I mean, they'd be right in the hunt, you know, even somewhere in that. And it's an old and tired cliche, but what's all we talk about. You'll hear most of the guys in the innings, you know, you'll hear them calling out 3 or 4, just get our 3 or 4. And
Team Selects, the Canada Selects have not been able to do that the last 3 innings, but also you got to give credit to Gino Buck in this defense of Team USA. They've played well. Speaking of Gino Buck at the plate right now.
Yeah, they've played great, and that's the other thing is, you know, you've hit a couple balls hard, they've made great defensive plays on, so that's going to happen. So again, very similar thing that I thought we saw with Team Canada. Way too many fly balls, you know, way too many routine fly balls, and that's what's going to get you. And Team USA's actually had too many of them too, but they've been able to mask it with a couple of real good swings in mixed in there. So I don't think if you ask either one of these two teams if they thought, you know, this was their best game they've put forward, they're going to tell you no. There's a lot of things that they need to work on before tomorrow, but the biggest thing is that the zeros are.
There's a ball that's gone. 2-run shot for Bubba.
And that's going to be the game.
And that's it. So Team USA with the run rule, 21-6 the final score. And Don, you talked about it before we got on the air. They're a really good team, and you can see that here on display as this one ends early.
Yeah, I mean that's what we talk about. That 15-run rule, just it lingers out there and hangs out there. And when you come back with that 0, which is too easy to come up and get a bloop and a blast right there, and the game's over. And you know that's the thing that USA has here. That's, you know, somebody down their order has that kind of power. They definitely got more power top to bottom than anybody else here. If the condition stays this way, they're going to be a very tough team to beat here because, you know, they may be able to go hit 7-8 home runs, you know, and mix it in to get to that 21 again. There's that number, but, you know, to get you home. So I thought it was a good showing today by them. I thought it was a very good showing today by the USA Futures team. The Wallace Landscaping team, I think, who also went 2-0 today, a team that's supposed to be here to fill a bracket out, was very impressive, you know, with that mix. I think if you're Team Canada, you've got to be a little bit disappointed. You know, you go home with a loss to your rivals, little brothers per se, and I think they've got to show up tomorrow morning be aggressive out of the gate from the first pitch and take their chances.
5 games complete today. What's on the schedule for tomorrow?
Well, we got 5 games tomorrow. We've been told, and we haven't had this confirmed, but we've been told that the actual border battle game will be moved to tomorrow night because there's some impending weather coming Wednesday. So hopefully in the morning we can get an official announcement out on that. You also may want to check the ASA, the softball.org sites to see if there's an update on it. But what we've been told is that they'll move the futures, the USA Futures versus the USA Select, up to tomorrow night, and then follow it up with the actual border battle with Team Canada versus Team USA, and then follow that by the long haul bombers, and then kind of give us what will happen on the third day of those games. But they obviously, their goal here when you set an event like this up is to get the actual border battle in, to keep it alive.
Sure.
You can't wait till the last day and find out we're rained out. So they're probably making the right decision. At least that's what we're hearing. They're making the right decision with 80-90% rain and wind forecast for Wednesday. So